is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Streaming live from our beautiful new home. Are you kidding me? Look at us. Marcus, we're moving on up to Daly City, California. And I can't start our day any better than by saying right outside our window is Marchbank Park, where we have learned John Madden did all his recreating as a youth. So how about me starting your new Daly City radio career by saying you, my friend, are being touched and blessed by the ghost of John Madden, brother. Right out that window.
Well,
there
Murph.
he is. He just went boom. I scored a touchdown on my 9-year-old buddy in third grade. Boom. So there it is. Marcus, we're here.
Yeah, we made it. That's a hell of a fact to drop on me to start off the new era of the sports leader. Good morning, Daly City. Good morning, San Francisco. We're gone, but we're not forgotten. We're here this morning.
And good morning, the ghost of John Madden and John Robinson, too, another legend who grew up down here. And all our Daly City people, Daly City trivia coming at you. It's like we did our entire lives broadcasting in San Francisco, just ignored Daly City for 20 years. Now we're like, hey, did you know this about Daly City? Did you know that about People are like, yeah, dude, we've been here the whole time, bro.
Yeah, I know. We show up, we're like, have you heard about that In-N-Out burger? And like, Curly's like, yeah, I grew up going to that In-N-Out burger.
So a couple of things. Number one, thanks for joining us. Number two, we're still on your YouTube, your Twitch, and your Twitter, and you can check out our brand new digs and new angles for us, because I now look to my right to look at Marcus, and now he looks to his left to look at his boy Murph. So I'm going Rico, he's going Luigi, and it's going to take a little bit of an adjustment because right now I'm looking to my right, and there you are, buddy.
Yeah, it's going to take a bit of an adjustment because you've been looking left/right. No, you've been looking left for damn near 20 years. You've been in the same kind of spot.
That's right. Paulie was my left, too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you always had a habit of talking to your left.
Even back at Hawthorne, too.
Yeah. So this is a little bit of a change up with you being in the driver's seat, being right next to the baseball field that John Madden grew up.
And what happened was we came in, and I just pulled flat rank on Marcus. I'm like, bro, when you do 20+, then you get first choice. So I took what I thought was the bigger situation, but I think you might, low-key, you got a nice little spot over there.
Well, here's the thing, Murph. I've got plenty of arm room. I have plenty of room for activities. Your first complaint this morning is that ficus is in your way. You couldn't prep for the show.
Between two ficuses.
Here we are.
Here we go.
First guest this morning on the guesses, Zach Galifianakis, 7:30.
We are definitely got a Galifianakis vibe here. Whose idea was it to put in the ficus? And I heard Thin Tim was thinking about bringing back the ficus social media account, right?
Yeah, I heard the boys riffing about it yesterday. I had no idea we even had these ficuses at the San Francisco studio. I don't know where the hell they was hiding, so I don't know how long the ficuses are going to stick around. Sounds like they're just temporary for now.
And are multiple ficuses fici? Is it plural? And by the way, we got to tell everybody through the glass is young Tony, and he's sitting on a very raised chair because the monitors are high. So, and we told you guys yesterday, pre-Cumulus sensitivity videos, he was known as Little Tony.
Yes, he was.
But now he's known as Young Tony. And so for Little Tony to be in a situation where the monitors are about 5'7", causes a problem. So he's sitting on a raised seat like, I don't know, like maybe a high chair you'd have when you'd feed Gerbers to a baby.
Are you telling me we brought over a booster chair for young Tony?
Oh, look at that. Now he says he's standing like a record producer. He'll be asking for more cowbell soon. Man. So listen, we're here. It's not like a huge deal. By the way, everybody's worried about our commute. I never knew so many people were worried about our commute. I posted on social media yesterday about our 3 compadres that we left behind: Oppo in the parking garage, Cleo overnight security, and Ali the morning security. Those are the guys who are sort of the lifeblood of our run there, our decade-long run there, and wanted to just shout those guys out. But I posted it on social, and a number of people commented not, hey, man, hope you're well, or hey, good to see you. You guys look great, or I'm KNBR till I die. Most people are like, bro, what about your commute? Mm-hmm. What about your commute? I was like, first of all, thanks for caring. Second of all, it ain't that bad. It ain't that bad at all.
Huh.
And in fact, I would give you an exact time, Marcus, except I missed the John Daly Boulevard exit on my first day.
Oh, that's an issue.
Oh.
Hey, it's all right.
So when you're coming, don't want to get too into the weeds here. So if you're going south on 280 from San Francisco, say you're leaving Oracle Park, you get on 280 south, it's very easy to see John Daly Boulevard. However, if you're coming from 19th Avenue, you go past Stonestown, you start to merge past Sarah and by the esteemed San Francisco Golf Club, John Daly Boulevard's hard on your right, which I didn't know because I always have come from San Francisco. So, damn it, missed it. Plus, it was dark. So I can't give you my exact time, but I was making good time. And shout out Park Presidio and 19th Avenue for mostly timed lights, putting your boy in a good mood.
Oh, that's the key. You got to hit the stretch of greens when you're going down 19th. And Murph, everybody is obsessed with everybody's commutes here at KNBR. I mean, I feel like we're KNBR, the commute leader. I'm hearing about how it took Copes nearly an hour to get here yesterday, taking Bart to get here. We got the kid Jack Loader who's complaining about living in the city, and now he has to commute down here.
Load's got to toughen up.
Look, all I'm saying is I did 4 or 5 years of commuting all the way up from San Jose at 2, 3 in the morning. So I got no issue commuting to work, especially when we do work at the sports leader. But I got to say, I might have one of the best commutes in the building now.
Marcus wins.
I think I saw a total of 3 lights my entire commute.
You know what?
1 getting on the freeway, 2 getting off.
To quote the great Vince Vaughn as Trent and Swingers, who's the big winner here today? Who's the big winner? Marcus is.
Yeah.
Marcus wins.
Easily. And
Good
no
job.
self-driving cars on the freeway. Did not have any traffic jams. Did not have any games of Red Rover this morning.
Oh man! So you win. I'm right there. I think I'm on the podium. I might get a bronze for the commute. How about John Joe Curley? His first day, he left Cow Hollow, where he and his lovely wife Hannah live, and he hit road work right away. They Jimmy jacked him around. Took him 40 minutes.
That's brutal.
How about that?
I don't know how the hell it takes 40 minutes to commute from San Francisco to Daly City. But
I haven't heard Tony's commute story yet.
I will say, though, John Joe Curley has quite the feather foot while driving. I noticed this yesterday because we came down to preview the studio. Murph had to pull rank and pick out what chair he wanted to sit in. And so me, John Joe, and Murph all kind of caravan down to the new studio. We were all following each other. Murph branches off and takes a different direction, which was actually the smart move because Murph beat all of us here. But then I got John Joe Curley telling me, hey, I'm just going to follow you the whole way. I'm like, all right, that's fine. And then I get on the freeway, and I have to slow down to 60 miles per hour, and he's 4 football fields behind me. Like, this is me going 60 miles per hour. And he just had the lightest feather foot I've ever seen.
That's right. This nerd loves speed limits.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Like, here's the thing, dude. He was driving below the speed limit, and I was like, all right, what's the etiquette here when you're following somebody?
Yeah.
When you're the leader, and, like, I keep checking my rearview mirror, like the cops are following me. I'm like, where's John Joe Curley? I lost him. I'm going too fast. I wasn't even going the speed limit.
There is such a thing as driving too slowly, and he was doing that.
Yeah, you can get a ticket for that.
You got to keep up, baby. It's like being on the dance floor and, like, I don't know, just like not holding your own. You know what I mean? Like, get off, dude. What do they say? Either get up. There's a phrase. Get up, get going, or get out of the way. Some sort of phrase like that.
Yeah, it sounds great.
Whatever it is. It's one of those weightlifter phrases. Get moving or get out of the way or something like that. Or how about maybe it's Shawshank, get busy living or get busy dying.
Oh, I was going to tell you S or get off the pot.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one, too.
That's a little a graphic.
Yeah, it is.
I'm checking out new clocks here. We got 3 TVs to look at. Everything's wonderful. I got to say, plus, we have our new neighbors. Shout out to the guys. They've welcomed us. I'm sure under their breath they're like, blank these guys. Oh. But I was like, hey, I'm really sorry to crash your scene. They're like, no, it's great. Blank these guys.
Yeah, they're like, now we got a couple loudmouths down the hallway.
Thankfully,
talking sports and bourbon and cracking eggs in the morning.
Studio is soundproof, thank goodness. So success. We made it, and shout out the engineering crew that did an unbelievable job grinding this thing. Whether it was your baristas or your Sean's on down, or your Josh's, pardon me. I don't think you won't see Sean no more, right?
No,
Josh, you see barista and Josh. And of course, we will be rocking and rolling from Daly City, California, the home of John Madden and John Robinson. All right, so eventually we will talk about what's going on in the sports world and in our lives. We got Giants baseball today at 4:10. They get back at it. After I jock-blogged about Buster Posey. By the way, can I shout out the digital department for literally the best graphic they've ever produced?
Shout out Austin Scott.
Is that Austin?
Who I saw personally working on that graphic yesterday.
Is that Audie? He did. I tell you what, if there's an Emmy for digital graphics, he gets the freaking Emmy.
Well, dude, I walked into these studios yesterday, and as they're setting up for Dirty Work to kick off, I saw Austin Scott working on this graphic, and I said, that's a lot of words on that graphic. That's a lot of reading I have to do. And then, he finally, separated and, put it together and got the format going, and I'm with you. It looked fantastic.
I thought it was wonderful. And if we're talking, it was the breakdown of the 4 biggest things Buster Posey talked about. The first base situation, Willie Adames, the catcher situation, and the closer situation, all in a very handsome orange and black graphic with a very handsome Buster Posey. I even think there might be a silhouette of Doval on there. I mean, it's an incredible graphic.
It's a work of art.
I got to say, it was the graphic of graphics. So we can talk about that. I wound up jock blogging, saying, this is the time. I was kind of riffing, but these are the times to try Buster Posey's soul. We're going to find out in the next 6 weeks what kind of guy he is. How active is he? How aggressive is he? Other than Willie Adames, it was not an aggressive offseason. So, how close does he think this team is? What moves is he going to make? You've been agitating for a trade for a while. So we'll see that. And then, of course, the other big story is the 49ers doing their OTAs. And I'm just going to steal thunder from Tony, young Tony, right now, because I want to tell the first segment that after we finished our show yesterday, we had recorded our promo before we could tell you guys that 49er general manager John Lynch will join us today at 8 a.m. That's right, John Lynch to christen our Daly City studios.
Let's do it, Coach.
That's awesome.
Let's do it. Let's do it, Lynch.
So, dude, we did it. One segment in. The Ficuses are alive. The ghost of John Madden's at Marchbank Park. The fog is in Daly City. Tony's on a high chair. I think we're all good. We're rolling. It's official. Murph and Marcus in Daly City feeling good on The Sports Leader.
Oakland.
App, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
You tell me Reggae Friday made its way to Daly City? Love it. How about that? Everybody, as always, send your requests to Tony if you got them, because you guys have generally been pretty good. So, yes, the text line still works, 415-808-5627. We see people sending us well wishes, which is very nice. Somebody from 408 says, did you get your coffee? And the answer is yes.
Yes, indeed.
We got a Keurig, Keurig, K-E-U-R. Anyway, by the way, I almost blanked it up. Day one. There's an old phrase, there's a phrase, that guy could blank up a cup of coffee. You're looking at that guy.
Yeah.
You're looking at that guy.
Not even joking.
Yeah.
When I got in this morning, we settle in. We're trying to figure out where we are going to prep for the show. And then Murph says, I'm going to go get a cup of coffee. Then about 5 minutes goes by, and John Joe goes, I got to go check on Murph.
See, you know what? That's the homing instincts of a Curly right there. Yeah.
And I was like, well, I need a cup of Joe, too. So I'm following John Joe Curly. Next thing you know, the three of us look like a bunch of monkeys trying to screw in a light bulb.
Well, yeah, you guys arrived, and I was like, guys, I think I broke it.
Yeah.
I think I
what
broke
do we do here?
So what happened was I did the Keurig, and it was great. Success. I could handle it. Hey, I got an A+ on frickin' first grade engineering, right? And then I go to because I need two. I got to fill my Provident Credit Union Yeti with two. So I go to put the second one in, and it starts beeping. It goes beep, beep, empty bin. I'm like, what do you mean empty bin? I've never had to empty a bin before. Now I got problems. Now I reached my finger in to try to pull something out. It gets stuck. And now I'm like, I think I might break this thing. I pull my finger out. I think I tweaked a little lever or something. And now I'm like, oh, boy, I think I blanked it up. And right then, Curly arrived. I was like, oh, thank Christ. And I said, hey, listen, this guy's from Curly Construction. This guy's been building hinges and joists for years. He knows what to do. So I said, and sure enough, it took him about 30 seconds. He's like, and he pulled out the bottom shelf, and that's the bin. And it was filled. Turns out that the Keurig I did filled up the bin. Like, there are like 30 other Keurigs in there, and I guess every 30 or so, you got to empty the bin.
You were the straw that broke the camel's back, Murph.
Which I was like, really? I had to be the one?
Of course.
Couldn't I have just had my second Keurig? But once we emptied it, we were good. I actually helped Curly put the bin back in correctly. Wow. He was putting it in the wrong way.
How many Irish guys does it take to pour a cup of coffee?
There are a few jokes like that. Yeah. So anyway, yes, to the texters who asked, so far so good. I will say, though, it is, I'm not going to go ahead and endorse the rival, but I will say I am a Pete's guy. It's a known thing, and I'll just say I think I got to bring some Pete's in. That's all I got to tell you.
Yeah,
I don't want to give any free pub for the enemy.
Well, Murph, there might be good news on the way, because rumors have already taken over the Daly City studios that the Bloomhagen 3000 should be making its way down. Maybe right now. Maybe it's getting airlifted like home plate.
Are you serious?
From Candlestick to Oracle Park.
Dude.
News is that it's supposed to be coming to the new building. We've had new coworkers ask us about the Bloomhagen 3000.
From other stations.
Yeah, other stations.
I would say if bringing the Bloomhagen 3000 here is like signing bonds in the 92 offseason, like 92, 93 offseason, that big of a deal. So if you're telling me we're signing a Young Barry Bonds and bringing the Bloomhagen 3000 down, then, bro, we're off to a great start.
You're telling me that the new Daly City studio is going to be the studio that the Bloomhagen 3000 built?
Yeah, very good. Yes, dude. All right, well, listen, how was your Sports Thursday? I mean, we haven't talked much about the basketball. The Pacers last night had a chance to close out the Knicks. They did not. And so we go back to Game 6. Your Knicks, congratulations.
Bing bong.
Yeah, were you excited?
Live to fight another day. Yeah, I went out yesterday. Went out to the bar, had a couple beers, watched the Knicks game. Was I don't want to say inspired by the win, but it was good for them to get a good effort. Look, it's going to be hard for them to come back all the way against Indiana, but I like the way that they are fighting, and I like the way that Cat and Jalen Brunson played yesterday.
You say it's going to be hard for them to win in Indiana, but Indiana's fractured in the Pat McAfee, John Cougar Mellencamp feud, dude. We're going back to a fractured landscape. We got McAfee versus Mellencamp for the soul of Indiana, bro. Did you see that?
We got beef in the homeland?
Did you see that?
No, I did. I missed this. I missed this.
Okay.
So, yeah, inform me.
You know why? Because you were you need to tell the audience what you were doing last night in the Cove.
Yeah, after I went to go watch the Knicks game, I went over to Oracle Park to go check out Kendrick Lamar at Oracle Park last night, Murph.
So, but here's the catch. You didn't have a ticket.
No, I did not have a ticket. And I know people are probably going to make fun of me like, Water Boy, I thought you were a celebrity. I thought you were this big-time radio host. How did you not have a ticket? Well, I'm not going to throw anybody underneath the bus. I have a ticket plug here at The Sports Leader, and I was hoping to get hooked up with some tickets They fell through. I never got the tickets. And so my bold strategy of waiting it out to the last minute did not work. I talked about this a few weeks ago when I went to the Tyler, the Creator concert at Chase Center. Tickets were going for like $300-$400, but I waited until about 30 minutes before the show started, and I got a ticket for half the price, $150, Murph. So yesterday I had the same type of strategy. I said, you know what? It's an outdoor concert. I'm going to go down to McCaffrey Cove. I'm going to hang out, and I'm going to try to get a last-minute ticket. Boy, was I wrong. Ticket prices before the show went up from $400 to $500 to $600 to $700 just to get into the building yesterday to see Kendrick Lamar. But as I mentioned, it was at Oracle Park, so I went and hung out right next to the McCaffrey Cove statue, down at your new favorite beach.
It is my new favorite beach,
and you can hear the entire concert, and you can even see like 60% of the screen. So I got a live concert, got a free show last night.
Dude, you did, in Cal Berkeley at Memorial Stadium, another one of my favorite spots. It's called Tightwad Hill or Cheapskate Hill, Tightwad Hill, where you can go, if you walk up a trail, there's a little hill above the stadium where they fire the cannon when Cal scores. Spoiler alert, they're not firing that cannon a lot.
Oh, look at you taking shots.
Unless Francisco Mendoza or whatever goes 98 yards with my boys before I transfer to Indiana.
Yeah, this is why we went on the camping trip, Murph.
To put myself in the middle of the Mellencamp-McAfee feud. Cheapskate Hill, you did it. That's the new Cheapskate Hill is McCaffrey Cove.
And I got to say, dude, the Cove was packed too.
Hill, yes.
Like there were boats out there. There were people on paddle boards, and it was filled up to the brim of people basically sitting like back to back trying to watch this Kendrick concert last night.
Tightwad Hill is what it's called, Tightwad Hill. And so good for you. And it was a good show?
Yeah, it was a good show. It was cool. A lot of SZA mixed in. Interesting approach to not have SZA as the opening artist, but it was like a little bit of a back and forth where SZA came out, did a couple songs, then Kendrick did a couple songs, then they went back to SZA, then it went back to Kendrick, then they went back to SZA, then they closed out the show
So it
doing
was
some
like a
songs together.
co-concert, not an opener.
Yeah, it was like a duet. But there was like times where like, all right, this is like 30 straight minutes of SZA. Where's Kendrick?
Yeah, if you go to see Kendrick, you don't need 30 straight of SZA.
Yeah.
All due respect to
no
SZA.
disrespect, but I was like, okay, I thought like she played a couple of her good songs. I thought she was the opener, and then Kendrick disappeared for 30 minutes. I'm like, where's K-Dot? Where'd he go?
What's the one, Luther, the one they sing together?
Yeah, Luther. They
That's
did
a
that
beauty.
last night.
They did it? Was he wearing those bell bottoms he wore at Super Bowl?
Oh, that's a good question because I could only see 60% of the screen, so I could only see his top half. I couldn't see those bell bottoms.
Couldn't see from the shins
Couldn't
down.
check them out. Couldn't check them out.
So I'll catch you up to speed. I'll put you on game.
Yeah, put me on game with this
John
beef.
Mellencamp. Do you know who John Cougar Mellencamp is?
Yes, I do.
Little
Murph.
ditty about
Yes,
Marcus and Murph. Yeah. So he is
Two radio hosts doing a show from Daly City.
Little ditty about my Hey, well I can see
Little ditty.
I can
from
see
the top of the hill.
little pink houses shrouded in fog from my view here right now. But anyway, John Mellencamp has a Twitter account, and he took a picture of himself and his babe, and he posted this text on the picture. He wrote, "The Knicks-Pacers games have been very entertaining for anyone who likes basketball or sports. I attended Game 4 in Indianapolis." That's nice, right?
Yeah.
But here he goes. Quote, "Hoosier hospitality," unquote. ... I was embarrassed when somebody called him somebody, under whose direction I don't know, called out some of the people who had made the trip from New York to support their team and in turn support our team. The audience booed these people. I'd say that was not Hoosier hospitality. One could only say it's poor twice sportsmanship. I was not proud to be a Hoosier, and I've lived here my entire life. Damn. On behalf of most Hoosiers, I would like to apologize for our poor behavior. I'm sure the Pacers had nothing to do with this smackdown. John Mellencamp. Bro, a line in the sand has been drawn
Mellencamp.
between the McAfee generation and the Mellencamp generation. I got to come out early. Dude, you kidding me? You coming at my guy Cougar? I got to ride with John Cougar, bro. I mean, that guy, he's given me decades and decades of epic American tunes. Whereas McAfee just wears a tank top and drops F-bombs. So.
I mean, I thought I was getting the beef last night when Kendrick was performing some of his Drake disses, but I didn't know that Mellencamp McAfee was the new Drake versus Kendrick.
Dude, this could be the crack the Knicks are looking for.
Knicks in 7, Murph.
I'm
Watch
telling
out.
you, bro.
Knicks in 7.
They're going back to a fractured landscape.
Written in the script.
They are.
You don't see Timothy Chalamet and Ben Stiller getting into it.
Nope. There you go. All right, you guys are up to speed. Guest list on a Friday, May 30th, 2025. That's right, Friday, May 30, 2025. We don't have the horns? We do. The horns made the trip down to Marchbank Park, right outside our window, where countless Daly City youth spent their youth, including John Madden. Couldn't believe I found it. It was like a blessing from the gods that Dave Gingona, my buddy Dave Gingona, who was Gary Radnich's longtime Cron producer, is a Daly City guy. And he wrote on social media, he goes, hey, Murph, man, you're going to be right next to Marchbank Park where John Madden and John Robinson played Little League. And then I Googled it, and I have an interview Madden gave to NFL Films calling Marchbank Park the greatest park in America. Dude, right here, right outside our window. So we are blessed. Young Tone, good morning to you. You made it, kid. You made it.
What's up, Tony?
Good morning.
Are you on a high chair?
Sounds like I'm underwater, huh?
Yeah, there is the Tim Webb.
Sounds bad.
Well, don't,
Yeah.
You sound fine.
We got to get that fixed.
No, it brings a certain quality to you, buddy.
It does. It sounds like Tony's broadcasting and running the board from the drive-thru at the In-N-Out Burger across the street.
Yeah.
It's right.
Welcome to In-N-Out. What's your order?
Buster Posey would say double, no tomato.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. So, dude, how was your commute?
Solid. 37 miles, 34 minutes. Saved some time on my favorite freeway, 280.
Oh, you're a 280 guy,
I'm a 280
Tony.
guy.
So, wait a minute. What route did you take? You just went over the Bay Bridge, right?
I just kept going down through the city.
And then, John, you see John Daly Boulevard, no problem,
did.
right?
I didn't miss that one. I missed it yesterday. I didn't miss it today.
I missed it today. So, dude, so what's the difference plus minus to your
7 miles more.
But time-wise?
I mean, 4-minute difference.
4 minutes.
It's normally 30 miles, 30 minutes. So normally, take me 30 minutes, 25 on average, whatever.
I think mine is, before I missed the exit, I think mine was shaping up to be about 5 to 7 minutes longer, depending on how it was going to go. I'll give you the official tally on Monday. But so in other words,
not that bad at all, dude. Dude, this place is fantastic. The engineers have done a great job, obviously. Shout them out. Shout the whole team out. I think it's been like a national. We called in all the engineers we know to get this whole thing set up.
What's your favorite thing about the new spot?
Just how updated and new it looks. The studio, the background, the cameras, our stream, everybody watching us on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter.
The ficuses.
The ficuses.
Let me ask, Tony, how do you feel about looking down at me and Murph?
I do on a normal basis anyway.
Wow. See, I gave you a little bit of low-hanging fruit, but now I got to clap back because it is weird seeing Tony from this angle. Like, looking up at Tony, I'm not used to seeing the bottom of his chin because we're so much taller than a young Tony.
707 says, poor young Tony locked in a room full of helium over there, dude.
Facts. I know.
See, and by the way, the mistake I made by looking at the text line to see what people were saying about you, and then that guy came with an anti-Mellencamp text.
Oh, no.
So now we got problems.
Anti-Mellencamp.
Now we got problems.
He's Team McAfee.
Yeah.
You got to pick a side.
Yeah, I'm definitely picking a side on this one. What do you got, Tone?
All right, well, coming up today is Friday. Mike Krukow is going to join us for his regular 7:30 hit. The big hit is going to be John Lynch going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning. That's a huge get for us. A lot of good stuff with the Niners coming up in the next few weeks. Cooler content, 8:30. Mark Spears going to check in with him. NBA playoffs underway. He's going to join us at 8:50. And then JP Martinez talk a little pitching with JP, the pitching coach for the Giants, at 9:30.
And 510 says, hey, Murph, it's the first Friday in 20 years you never even mentioned in the first segment that it's a Friday. Usually it's our controlling narrative. It's Friday.
It's a Friday, fool.
But so we got to regain that Friday energy down here in Daly City. It is a reggae Friday.
I know we did not even acknowledge Bob in the first segment.
We didn't. Bob Marley.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, correct.
We had a Bob rejoin, and Murph. We need to let the people know, now that we're in Daly City, that this has always been a Rasta show ever since.
How long have you been a Rasta?
Well, I've been a Rasta from ever since,
Yes. The fact that was the first sound you fired from your new Daly City soundboard. By the way, I got to shed layers. The old studio was cold, so I always wore a jacket. I'm breaking into a light sweat here.
It's getting hot in here.
I'm getting a light sweat. All right, what did the 49ers say yesterday? And in fact, there's already an injury. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Visit the contest page at knbr.com and enter your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton, happening June 13th through July 6th. Furnished by the Fair. Find official rules at knbr.com. The summer season up with fun, the whole family will love. Delicious fair food, ride crazy carnival rides, action sports like FMX, rodeo, and a monster truck show. Tickets are discounted online through June 12th. Get tickets and info at alamedacountyfair.com.
We should probably take something to the Johnson.
Oh, great idea. Ken loves fresh flowers.
you because you mentioned John Joe Curley's name. Can you see that Irish mug? Can you see his face?
Believe it or not, I have a. Do you remember Mac Tonight? Do you remember that? No, am I dating myself yet again?
I don't think so.
McDonald's Mac Tonight.
Oh yeah, with the moon face. Yeah, the moon face, and he dressed up.
I would say that's the vision because I have a sliver of a view, and I see this big pasty Irish face. It's kind of like Mac Tonight. You remember that?
Yeah, I do.
That's pretty good.
I've seen the reference before. I don't remember the live commercials, but I've definitely seen the reference. He was
promoting some sort of burger. McDonald's went with a commercial. It was a big moon face thing.
Yeah,
very bizarre.
Dressed up like.
And that's
like Elvis almost.
That's my call because I have a slight. He's between two. We're between two ferns. He's between two monitors, and I just see that big pasty Irish face.
We are between two ficuses or fat guys.
Fat guy. Can you say that?
I don't know.
FCC.
Careful.
Anyway, everybody. Good morning. So we did it. John Lynch is going to join us at 8 a.m. today. How great is that? He's going to welcome us in as we kind of give you guys bang GMs because Buster Posey yesterday was fantastic. Actually, he's president of baseball ops. Zach Manassian's the GM, but we can react to that on the other side. But come on, the 49ers are back in our lives. They were down there for their official OTAs, and there's no holdouts. That's the big story so far, Marcus. And, of course, I told you guys there was an injury. Unfortunately, Ricky Pearsall has a hamstring situation. It got me a little worried when I first heard it. I was like, guys, this guy injury prone. Well, obviously, he can't control what happened to him last Labor Day, right? Mm-hmm. That was a little off the grid. He did have a shoulder he had a shoulder. I'm not even going to say it. He had a shoulder last summer.
He's got two of those, Murph.
That's what they do now in the NFL. They just say it.
Yeah, shoulder.
Marcus Boucher, he's got an elbow.
Yeah, exactly.
You're like, yeah.
Not a good one.
He's got to replace. Got an elbow. What about it?
Yeah, replace UCL.
But he had a shoulder subluxation. Is that how you say it?
Yeah, I think you're right.
So he was hurt last training camp. Then he got shot, obviously. And then he shows up with a hammy, and I'm like, bro, is this guy, are we going to be dealing with an injury-prone Rick Pearsall? But there is a stat out there that he played all 55 possible games at Arizona State and Florida. So there is a track record of playing.
Yeah, and so I don't even want to think about labeling him with that label quite yet. Now, I know that he did deal with a hamstring injury last season also, so it'll be something to keep an eye on of how he recovers. Sounds like he's not going to participate in OTAs or maybe even minicamp. We'll see the actual updates when we talk to John Lynch today to get a breakdown of what's going on with Slick Rick. But it's a little disappointing when you're coming to the season knowing that Brandon Ayuk is not going to be out there, knowing about the injuries and the situation that Ricky dealt with last year. You're just looking for more time and more chemistry between him and Brock Purdy because, let's be honest, it's going to be up to him and Juwan Jennings to carry this wide receiver room until Brandon Ayuk is healthy because beyond that, they don't have a lot of depth in that room.
Yeah, it's a bummer. Listen, every team has injuries, but we've been going on a good vibe. There's been three phases to me of the 2025 season for the Niners, or 2025 calendar year for the Niners. There was the end of the season where I was like, thank God it's over. Now refresh, refuel, revenge. Then there was chapter 2 when everybody left. Dre Greenlaw and everybody left. I was like, whoa. Had to jock blog about how they're farther from the Super Bowl than they've been. And then there was chapter 3 where Brock signed, Warner signed, Kittle signed, and then they drafted a bunch of defensive players that appear to be promising. So chapter 3 was feeling good. This is now we're back to chapter 4, Ricky Pearsall hurt at camp. Now, again, don't want to make too big a deal, but these are valuable. There's a reason why they have these things. They got to have valuable reps. So a little bit of a setback there. And as you mentioned, particularly with Ayuk out.
Yeah, and not to be too much of a negative Nancy, but we also should mention that Jair Brown had an ankle procedure. And you throw that on top of Mustafa having the offseason surgery also. And you mentioned it, Talanoa Hufanga is now playing for the Denver Broncos. So you're looking at that safety position. And again, it is early. It is the last day of May? I don't know. We don't got our clock with the calendar anymore. What day is it, June or is it May?
It's May 30th. May 30th.
Thanks for the clarification and working with me there. But yeah, it's May 30th. It's the third day of OTAs. I don't want to freak out too much, but you don't want to start going down the path that we saw last year with all of those injuries.
And I continue to pile on. Another safety, the kid they drafted from Kansas State, Marquise Siegel, he's also out. He showed up with an injury that we'll talk to John Lynch about this. Yeah. So that's 3 DBs, Mustafa, Brown, and the kid Siegel they signed.
Other than that, how was the play, Mrs. Lynch?
It's going great. It's going great. And then the rookie kid from Texas, the D tackle Alfred Collins, has a calf injury he sustained on March 25th at his pro day. So he's been out for 2 months. The guy who was on the field was Christian McCaffrey. And my God, you give this current media landscape, which is, oversaturated, you give those people a chance to watch Christian McCaffrey kind of dry run a rep in Santa Clara, and you're going to have full-on panic Oh, my God, he doesn't look the same. Oh, he looks too slow. No, he looks great. People wigging out. I will say, yeah, there's some value to seeing how McCaffrey looks on May 29. I will also say, yeah, there's not a ton of value to seeing how McCaffrey looks on May 29. Now, at some point, Christian McCaffrey will slow down. He ain't going to go till he's 60, I don't think. I mean, he's a hell of an athlete. He is turning 29 in a week. Does that age, is that a red flag for you on an athlete like McCaffrey?
Well, they say that 30 is that number for running backs. Now, we've seen outliers. We've seen guys like Adrian Peterson have success after turning 30 years old. And I do think that Christian McCaffrey is the type of outlier athlete where he is still going to be successful and still what he was even before the Achilles injury that he dealt with last year. Like, I don't want to just look over the fact that game in Buffalo before he got injured the second time on the season, he was looking great. It looked like he did have that step back. And so that's the question. It's always been about health with Christian McCaffrey. I don't think he's past his prime. I think he's going to have value playing even beyond this year and next year and a couple years down the road, because even if you don't want him to take 100% of the workload, I think eventually you can use him as a third down back, like a Darren Sproles type role. But still, at 29, I don't think his best days are behind him.
That's where we get to the part about you missing Jordan Mason. Yeah. What did Shanahan say about Christian McCaffrey yesterday on first day of camp?
Christian is pretty he's as ready as any player I've ever been around. When he gets hurt, he's got to rehab and get better. Right now, he's healthy as can be. We got to kind of protect him from himself. But Christian has a good idea of what he needs to do right now. He's doing a lot less than he normally would do, but I know he's excited on how healthy he feels and the fact that he can get out there.
Okay. Well, we'll ask John Lynch about it, too, because he knows Stanford. Maybe he has the super secret Stanford info, too. So he says he's doing less than he usually does. Maybe they're trying to contain him from himself.
Is that why he's not looking explosive, Murph? I mean, it really is ridiculous. I mean, that's how we know football season is back, because sooner rather than later, guys are going to start tracking Brock Purdy interceptions and OTAs.
Don't forget, that's coming.
Oh, yeah, it's right around the corner.
Oh, that's coming. Full panic. Get ready for August 6th panic. All right, just put it in your books right now. Purdy threw 3 picks at practice on August 6th.
And then people are going to freak out, and there's going to be 2 different ways to cover it. People are going to be talking about the interceptions on Purdy. Some people are going to talk about how great the defense is for picking off Brock Purdy. I mean, I don't want to get too political in our first day down here in Daly City, but the way that a lot of people cover the 49ers is almost watching like Fox News versus CNN. Yeah. Like, you put on the news to watch a story, and it's 2 completely different stories.
Good call, brother.
It's like Christian McCaffrey, how he looked.
Yeah.
One news station says he looks great. The other news station says he looks terrible. I'm like, what's going on?
Great call.
Can I just get the actual damn update? Can I see the video footage so I can make that judgment myself?
We're going to start assigning personality. Who's the Rachel Maddow of the Niner Beats? Who's the Bill O'Reilly of the Niner Beat? I just dated myself with O'Reilly. I think he's long gone.
The 49ers beat writer said what?
The media said what?
I mean, come on.
Very good. Very good.
It's day 2 of OTAs.
Good riff. Good riff. Sponsored by Marin Health, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care. Closer than you think. Sergio Romo joining Papa and Silver today at 1:30 to Chris in Daly City, as is Heather in San Francisco. Our friend Heather is going to help us welcome our first caller in Daly City. Heather, good morning.
Hey, morning, Heather.
Good morning, boys. Oh, my God, I'm seriously your first caller?
You are.
First one in Daly City.
Oh, my God. I feel like so honored. Honestly, my 2-hour commute, so I do beat all your guys' commute. I would totally take a 37-minute commute in a heartbeat, but welcome to your new digs. I know it's not technically in the city, but we're going to kind of count it, so I just wanted to throw that out there. But the reason that was the main reason I called in, but I also had to tell you on my commute home yesterday, Copes was saying, I believe it was Copes, but he was giving you guys a really nice shout out. So I just had to let you know, because he was so impressed that all of you guys came down to the studio early to check out your new digs, make sure everything was working. He really, really gave a lot of praise to young Tony. He goes, I know we give that kid a lot of shit. He's like, but he was here and I was so impressed. So it was a really nice shout out.
I got to tell you, Heather, based on all that description, how nice it was, how thoughtful it was, how kind it was.
It wasn't
There's
Copes.
no freaking way it's Copes. Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, was that AI?
That was Thin Tim. Clearly, the only guy capable of that show of doing that is Thin Tim.
Yeah.
That's the only one.
I don't know if I'm buying it. It feels like we're being set up for something, Heather.
But you heard it. Good for you.
Nice.
Well, you should, when you finally get to your destination, go on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter and tell us how you like the new visual.
Yeah, tell us what you think of the
Marcus
Vikings.
Totally will.
I think Marcus looks even sexier here. I think he does. Yeah.
Hey now.
Okay, all right. Well, he's looking pretty good before, so
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Good Friday. So, but one more thing, really quick.
Yes.
I just wanted to let you guys know I was at the River Cats game last night with my girlfriends, and Encarnacion. Oh my gosh, he is hitting the ball nicely. So I'm so ready to have him back. I think maybe he will be our little spark plug at first base. You never know. So just saying, he looked pretty damn good last night.
Bring him back. He might be back in the lineup Monday. So.
I know. You guys said maybe when he came back to the Bay. Is that when they're back to the Bay is on Monday?
Yeah.
Big Bad Gerard. He's a big old honking dude. He's a big old hulking honking dude.
He's a big boy.
Yeah.
Heather, real quick, how did Marco?
I will say he looks really good.
Yeah, real quick, Heather, while we have you, what did you think about Marco Luciano over at first base last night?
He was okay. I mean, we struggled a little bit, but I don't know. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. So I'll just say that. I don't know about that.
All right. Heather, thanks for christening us. We appreciate you.
Oh my God, you guys! I'm so honored. Have a great day at your new place.
Incredible vibes from Heather on a Friday, on a reggae Friday,
and
no less.
And I love how comfortable Heather is calling into our show, where she just dropped an S-bomb and just drove right over it and didn't even acknowledge it. It was just so natural.
The YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter crowd got the S-bomb for sure. By the way, 623 says, Murph, call your agent. New lighting makes you look incredibly pasty.
Oh, no.
How good is that?
Yeah, you got the pasty camera.
I look like Mac tonight.
Yeah.
Like Curly.
Well, maybe you're just already pasty, and we're just showing the...
I don't know. So you go look at those pictures that I posted of you, me, Cleo, Oppo, and Ali.
Got some color.
I think I got some lustrous golf course and watching youth baseball bake on. And by the way, shout out Rory's Pirates, who advanced yet again last night.
Dude, the Pirates won another one?
We're making a miracle run, buddy.
Here come the Buccos.
They were seated at the bottom of the bracket. They've pulled off 2 upsets now. This happens every year in Little League playoffs. Every year. These teams dominate regular season, and some team from the bottom of the scrap heap makes a run. So we're in the winner's bracket final tomorrow. We'll see how it goes.
Go get them, kids.
I know. Right? Nobody wants to play the Buccos right now.
That's it.
Because you know what? We're coming in young, dumb, and...
Hey.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, you can't say that.
All right. Hey, let's do this. Let's, exactly. On the other side, we got a lot of traction off of the Buster Posey interview yesterday, and in particular, the Willie Adames quote. What Buster had to say about Willie and what you guys have to say about it. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Bang the number, even though we're right here at Marchbank Stadium where John Madden played his youth football, tackle football with John Robinson as a kid. And by the way, somebody said, because Sacred Heart hosts games, you do know Barry Bonds literally used to launch home runs onto South Avenue up there. Damn. That's what they said. So Bonds was hitting home runs right here. We got a lot of history, baby. Don't sleep on Daly City.
I know. I thought we were down the street from the best ballpark in America with Oracle Park.
No.
Now we're really right next door.
John Madden said it, and if we could roll it in, but I don't think we have the technology. Maybe Monday.
We'll get it. I actually just emailed it to myself. I'm playing it just
Look at my guy.
Manually.
Look at my guy. Despite the helium, he's getting it done.
Despite taking double orders from Buster Posey at In-N-Out.
Welcome to In-N-Out. Can I get your order?
Double, no tomato, and I need more production at first base.
Would you like extra spread on that, or
let me go with the animal style fries, Tony. Let me get one of those Flying Dutchmans.
So let's go, Buster on Adames. What you guys have to say too? 808 KNBR is the phone number, and 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. As we're rolling day one at the new digs on a Reggae Friday. The Sports Leader.
Okay, yeah. I think it should be.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER.
Reggae Friday. Here we go. Young Tone. Who you got here, bud?
What do we got? We have Night Nurse Gregory Isaacs, one of my favorites.
Yeah, sounding good, buddy. We are here in Daly City, California. If you're just tuning in, we have a whole new situation. God bless our neighbors in Daly City here. We're looking at a Marchbank Park, which is a historic park. We have audio of John Madden talking about playing football here as a kid in the outfield and playing baseball here with John Robinson, who we've lost both of those titans. But it's nice to know that we're kind of blessed by the ghost of John Madden here. Certainly for you and probably your old man, too.
Yeah, it's super cool when you hear the background stories of guys who used to play on an older, let's be honest, beat-up type of field. And so you see it, and the first thing you do, you walk out and be like, damn, someone has to play on this field. And then you start hearing about the legends like a John Madden or a Barry Bonds, guys who have actually swung the bat on the field. It's kind of like, not saying Washington Park down in Santa Clara, where my name is outside, but it's an old ballpark. And there were always legends. I never knew if they were true or not, if they were just urban myth, that Babe Ruth played on that field.
I would say he probably did. He used to barnstorm all the time.
I was going to say, part of the barnstorming
Well,
tour.
I know he did out at Billy Hebert Field in Stockton and other places. Listen, there's all these communities that have these great diamonds. I talked about Cleve Boardman Field up in Yountville, how great it is. But hell, in Marin County, we got Albert Park, man. It is fantastic. Old school, 1940 vibe. So everybody's got theirs. Now, Marchbank might need to water the grass a little bit. But the picture I saw in the Madden piece, it was thriving. It was a shot from, I don't know, the 40s or the 50s. Big crowd out here. Huge game. The place looked good. And where we are was just a hill. People were watching the game from where we are on this little hill here. So, top of the hill. Daly City's just up the street.
Now we're at the top of the hill. Now we're at the top of our
actually
new
at the bottom of
studios.
the hill.
Yeah, I guess so. I was working that out through my brain. But we have a patio right outside. How long before the entire KNBR crew is just like hanging out, barbecuing, tailgating, heckling high school kids playing baseball?
We got a grill and
What about
watch the
actually
ball.
playing ball out there?
Well, we got to have,
Marcus?
we used to have a KNBR softball team. I played on it back in the 00s. We played on it. We used to play out at Rossi Park in San Francisco. So let's get it back. Let's get it going. Get a softball team. Now, I'm at the point in my career, I ain't driving back in for the games. You guys can do that.
Yeah,
right?
see, that's an issue. And I've been recruited to play on a few different softball teams. Shout out to our guy, Raph.
Yeah, Raph's got a squad.
Who's the KNBR leader when it comes to softball. And shout out to a time and place where he recruited me to play in his softball league. And I was like, Raph, I work so early in the morning. I just don't really have time for it, blah, blah, blah. But then walks in a former host at KNBR, and he legitimately got upset that Raph was asking me to join the softball team and not asking him to join the softball team.
What, is it the Cackle?
No, it's not the Cackle because Triple E did end up playing on Raph's softball team.
Triples did send his best on social media for our move. By the way, Triple E, our beloved, if occasionally, shall we say, what's the word I'm looking for? I was going to say, no. I was. Our beloved, if occasionally mistake-prone friend, is now working in artificial intelligence.
So when I think AI and the future of AI, I think about Triple E.
Triple AI, dude. It's terrifying. Yeah. Absolutely terrifying.
See, this is why I don't trust these self-driving cars.
No, God, no.
They got a guy like Triple E programming them.
You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Okay, we teased the Willie Adames and the Buster. We're getting right to it right here. This is what Buster Posey said yesterday about Willie Adames, who, by the way, has a negative WAR. I jock blogged yesterday about Buster, so I had to look up a couple stats. He's a negative WAR right now, bro.
Is that good or bad? Murph?
Well, I think the word negative generally in Seinfeld they didn't say prognosis positive; they said prognosis negative. He also has an OPS in under 650. These are screamingly unacceptable numbers. Okay, so 2 months in, 56 games in, 31-25, right? Yeah. 56 games in, bro. What's going on with Willy Adames, Buster Posey?
I think I would say that, be patient. It's not uncommon when superstar players sign a big deal and struggle out the gate. I mean, we saw it with Trey Turner. We saw it with Francisco Lindor. You're seeing it to an extent with Juan Soto this year. So be patient. Willy's he's a guy. I don't know how to say that. You're going to say he's a guy. He's a dude. I mean, he is. I was talking to Bob the other day, and Bob's like, man, this guy shows up every single day with the same attitude. I told Bob, I was like, man, I'm not sure I could do that. And there's not many people that can. And personally, I've gone through it as a player when you struggle. It's rough. I mean, I didn't, you don't sleep well. It's on your mind all the time. And for this guy to show up and be the same each and every day is pretty remarkable. And he's truly a leader. And I've got belief that offensively he's going to, find his groove here. He's always been a bit of a streaky hitter. So hoping that hot stretch is right around the corner.
Okay, so there it is, man. Time for us to dissect what he had to say. First of all, he called him a dude. Like, he's not – like, we had Chris Russo on at the start of the year, and he goes, he's not a star. He's not a star. And, in fact, he's never made an all-star game. And I don't think anybody would lump him in with a Juan Soto. In fact, nobody would lump him in with a Juan Soto or a Francisco Lindor or a Trey Turner, right? So to call him a star is a little bit of a leap, but he's a very productive player that can be very reliable and can be, in a best-case scenario, be one of the 3 best hitters in a lineup,
yeah,
I'd say.
I would agree with that statement. I mean, this is a guy who, even when you signed him, I didn't view him as the solution to finding your 3-hitter. I thought he's a guy that's going to bounce around in your lineup, be a 2-hitter, be a 5-hitter. He's not the guy that you're building your lineup around, but you are building your lineup with Willy Adames. And we talk about his personality so much and how much he loves being a San Francisco Giant and how he wants to recruit other guys to come to this organization. And to me, that was one of the biggest benefits, re-signing or having the contract extension done with a guy like Matt Chapman, having Willy Adames sign this contract. And I know everybody wants him to live up to his contract, but I do think that there is some value having a guy like Willy Adames in the clubhouse, because when you look at the lineup, you're like, all right, there is a place to fit in between Willy Adames, Matt Chapman, Elliot Ramos, and Jung Hoo Lee. Like, there's some actual depth throughout this lineup. I know guys are struggling right now, but like that at least can be used as a recruiting tool moving forward. I know nobody wants to hear that right now when Willy Adames is struggling at the plate, but that is also something to keep in mind, that we are in year 1 of the Buster Posey regime. We had somebody text in the other day telling us to keep the same energy with Buster that we kept with Farhan Zaidi. And my response would be, we are keeping that same energy. Did you listen to KNBR the first 2, 3, 4 years of the Farhan Zaidi regime? I mean, I had my guy Mark Willard saying that they were going to build a statue right outside of Oracle Park of Farhan Zaidi.
Paulie found the magic wand sound at the 2019 trade deadline when he got rid of Melanson.
Yeah, and so I think like people have to realize that there's a difference between the final year of Farhan's era last season, where there wasn't expectations of playoffs or bust, versus year 1 of Buster Posey, where he's trying to build something, and he's trying to build it around guys like Willy Adames and Matt Chapman.
I also think what happened with Farhan, for whoever's trying to come at us, and I don't even know why we're responding to that, but is that I think what happened is, as the years went by, his style wore on everybody. The style of openers and never knowing who was on the team and 66 roster moves and all that. So that's that energy. Somebody's talking about that energy. Yeah. That energy is, we got weary as baseball fans of a product that was not entertaining or easy to follow. Or like you used to get, you moved to the city and you wanted to go to the park and you'd be like, I don't know who's starting tonight.
No.
And I mean, this stuff matters. You'd be like, oh, you don't need to know because we're gonna hold it from the frickin' Tampa Bay Rays. But exactly. Then you got Kapler wrestling with Brebby on the mound. It became a very unappealing style of play, unless you were going to win 107 every time, and that took a Brandon Crawford MVP season.
No doubt. And like that was the point that I was trying to make. It's like, look at the inconsistency, the 66 roster moves, the constant turnovers, the platoons, and all that stuff. It just felt like there wasn't anything that you were really building towards with the way that you would shuttle your top prospects back and forth between Sacramento and San Francisco. I mean, it just really didn't seem like there was a plan for the future. It was all about the present, where I think with Buster Posey, he is thinking about the future. And you pointed it out perfectly the other day. You said, look, this is year one of Willy Adames' contract. You're going to have to embrace him. You're going to have to show him some type of love. You can't just start off in this rocky relationship and then look for an opt-out after the first season. It's not going to happen like that. Willy Adames is going to be a part of this organization moving forward, and everybody wants to see him succeed, including Buster Posey.
So, I mean, listen, he's never been a hit for average guy. His career batting average is 245. Okay, you just need to know that. So right now his batting average is 208. And just 2 years ago, he had an entire season where he hit 217. So it's quite possible he could hit 217 all year. The difference is in that year, he hit 24 bombs. And his OPS was 717. And while it wasn't awesome OPS, it was better than 621, what it currently is. So there is strong evidence that was his worst year in the last five. That was 2 years ago, 2023. Then he had his big contract year this year where he hit 32, hit 251, and his OPS was 793. So that's the peak. The bottom is that 2 years ago. He's not even close to that right now, which means you have to believe he's 29. He's not washed up. So, be patient, says Buster. And we're willing to, and he's going to be out there. Now, the defense hasn't been awesome. We've been spoiled by Brandon Crawford, but it was interesting to hear what he had to say, and a lot of reaction, too, that it created, too. We should probably get out to the phones. 808 KNBR, we're in our brand new studios at Daly City. What do you think, guys? Between two ferns, between two ficuses, and the temperature's going up and down. I'm going on and back. And we need to find the porridge temperature in here, buddy.
This one's too cold. This one's too hot.
I like it a little chillier.
Yeah.
To keep it on the. Can I work PG-13?
Oh, please do.
I like to. I like to broadcast when my nipples are hard.
Wow. Murph, the weatherman over
I
here.
just decided to go there. Well, it was the Norm. Remember, Norm, what's up? My nipples. It's freezing out there, right?
Yeah.
Shout out George Wendt. Jeff in Santa Rosa wants to talk about the Giants. So, Jeff, good morning. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Jeff?
Good morning. Well, I mean, now I'm a little excited about my nipples, so I don't
Had to
know
go
what
there
about that.
at 7:03. Yes.
Well, and you know what? You know what's your first date, your new place, you got to do what you got to do.
Mm-hmm.
You got to break that thing in right.
What you got, Jeff?
So, hey, I think people need to settle down. It's a long season. They're doing some fine tuning. There's no doubt that Buster, in the way that Buster does things with cool, calm, and collectiveness, is working on it. I think Coach Melvin is working on it, and I think we just need to settle down. We're only 3 games back. We're not the Rockies, okay? So let's just take a breath. You guys got a new studio. We got a new week coming up. We're going to be fine.
All right, Jeff. I like it. Well, I mean, other than let me ask you this though. I appreciate the idea. Is there anything other than you just saying "calm down" that gives you hope? Like why you think they'll win games?
The way we started spring training, the way we went through spring training, the way that we started the season, and the way that we're playing. Yes, the past couple of weeks have not been, as that lady used the S word, it's not been great. But at the end of the day, we need to take a breath.
All right. It is. As I said, I jock blogged yesterday, Jeff, and I said that I was like, it kind of feels weird to panic. It's freaking late May. You know what I mean? It ain't late August.
Exactly. I mean, you and the wife are having arguments. That doesn't mean you're going to get a divorce. It means you work things out, you figure it out, and you move on.
Jeff.
But I'm looking forward to the barbecue on your new patio, a listener contest with burgers and
great idea.
Fries.
Great freaking idea, Jeff. Dude, put you on the promotion staff right now. Patio barbecue. We got to link it to a high school baseball game, and we'll provide running commentary and salute that goes to John Madden. Yeah. Uh-huh.
And we'll have some nice Pinot from Sonoma County.
Ooh, Jeff, let's go.
Damn.
All right, way to go, Jeff. Great call. God, Jeff with the incredible vibes. One, don't worry, the Giants have shown they can play well all through spring training, all through the first 6 weeks. 2, he came up with an idea for a promotion, barbecue on the patio. And then 3 took us maybe a little inside the house there, saying, just because you're having the argument with the wife doesn't mean you get divorced.
I mean, it was great advice on all 3 levels. And I'm with Jeff. You shouldn't get a divorce after a few arguments. You got to work it out. You got to go to couples therapy.
707 says Farhan would have DFA'd half this roster already.
Well, think about the comments we had earlier this year from Tyler Fitzgerald, where he talked about not having that pressure kind of hanging over him like a cloud, thinking about if I struggle for the first couple weeks of the season, they're going to send me down. And I know people probably said, like, oh, well, guys like Christian Koch should deserve to be sent down. But it also, instills a message in the clubhouse of, we're going to give you an opportunity, we're going to give you a longer leash, and we're not going to react to a bad stretch of games like we're seeing right now with the Giants.
Yeah. Hey, Jose is checking in from San Francisco. Our buddy Jose. Everybody's checking in. Heather, Jeff, Jose. We got a Chris in the new studio. Jose, good morning.
What's up, Jose?
Good morning. Good morning, guys.
Morning, Jose.
Marv, I hear you going rough and at the new studio showing off nipples. I remember that time when Tom was getting on his case, telling me, close that shirt. I can see your nipples. Anyways, you know what? Listen, I live about 10 years in Daly City. I think it's about time you call Ray Wright and ask him for half his collection of sweaters because 75% of the time it's cold and foggy in Daly City.
That's correct.
It's nice, though. At least you don't have to worry about your dog stepping on people's poop, like in San Francisco. They'll be okay. Like I said, I'm happy with what I'm seeing. You can expect progress, which is what we're seeing. I mean, sometimes people are getting realistic about their expectations. They expect, results right away. Buster used to cover, so let's give him 2 more years, to work with the roster, make changes. It's going to happen. Just be patient. My main call was about the 49ers and Enrique Pearsall. Sorry to get off the subject.
No, you're good.
I think the Niners should start looking for an extra wide receiver just in case, Ricky's injury kind of lingers on. And this thing with the hammies have a tendency to linger for longer than usual, or sometimes it just keeps recurring. I'm hoping that is not the case with him. But if I'm not mistaken, they had an undrafted free wide receiver that was actually making some nice plays.
Jose, you talking about Terrell Owens' kid, Tariq Owens? Is that what you talking about?
No. It was Foyer. His last name escapes my mind, but it's a tall receiver that was being compared to Randy Moss. It's a tall dude.
Okay, all right. We have John Lynch coming on, so we'll ask him.
Yeah, I mean, they have options, but they have to start getting people right now. They cannot wait at the last minute trying to figure out, Ricky's out, who are we going to put out there? As far as the free safety, that's another thing. It kind of concerns me. Just because it's like all 3 possible starters are injured. Talanoa Hufanga is no longer in the team. They need to start working on this thing right now. Other than that, you know what? I'm happy you guys moved out of San Francisco. You know what? It's sad, San Francisco, not to go political here, but San Francisco has lost so many businesses.
Hey, let me jump in. Let me jump in, Jose. Haven't you heard Mayor Dan Lurie on with us a couple times? A little different energy.
Well, I hope he pulls out Mayor Lee's, all playbook, dust it off, and take some of these ideas because he needs to bring some business back to San Francisco. Like I said, the way things are, the things went for 5-7 years.
Yeah, I think he's pretty business friendly. I think he likes money. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope he changes. But like I said, welcome to Daly City. I don't live there anymore. I lived for 10 years. It's a nice place, but nice, quiet place, safe. But like I said, it's cool. So
where do you live right now, Jose? Are you in Oakland?
No, I actually live in Brentwood.
Oh, out in Brentwood. Oh, beautiful out there. Out in the
but work in San Francisco. Okay. Yeah, Brentwood is beautiful. It's nice and quiet, but that commute is a killer in the morning.
It is.
But you guys make it enjoyable for me.
Jose. Always good to hear from you, buddy. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, thanks, Jose.
Thank you. You guys take care.
Appreciate it. I'm on the Niner depth chart here for receivers. There's not a whole lot out there, buddy. I mean, it's Trent Taylor, the kid they drafted from Ole Miss, Jordan Watkins. I mean, obviously, Juwan Jennings is a dude, too. Tariq Owens is on that list, too. Jacob Cowing is on that list. Then a couple guys you never heard of, like Russell Gage, a kid named Nayor. I mean, it's pretty thin. And Demarcus Robinson, who was kind of one of those WR4s you have in fantasy football. You pick up on waiver wires when you have some wide receiver on a bye. I've had that Demarcus Robinson pick up a few times. he's okay. And he came on at the end of last year. Stafford started finding him a little bit. But the problem is he got popped for a DUI, and he's going to be suspended for the first couple games of the season.
Yeah, which is going to obviously be an issue without Brandon Ayuk out there. And now we're talking about this Ricky Pearsall hamstring injury. Like, I wouldn't assume it's going to linger into the start of the season, but I do think that Jose brings up a good point with the overall depth in the wide receiver room. Because really, going into the season, you have high expectations for Juwan Jennings to continue to produce like he did last season, nearly having 1,000 yards. You're looking for the development of Ricky Pearsall. But who's your number 3 to start the season? Is it Jacob Cowling? We know DeMarcus Robinson most likely won't be out there, and we just broke down what's going on with Brandon Ayuk. And so you look at the free agent market out there, and maybe there's still some leftover money after the contract extensions with Purdy, with Warner, with Kittle, because there's a couple veterans like Amari Cooper, or Keenan Allen, a Nelson Aguilar, even a DJ Shark. Like, these are veteran names that are out there and available right now if they want to look at that market.
Multiple texters saying that Jose was talking about the undrafted rookie named Isaiah Nayor out of Nebraska, 6'4" kid. So keep your eye on that kid. Isaiah Nayor, Neyor, out of Nebraska, 6'4". Maybe
Cornhusker.
You can find a player, man, just because they don't get drafted, bro. There's any number of stories like that. So many stories like that. So that's not unrealistic at all that they can find a dude. All right, guys, listen, we're here at our new studios. We are literally right next to a high school baseball diamond that turns out it has a huge history in Daly City. And when I was doing a little noodling around, found out John Madden, my man Dave Gangona, told me that John Madden and John Robinson played here. And I found an NFL Films interview with John Madden called Marchbank Park about the greatest park in America to grow. We're literally like the greatest park in America, man. Yeah. Well, that's because it's John Madden's childhood. Yeah. He loved it.
And it only makes sense that the greatest park in America is next to the greatest radio station in America.
Hey! Nicely done, buddy. Nicely done. Exactly. Mike Krukow. Hey, John Lynch is going to join us at 8 a.m. John Lynch, 49er general manager. We booked it after the show yesterday. It's pretty awesome. So we're looking forward to John Lynch. But we continue to react to some of the stuff Buster said. We talked about Adames there. What about the catcher situation? Next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Holland. Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Holland. When your paychecks stop coming in, it's important to know where your retirement income is going to come from. Are you planning correctly? Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. for my show, Protect Your Assets. Or call 1-866-PROTECT.
KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Reggae Friday has made its way to our Daly City studios. We made the big move, man. A big central. Boy, I was reading all the Chronicle had a big story in the digital section today. SF Gate. And they kind of put it in perspective. They go, KNBR leaves San Francisco after a century, bro. A century. I'm just trying to get through this segment. A century. Anyway, we're here. We're happy to be here. Daly City, the home of Paul Tonelli, don't you know?
That's it.
He grew up here. And John Madden, who played here at Marchbank Park right outside our windows, which is really cool. It's fun. There's a whole new crowd coming in at 7 o'clock. Somebody, 408, says, update on the first commute. People are truly interested in this stuff.
They want to know, Murph.
So we'll go one by one around the roads. First of all, Curly loses. He had the loser because he left Cow Hollow and ran into a frickin' roadblock and major road construction in San Francisco. They looped him like 7 different ways. It took him 40 minutes. He's the big loser.
Yeah,
the big L,
and there's just something so much more frustrating when you run into construction that early in the morning.
Oh,
now, I understand like why they're doing it at that time because there's less people on the road. But for the people like us who are up that early, you wake up with the expectation of, one of the best perks of commuting this early is no traffic, no problems, and then you're shut down in the middle of the freeway.
It tries your patience. Young Tony reports double thumbs up, right? Tone, what do you got? You give it 2 thumbs up?
Double thumbs up. So 7 more miles than normal. So it added 4 minutes because 280, dude. I'm a 280 guy. Love 280, bro. Favorite highway ever.
Yeah, like John Madden says, Marchbank Park is the greatest park ever. So yeah,
still blows my mind that young Tony had never drove on 280 until he played golf at Stanford.
Now he's all in. He's like me when I had I didn't drink till later in life because I was like a nerd in high school. I was like, no, I'll drive you guys to the party, but I won't drink. And I didn't start drinking until college, and I was like, wow, this is beer? I'm never stopping.
It's like, I've been missing out on this all along.
That's Tony on 280.
Yeah, he's got a taste of 280.
So, and for me, I think I come in next. You know what? 3.6 miles is the geography, and I got to tell you, early on, I'm going to go ahead, and I did very tentative now. Somebody said, don't go wolf in Pulp Fiction, start commuting each other's cars just yet. But the timed lights on Park Presidio and 19th, early thumbs up now. Early thumbs up. Now, here's the only problem. Your boy missed the exit on day one. Missed the John Daly exit. I was driving. I was like, oh, there it is. Oh, shout out Eastmore. Got to get out and loop back on Junipero Serra. So I'll give you the full report tomorrow, Monday, when I make the exit. At least that's assuming I make the exit on Monday. But I think it was looking to be about 5 to 6 minutes longer, which is, totally doable. Now, multiple people have noted, and I experienced it yesterday after we did our scouting report, keep that same energy, as people like to say, on the way back. Because 19th starts to clog up in a hurry, and it all goes back to this great highway closure. Don't even get me started. Kerry Crowley. If Crowley walked in this room right now, it would be on site.
I actually think I saw Kerry Crowley this morning down 19th Highway, hanging out at the Great Highway Park, hanging out in a hammock.
I read the New York Times, and my old pal Heather Knight, who a great old friend of mine from the Chronicle, she's at the New York Times now. She wrote this huge piece on the whole thing about the Great Highway becoming a park. Dude, her opening anecdote was some dude in a hammock. He's like, yeah, this is great. I was like, bro, if I could come frickin' pour kerosene all over that hammock and light it on fire, I would do it in 30 seconds, bro. Take your blanket hammock, you mother father. In that, Take your freaking hammock and stick it where the sun don't shine, bro. And oh, by the way, if you need to be in your freaking hammock, there's a little park about a quarter of a mile away with forests and trees and grass. I got to get to work, bro. It's called the real world. It's called the real freaking world, bro. Blank your hammock. Anyway, so that's my take.
Well, here's the thing, Murph. If we're going to hog the road and drive on the Great Highway, where the hell am I supposed to hang out in my hammock? That's the question.
By the way, 808 KNBR, where are you with a hammock?
I'm down with a hammock. Hammocks are super comfortable.
Just not on my commute.
Yeah.
All right.
See, I don't need them in the middle of the Great Highway.
And then we finally end with Marcus's commute, and Marcus is the winner.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
the big winner.
Winner, chicken dinner. I was able to shave off 5 or 6 minutes simply because I'm not being stuck behind those damn self-driving cars anymore. I will say mileage, it is a little bit longer, but I literally saw 3 stoplights my entire commute. 1 getting off the freeway, 2 getting off. I was here in like 10 minutes.
Marcus wins. He's the winner. So Curly was the big loser. I'll be on the way home. It'll be a little tougher. And my buddies and I, we like to have this Friday morning golf match. And I was like, guys, that time was set on me leaving Battery. And that time was not set on me leaving Daly City. So we'll see if I make tee time. I may be DQ'd for missing my tee time.
Oh, no.
And by the way, we want to say, too, on day one that we do miss our crew, Oppo, Cleo, and Ali. And if anybody wants to see those guys, I posted them on social yesterday.
Great photos.
We took good pictures, didn't we?
We did.
I'm sorry you're not in the Cleo one. We took that one early, and you had just not. And I said, we got to take it because Cleo's not up there that often.
No, I thought you were going to Photoshop me in.
I don't have the skill. If you can do that, go ahead and do it.
I'm sure Rory the Greek can get it done.
He definitely can.
Yeah, he can make
You know
an
what?
edit.
I'll try to do that. But you're in the Ali one and the Cleo one, or the Oppo one, and we're all looking good. By the way, Oppo sent us some of the most heartfelt texts of all time. The guy's just an unbelievably, he's a kid with a big heart.
Is it bad that I got more emotional saying goodbye to Oppo than I did to the San Francisco studio?
Well, these are our real people.
That's my guy.
These are our guys. So anyway, shout those guys out. And we're going to get to know our new crew here. So far, we said hi to the woman this morning. She seemed pleasant enough, but it's going to be a long way for her to catch Cleo's vibe.
Yeah, it's going to be a different vibe here in Daly City. Now, the real question I have when we're talking about commutes and the change of lifestyle, our guy John Joe Curley, day one, hell, yesterday, before the show even started, already hit up the In-N-Out Burger.
Wait a minute, are you serious?
Yeah, he already made a trip across the street to In-N-Out Burger.
So it's down off the, do you have to go down and exit? Do you have to go to Eastmore? 2 exits?
2 minutes.
Wait, 2 minutes from here in the car?
Okay, now here's the real question. How much time did you spend in the drive-thru?
Yeah.
How long did it take
Well, we know what Buster
to
said.
get that burger?
Do we have the Buster Posey on In-N-Out? Buster called it In and Wait.
Because I am extremely curious if I got home faster with my 10-minute commute back to the bottom of the hill before John Joe Curley got his burger and fries.
Well, we'll have to find out. Curls doesn't have a mic, unfortunately.
And I can't see him. This is so weird.
I can. He looks like Mac Tonight.
Where is John Joe Curley? Where
do you
is
know
he?
Mac Tonight?
Yeah, I get the reference.
I'm telling you, there's no way you know Mac. No way you know Mac
singing
Tonight.
moon talking about a burger.
That's great knowledge on your part there, buddy. Yeah? No way.
Mac Tonight?
Yeah.
Dude,
Mac
go find him. There's like a music video.
Go find him.
Yeah.
It was I'm going to say early 90s. It was promoting some kind of burger, and he was a singing moon, and that's what Curly's face looks like between these two monitors. I just have this little sliver, and there's his big pasty Irish face.
He had to be promoting the Big Mac, right? His name is Mac Tonight.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
For some reason, let me see.
And
Mac
wasn't there like a
Tonight.
spoof of him doing like a late night TV show or something like that
Dude,
too?
how did you learn all this stuff?
That's a great question.
You were raised well.
And how do I have this knowledge, but I can't figure out like
Mac Tonight,
a simple algebra
late
equation?
80s, known for his crescent moon, head, sunglasses, and piano playing. He played the song Mac the Knife by Bobby Darin. Oh, that shark has the surly teeth, girl. Come on now. Yeah. Bobby Darin's son sued McDonald's for infringing on Darin's likeness. So 86 to 89. Yeah, man. It was just a mascot. He didn't promote anything other than McDonald's. Mac Tonight.
Damn.
Anyway, that's what Curly looks like.
Yeah. The Legend of Mac Tonight. Almost up to the Legend of Rusty down at Oracle Park.
Kind of. There's a similar vibe. I will say this. We teased the Pat Bailey situation, but people are so fascinated by our freaking new studios and our new commute that we had to do a whole segment on that. And now we're going to have to get to Pat Bailey, which means we're going to have to talk to Mike Krukow about it.
Let's do it.
So Krukow's next. No, this is, Surfside.
We got to do a little Surfside.
Surfside. Barriers Sports Calendar. We do this every Thursday, Friday, sponsored by Surfside. The main event in town is Greg Silver's Golden State Valkyries. They host the Minnesota Lynx on Sunday night at 5:30 at Chase Center. Hey, Surfside's all about the baseball games. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. And that's the Bay Area calendar brought to you by Surfside. Here's this for the next hour of radio. Mike Krukow, followed by 49er GM John Lynch at 8 a.m. You're welcome on The Sports Leader. There's no ego. It's not about me, Marcus. It's not about my lighting. It's about the content of the show.
That's it,
let's do it. Let's give you some great content right now with Mike Krukow. The Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Mike, we are in our brand new studios in Daly City, California, home of John Madden, great Cal Poly Mustang. So, good morning.
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, you're talking about great Cal Poly Mustangs. John Madden he's atop the pile.
Is he number one?
Yeah, no question.
Yeah, that's awesome. Ozzie Smith,
and
Mike
Ozzie
Krukow.
Smith, right behind him. I mean, two great ones.
So anyway, we're down here, we're loving it, and we're just happy to be here, happy to doing the show and talking Giants baseball with you on the UMA guest line. So yesterday we had a great 25-minute talk with Buster Posey, who's really taken to his new role media-wise quite well. He's very conversational. He's way more than when he was a player. Let's start there, Mike. Just the personality of Buster, how has it been for you to see him evolve? Because when he was a player, he's pretty tight-lipped. And no, he's not like flapping his gums and talking smack as a president of baseball ops, but he talks about the team and at length. What do you think of his personality sort of evolution?
Well, it's completely open. And when he was a player, I mean, he's an old school guy. And he didn't want to say anything that would be put in the paper that would give the opponent that they were playing that night any kind of an edge. So he was rather tight-lipped about that, about how guys, because he knew the condition of the clubhouse. I mean, in that clubhouse who's 100% and who's not. And, those are things that you don't want your opponent to know. If, your best base dealer's got a sore hamstring or, your one pitcher is having a problem with his slider. I mean, those are things that could cost you a ball game. And I think for the most part, when Buster was tight-lipped and at times, he would just give you the standard company line and move on. We kind of got used to that. But then once he took the chair and he became the president of baseball ops, completely different. And what's remarkable about him is, he was so guarding of his time because as a player, you've got things to do. He never was a guy that got to the ballpark to play cards. He always had things that he was doing, getting prepped for the game. And when he was home with his family, he was very private. So when he took over as the president, when he went through the front office to learn everybody's name and made the effort to know everybody in the organization, that raised eyebrows. It's like, whoa, Mr. Congeniality walking down the aisles. In regard to us, the broadcasters, once a homestand, he'll gather us into his suite there that he watches the game with Zach Manassi, and the two of them will answer any questions we have. And, that's just such a refreshing opportunity for all of us, because you get an insight to not only what's happening at the major league level, but what's happening in the minor league system. And you could ask him anything, and he'll tell you with the trust that you're going to, digest some things and maybe use it for something down the road, and certainly not put anything in the paper that's going to give an opponent an edge. So, it's just really a great relationship.
Buster's in that rare situation where he's a president of baseball operations, but is also a former player. And we've talked about that relationship with other players when it comes to free agency and recruiting guys. But how do you think it affects the overall kind of temperature and vibes of the clubhouse, knowing that Buster Posey knows what it's like to go through a 162-game season, knows what it's like to go through a stretch, and just kind of knowing that your boss, your leader, is not going to freak out about a stretch of bad baseball?
Well, I think that's been the strength of his leadership so far, is that it hasn't been a yo-yo for the young players. They come up and they throw 3 innings, and all of a sudden they need another arm. Boom, the guy's back. Or if a guy comes up and he gets 8 at-bats and he's 1 for 8 or 0 for 8, boom, he's gone. And another guy comes up. That is very difficult as a young player to find a comfort zone. It's almost impossible. And the fact that, some of these guys who've struggled early in the year and they've been given more at-bats and they've been given some patience from the front office for them to develop, it's just been a night and day difference in philosophy. It's when you're a player, you don't have a lot of patience. And for Buster Posey, when he took over the helm, there was a lot about this job he didn't know. He surrounded himself with incredible people. He trusted what they said. He had no fear delegating people to do jobs. But the one thing that he absolutely knew is the clubhouse. He knew the demeanor of the player in the clubhouse. And I think that it was always an asset and a strength of him as a player. And he's doing the same thing as a president of the club. He's letting guys play. He knows this is not a game that you can turn on and turn off. You have to find a comfort zone and a confidence zone before you can take off. And, for some guys it takes longer than others. And, that leads to the next question. Well, how long can you be patient with some of your veterans who aren't putting up numbers? Which I knew you guys were going to ask.
Well, we addressed it with him yesterday, and there's like 4 spots. It was catcher, first base, shortstop. Well, actually, the 4th was closer, which we've already talked about. But catcher, first base, and shortstop were the big ones. And Adames is not going anywhere. So he said, be patient. He's a guy. First base was the one where I thought he was most, I don't know. I don't want to say open or questionable, but he basically said, we need more production there. And I didn't know what that meant for Lamont Wade. He mentioned Schmidt, Gerard Encarnacion, Wilmer Flores, and then he mentioned Wade. I don't know, Mike. I just wondered, if Lamont Wade needs to be looking over his shoulder.
Oh, of course he is. He's putting a lot of pressure on himself right now because he knows the deal. He's got to produce. If you're a corner infielder or a corner outfielder, you have to bang. You've got to put up some numbers. It's that simple. And I think to a degree they're kind of waiting for Encarnacion because, they were really, really excited about his spring, about what he accomplished last year, what he brings to the table. And he's been taking a lot of ground balls at first base. You watch Matt Williams, when he gets his guys over at first base and he starts working them out on balls with the dirt. And it's pretty interesting how he does it. I may have mentioned it in a previous show, but he hits 2 hoppers from second base. And the second hop that comes into that first baseman's got topspin on it. It's nasty. And it's just one after another. Watching him work is it's an art form. But one of those guys, the last time we were in town, was Encarnacion. He was taking a lot of balls, and he looked good. So there are options. I think right now that Buster feels that the best options are from within the organization. And then that's probably going to be the road that he takes. However, as I mentioned before last week, they're shopping around. I mean, that's kind of a redundancy for me to say that because, it sounds like a big headline when in fact this is what has happened in the baseball offices every day. They're looking at how they can improve the team every day. It's just what you do if you're Buster Posey and Zach Manassian and everybody in baseball ops.
Mike, we also talked to Buster yesterday about the change at the closer position with Camilo Vall taking over, but we haven't had a chance to talk to you about it since Bob Melvin officially made the announcement Wednesday after the game. So what are your thoughts on Camilo being back as the closer?
Well, I think it takes a little pressure off of Walker because he's had some inconsistencies. I think for the most part, the last 4 times he's been out there, he's been real good. I mean, he had 3 consecutive outings where it was just bang, 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 1, 2, 3. And then his last outing, when he got a save, I mean, he struggled a little bit, gave up a run, but he got it done. But bottom line is he's throwing the ball better. So I don't think there's any fear in giving him the ball in any situation. If you have to come in and saves a game, and it still could happen. You have a game or a week where you have your closer go out there and throw 3 out of 4 days. And that 5th day, he can't answer the bell. He needs a day of rest. Well, then Walker's going to get the ball. So I don't think that the door has been slammed for Walker in that regard. However, now with what we've seen from Duvall, my God, he's been just dominant. He's been the all-star closer we saw 2 years ago. So with that in mind, I mean, it's something he's worked hard for, and I think it's a reward. And I think it's healthy. Look, Walker wants to get back in there and be that guy. But right now, he needs to find that confidence, that bulletproof confidence that he had last year. And right now, there's a bunch of guys down there that have the bulletproof confidence. But right now, the guy with the most experience as closer is Duvall. And I applaud the persistence that he has had to overcome some of the inconsistencies in his ability. And when you see an athlete get back to where he was and become an all-star again, that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, he looked fantastic. Really has. Hopefully it continues. Mike Krukow with us. Hey, today, Giants baseball, 4:10 first pitch. Kyle Harrison gets his second start since returning to the rotation against the veteran Cal Quantrill. Cal Quantrill, former Stanford guy. Righty. Good news. Don't have to face a lefty today. Mike, the catcher situation we addressed with Buster, and he was like, man, it's tough. He said Patty is instrumental to our success. That was the phrase he used. And he said, but it's really tough to struggle and yet at the same time be so good on defense. So he had a moment on Wednesday where he wanted to hit a sac fly, wasn't able to come through. Just your thought on the continued trade-off of excellent defense and then Pat Bailey not hitting the way he wants to hit, how you see that playing out.
Well, number one, it hasn't affected his defense, so I think that's a compliment. But the one thing that he really needs to improve on is his presence when he gets in that batter's box. Because right now, he looks like he is not a confident hitter, and that's from either side. I don't think there's enough bat head snap, enough bat head speed, enough aggression in his swing. I think he's kind of just sort of dragging his bat through the strike zone. And until that changes, until he gets into that box and eyeballs that pitcher and just says, screw you with that look, I think, he's going to flounder. I mean, you've got to get your attitude to say, okay, this is it. If I'm going down, I'm going down my way. But turn up the aggression knob 100%. He needs to project that guy on the mound that he's a badass. And right now he hasn't done that in a while.
Yeah, well, that would be nice. He's clearly hitting on the interstate for this long is not what he's looking to do. Just kind of your review, Mike, then big picture as we leave. It's been a tough stretch, as Buster said. I think they were 24-14 after they beat the Cubs at Wrigley. And since then, they went to Minnesota and got swept. So that's sort of the demarcation of where they've been not playing their best. I think it's 7 wins and 11 losses in the last 18. So your big picture take as they go into this series in Miami. I mean, it was a frustrating sweep in Detroit. Detroit's really good, but they had a chance on Wednesday. Just your big picture take when the team shows up today for a 3-game series in Miami.
Well, I mean, the good news is they're in every game. Now, when you're going really bad, I mean, you're losing big. You're getting blown out of the water. And none of that, but once the team scores 1 or 2 or 3 runs against you, it's over. You start turning the page. And that clearly has not happened. They're in every game. So that says a lot about your defense. It says a whole hell of a lot about your pitching. And that's something we can't ever take for granted because, quite honestly, in the last 5-6 years, they haven't had this kind of defense that supports the pitching. So, your strength are your pitching and your defense. How patient can you? Well, you can be patient. If you have two of any of the big three, pitching, defense, or hitting, if you have two of those things working, you can win games. The thing that you have to stay away from is the streak. And if you've noticed, there's been some bad streaks this year. Guys, teams that go in the tank and then they don't resurface for 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 days. It's ugly. And the fortunate thing about the Giants is that they are in every game is that, even when you're not hitting, you scratch out a win, a one-run win. And I think that's kind of in the mode you have to be in going into the series with Miami. You've got to scratch and claw. They're not an easy team to beat. You have to play good baseball, and you have to have productivity offensively up and down the lineup, not just in one spot. It can't get by the fifth guy and all of a sudden get really dry, or the fourth guy, or the third guy. I mean, it's been dry down below. And at times it's been dry at the top of the lineup as well. But yet they're in every game. So that's the one thing that you have to rely upon. And just hope, and that's just the way that the mindset is for a baseball player, that it turns, and it can turn quickly. And hopefully it can start tonight because, hey, it's been hard to watch. And if you put yourself in the shoes of the guys taking those at-bats, it's been hard to go through, and they need to change that. That is their key to success.
For sure. And then last one, just on the way out, Kyle Harrison tonight. He went 4 last time, had that first inning where Riley Green got him, I think, right? Was it who hit the home run off of, or was it, I forget who hit the, anyway, he gave up a home run. It was James Wood in Washington. Yeah. Hit a home run off him. Just what you saw from him, he'd like to go longer than 4. How much can you stretch him out to 5 or 6 tonight?
I would think so. I would think they could get him up to, 80 pitches, and that's certainly enough to get through 5 and maybe into the 6th inning. One thing that he does well when he's rocking and rolling is he gets quick outs, and the one thing I love about what I'm seeing from him right now is his attack mode. He's got a really good attack mode. He's got a real high opinion of that fastball, and he should. It served him throughout his entire career, and now that the velocity is better than what we saw it have last year, he can go right through through lineup. So I'm looking forward to the start. I think we all are, and they need a guy to go out there and do what starting pitchers should do when a team's struggling, and that's put some early zeros up there. So that'll be the goal: to not blow up a 1 or 2 or 3 spot in that first inning. Keep going, get them into the 5th without any score. I mean, that's what you got to do. You got to go up there and try and throw a shutout.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. Listen, Kyle today, Hayden Birdsong on Sunday, 2 babies on the weekend, sandwiched by Robbie Ray on Saturday, who's obviously pitching lights out. All right, Mike, success. Your first Daly City hit. Do you any Daly City trivia you want? You got a spot here, a sandwich spot for us or anything?
So I had no idea where you were at. You're down at Daly City now?
Yeah. We moved because of whatever. Long story.
Yeah.
Well, go over to Costco and get a hot dog. That's my tip.
There it is, buddy.
I like it. And Mike, actually, we had Buster on yesterday, and we were talking about the In-N-Out Burger across the street. So I'll ask you, what's your In-N-Out Burger, Mike? Or what's your order?
Cheeseburger, no dressing, extra vegetables, and pickles.
There it is. Sounds good. Sounds like a winner to me. We told Buster we were moving.
Oh, and cut it in half, please.
Okay. We told Buster we were moving because he was talking about his mindset is to attack every day. So we told him we were moving, and he said, and when we were signing off on the interview, he goes, "You guys attack the move to Daly City." So that's the Buster attitude.
Yeah, it's good down there. I mean, I up and down the peninsula. We lived down there in the peninsula forever down there when we were in Candlestick. We didn't know anything about the city. Well, now since 2000, we've all been in the city. But from Morgan Hill to, just there's nothing bad about it. Every place up here is good. So you'll enjoy Daly City, and you'll find some really, really great surprise sandwich shops and tacos. Yeah. You're going to go crazy.
And as you know, we're near some good golf, so I'll work that too.
Best in the world.
All right, Mike. Have a great weekend. We'll talk Monday. Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on the UMA guest line. Giants 4:10 today. Kyle Harrison on the mound at 4:10 against Cal Quantrill out of Stanford. And then Saturday, it's Robbie Ray at 1:10. Sunday, Hayden Birdsong in the morning at 10:40. And then we'll be back with our famous commutes here in Daly City. All right, John Lynch, 49er GM. Awesome. Can't wait. 8 a.m. on The Sports Leader.
You got to attack your move to Daly City today. That's what you got to do.
That's
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Due to technical difficulties, today's Aftershock contest will not run during our show. We apologize for the inconvenience. And stay tuned. John Lynch going to join us on the other side. You can hear it all on The Sports Leader and thesportsleader.com.
Let's talk Provident Credit Union. I'm glad my first read in Daly City is for Provident. Such good people. Jim Ernest runs the shop so well. John Haggerty, Mo, all the good people at Provident Credit Union. Making smart moves with your money at Provident. It makes sense. All right? We're talking about Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term certificate, where you can earn up to 4% annual percentage yield and grow your savings safely. So if you're building an emergency fund or planning ahead for college costs or home projects or just looking for financial peace of mind, choose a term that fits 3, 6, 9, or 12 months and lock in a great rate, risk-free, because where you put your money matters. This 4% offer is only available for a limited time. Visit providentcu.org or stop by your local branch to open your account. Provident Credit Union recently named one of America's best regional credit unions for 2025 by Newsweek. That's nice. Another reason you can trust where you bank. The rate's effective as of May 1, 2025. Minimum balance required of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The Sports Leader. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Reggae Friday made its way to Daly City. So did we. We're in our new digs right next to Marchbank Park, which is a baseball diamond and a sort of a grassy area that we found out is John Madden's childhood playground. We actually have audio of Madden telling NFL Films, it's about the greatest place in America to grow up and play. I'm like, if John Madden says so, I'm in. So we are in the fog of Daly City, and good morning, everybody. It's Murph and Marcus, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. We have a new look on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Tune in. Tell us what you think. I think Marcus looks even sexier. I think somehow I look less sexy.
Wow.
I think my sexiness has gone down.
Even with the ficus in the background.
Well, maybe the ficus can...
You don't think it brings out your eyes, Murph?
Nah, I got to do that. I got to do something here. But yes, people are reporting that I'm pastier, which is not good. Because I'm looking at Curly's pasty mug in between those monitors. Calling to mind the old McDonald's guy, Mac Tonight, if you remember that.
I was not expecting to come in and have a Mac Tonight.
I was not expecting to make the reference, but my brain went there because he said, you asked me, could I see Curly? So there's Tony. Everybody can see him on the rectangle right there. Give a point, Tone. There you go. But yeah, there you go. The new point there.
There's a lot of screens back here. There's a lot going on.
Right. Including an Alex Smith jersey behind you.
Indeed. Yes, indeed.
You know what? We love Alex, but, have a little Brock. We have a little fresh coat of paint.
For the face of the franchise.
It wasn't my choice. I'm just trying to make sure we're on the air, guys. Come on.
We love Alex, though. Alex is awesome. In fact, we should get Alex on the show. He's great. We'll ask him, what do you think about your freaking jersey getting run every day on the leader? But Curly, I can only see through a sliver of monitors, and it's just that Irish mug with the chin and everything. And I'm like, hey, he looks like Mac Tonight.
With the chin.
I wasn't expecting to make that call, but that's where my brain went.
Yeah, and suddenly the text line blew up, and people were sending us photos of Mac Tonight. And then I started thinking oh, yeah, they did a spoof of him hosting a late-night TV show.
Great knowledge.
Was Mac Tonight inspired by Jay Leno because he kind of has that chin?
I think he
kind of looks like Jay Leno.
Dude. I think you're onto something. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Okay, so John Lynch joins us. We didn't get a chance to promote this yesterday because we only booked it after the show. So we're really looking forward to having John Lynch on. In about 5 minutes, he'll join us. So here are the topics. The sort of the three phases of the offseason. The analysis in January of, man, that was tough. That was hard. What are we going to do to refresh, refuel, and revenge? Well, they start by hiring Robert Saleh. So that's chapter one. It's going great. Then you get to chapter two, and they start hemorrhaging. And they lose, in particular, Dre Greenlaw. Hufanga, you mentioned a lot. Heck, we don't even mention Leonard Floyd and Javon Hargrave and Malik Collins. Those are guys that all left too. All of a sudden, they got no front seven. They got no front seven at all. Then it entered kind of phase three, which is they do what they have to do and stock up in the draft. Now, these guys got to play, but they do the thing where they draft 5 guys, and then boom, boom, boom. Brock Purdy signs his deal, which is just obviously so gigantic and so different from the Bosa deal and the Trent Williams deal and the obviously Brandon Ayuk deal, even Debo with all this stuff. Then here comes George Kittle, and then here comes Fred Warner. So now we're feeling pretty good. So they hit the field yesterday. A little bit of a setback with Ricky Pearsall. So there's been sort of an evolution. We haven't talked to John since January. And by the way, I read the legal at the wrong time. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Now we're good. Your feeling of since the last time we talked to John in January to now.
Oh, so yeah, there's been a ton of roster turnover. You mentioned Robert Saleh coming back to town. You're looking at that defense. I'm curious about the overall influence that Robert Saleh had on drafting 5 defensive players to start this year's draft class. And then you mentioned the Brock Purdy contract extension, the Fred Warner contract extension, the George Kittle contract extension. And all of a sudden, we have a parade of contract extensions that we're talking about in May. And that's the key here. We're talking about these contract extensions in May, not in August, not in July, not throughout the summer. So I am curious to ask John Lynch also about that approach and whether or not those past discussions and holdouts affected the way that they went about their business this year in getting the Brock Purdy contract done early. Because one of my biggest takeaways from OTAs yesterday was just hearing Kyle Shanahan talk about how he did not have to call and beg anybody to show up to the first day of OTAs, how business was taken care of, and everybody showed up with damn near perfect attendance.
I do want to say it's a little odd to hear Kyle saying he had to beg. Come on, dude, we're doing, it's your job. Mike Kohler had to call me up to beg me to do my shift today.
It's more like us begging Mike Kohler to come to the new Daly City studio.
How about that? We're here. Dude, how about the fact that Larry Kruger did a show here last night? How about Krug doing a show here before we did? What was the story behind that?
I have no idea.
How did we get Kruger in here? Did we promise him Little Luca Deli down in South City? That's what everybody's talking about.
I don't know.
Everybody's saying Little Luca's the spot to go.
Got to get one
Young
of those
Tony, you have
sandwiches.
information?
I do have information. The Comrex system was not working. There's still a lot going on. We're transitioning, but the Comrex wasn't working, so he had to, come in studio. I actually saw Krug when I was leaving here about 4 o'clock, 4:30. Still looking like Krug, man. He's still doing his thing.
Was he wearing
Tommy Bahama shirt, shorts and some sandals, I think?
Here's the question. Was it a Maryland Under Armour gear or the really tight 28-3 shirt? The Patriots,
No, he was wearing like a golf polo almost.
Maybe with the new dough from the YouTube, he's upgrading the threads.
Switching up the look a little bit.
How about the fact that Kruger beat us in here with Isaiah Nayor takes before we could come in with our Isaiah Nayor takes?
Wow.
We are going to ask him about the wide receiver situation because Ricky Pearsall with a hamstring, unfortunate. And I started thinking when he said it, and John Lynch will join us in just 2 minutes, so everybody stay tuned. I started thinking, he's kind of a tiny guy, He had the shoulder subluxation last summer. Obviously, the tragedy of getting shot, you can't plan for that. But I started thinking, we got an injury-prone dude. You look back, he played every single game in college, 55 out of 55. So no. I guess the short answer is no.
Yeah, I think it's way too early in his career to even start thinking about that narrative for the stuff that happened off the field. Now, I do believe he did deal with a hamstring injury during the season last year, so it will be something to keep an eye on. But yeah, it's a bit disappointing when you show up knowing that Brandon Ayuk's not going to be there for the first couple weeks of the season when you're looking to continue to build that chemistry between him and Brock Purdy. Now that gets delayed once again, like we saw last offseason.
That's a big deal. It is. I mean, I know, it's not going to determine. Or is it going to determine? I mean, Brock Purdy was saying how he wanted to be at OTAs because he wants to be in the huddle with these guys so that in December, in the second half of a close game, you can look around the huddle and say, this is my guy.
Yeah, he can pull a Fernando Mendoza. This is why we went on the camping trip, boys.
Exactly.
This is why we went fishing on my new bass boat.
That's why I transferred to Indiana to be near the McAfee Mellencamp feud, which we touched on earlier today. So John Lynch will call us in. So we'll ask him about Saleh, ask him about these draft picks. Ask him about, obviously, getting Brock done and how it seemed like it was a real point of emphasis that they didn't want to drag it out. Hey, man, we wondered why last year went so long, which led to the banger hit of 2024 and 5 when I asked John Lynch, why we got to a point in August where I'm like, listen, you know what you want. He knows what he wants. Why is this taking so long? And well, he went to the studio.
Oh, you wanted the song. I wasn't sure where you were going with this. I was very thrown off.
All
I was texting Raph. We have access to the Z drive. It's a big deal. We had to make sure we have our files.
Okay, so you
My
don't
fault.
have
I'll cue it up. Give me a sec.
I wish I knew.
I wish we knew.
Well, he's about to call in now, so you don't have to.
Well, we know that he did check in on our latest Upton Stout John Lynch matchup. Let's do it, Coach.
Play either one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good with either one, Tony.
He was a fan of both.
I'm waiting, just vamping for Tony to make his time. Waiting for John to call. Here it is. New studio. New problems. Here it is. Yes. No. Maybe so. Come on, John.
Do it. Do it. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right. You can tag out.
Do it.
We're ready to do it, man.
Do it.
Let's.
Come on.
I love it.
I like that one. That's a good one. All right, John Lynch is on the phone. Let's hit the open, Young Tone, here as we do our thing. Listen, Young Tone's a kid's struggling back there.
He's juggling a lot.
He's got a lot going on. God, have you ever seen Panic before?
Without you, I'm not standing on this stage today.
He's lifted the Lombardi. He's earned the gold jacket. And now he's laser focused on a championship for the faithful. Here's 49ers GM and Hall of Famer John Lynch with Murph and Marcus on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, what a great occasion. We love talking football with John Lynch, talking life with John Lynch, talking 49ers with John Lynch, anything with John Lynch. Always a fun conversation on the UMA guest line. John, it's been since January. It's great to have you back with your boy Murph, your boy Marcus. We're in our new digs here in Daly City. John Madden, we're right next to Marchbank Park, this baseball diamond where John Madden and John Robbins used to play stickball and tackle football. So it's a good way to start our day. Good morning, John.
Hey, morning, John.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, Daly City, home of John Madden, and that's good enough for me. That was one of my favorite people, and John Robinson as well. Two legends, and I can't wait to see that movie that everyone's talking about.
Right. Oh, the Nick Cage as John Madden. What was your first take on your first reaction when you saw that?
Not the guy I would expect to play John Madden, but let's hope it's good. He's a unique character.
What was your Madden experience? When did you guys? When did you guys hang out, discuss, have beers, talk football?
Yeah, John was Coach Madden. He was one of the first guys when I started playing well. My success, I ended up obviously having a decent career and ended up doing some special things. But kind of before I broke through, John saw something in me. And when we were first having our breakout in Tampa with Brooks and Sapp and 95 and 96, Madden started saying, hey, there's this safety in Tampa, and he'd invite me to his production meetings, and I just found the guy fascinating. There was nobody better to talk football with. He'd keep you in these production meetings for an hour and a half, and usually as a player, you can't wait to get out, but with Madden, he would mesmerize you, and you just wanted to stay, and he would take you on the cruiser, and it was just, you remember, that was, when I got in broadcasting, I really had figured out, nobody's watching a game because of the broadcaster. People watched because of John Madden and Pat Summerall, and man, I love that guy. And then on top of it, he was a Hall of Fame coach, but just an unbelievable, made such a contribution to our game, and he was really one of my favorite people. I thought so good for our game.
Long, rich life. We miss him all the time, but here we are, right next to the playing field of his youth. So we feel like we got the John Madden blessing, Marcus.
Yeah, and check this out, John. We're not only next to John Madden's Little League field, but we're also right next to the Olympic Club, where I believe Brock Purdy was on the 17th hole, where he got the call about his contract extension. We had him on the show the other week, and he told a funny story about his agent bugging him that you were trying to get a hold of him. So what was that like, making that call to Brock Purdy while he was on the golf course?
Oh, it was awesome, man. It was good fun. We always take Jed takes kind of our senior leadership on a retreat to Cabo each year with our wives, and we happened to be down there when the deal got consummated with Brian Hampton from our place did a tremendous job working with Kyle Strong and bringing that deal home. And I knew that day, checked in with Hamp, as we call him, and Hamp felt like we had a good chance to close it. We actually had gone out on a boat in Cabo, and so we were out there. Fortunately, we had service, and found out that I talked to his agent first and said, "Hey, we're good to go. Congratulations, thank you." And then, all right, I'm going to FaceTime Brock. I had no idea he was golfing at Olympic Club, and so we're on a boat. We happen to have Kyle, myself, Jed, Parag, Al Guido. Everybody was on this boat, and there's Brock and his wife out on Olympic Club, and pretty good setting to celebrate over a FaceTime.
That is awesome, man. That's first world connection from O Club to a boat.
I hope we didn't get him in trouble being on the formalities. Hopefully, Olympic Club understands that was a big deal for the Purdy family.
I know a lot of people out there. And I got
the FaceTime.
I got to tell you, John. Unfortunately, there are a few sticks in the mud out there who probably had beef with it, but they're gonna have to put up with it because it was Brock Purdy doing his thing, man. So let's talk about this. Last year we made the song out of it. I wish I knew. You and Brandon Ayuk went well into the summer, deep into August, and it was bad vibe. Why did the Brock Purdy deal get done quickly?
I wish I knew. Is that what I said last year?
That's what you said, yes.
No, but, I think these things all happen on a different timeline. Were we focused on getting these things done and not allowing them to potentially become a distraction? Sure. I think a 6-win season can do that to you. You look at everything. But I can tell you the year before, we were very motivated to get that done. It just didn't happen. And so those things happen on different timelines. I'm just really happy, where we're at. And, to get Brock done, then to turn to get Kittle done, and then to get Fred Warner done. It's just been a tremendous boost for our organization to have that certainty with those type of players, those type of leaders. George and Fred have been, just unbelievable for us. And then Brock has been tremendous at a really important position. And I think in all of those deals, these are win-win deals as we see them. And, appreciate our ownership always being willing to extend themselves and given us the resources to do things like that. I mean, people talk about this kind of being a reset year. At the end of the day, you can look at cap, but really I think the thing to look at is the cash that teams are spending. In what was supposed to be a reset year, Jed has reminded me of this a couple times. We'll be a top 5 cash spend team anytime you do your quarterback, and to that extent, that's going to be the case. And we've been consistently there, but really excited for our organization and where we're at right now and the prospects of this coming season.
Just staying on Brock here, the average annual value, a lot of people make a big deal out of it, $53 million. Now, it seems like monopoly money to most of us, but what does it mean to you? Does he need to be in the top 10? Is he a top 10 quarterback?
No, we tried to, of course there's markets, that are created, and a lot of quarterbacks have been paid. I mean, I think back to like Jimmy G, and I thought our cap guys did a tremendous job back then, and people couldn't believe it when we made Jimmy the top paid quarterback in football. Jimmy had come in, had a fantastic season. I thought it was great foresight because I think within a calendar year he was the 14th paid. So we forecasted that there was about to be a huge surge in quarterbacks. Well, in Brock's case, that had already happened. In the last couple of years, a lot of quarterbacks have been played. The market had kind of been set. We just got to work with his agent, had conversations. Kyle had conversations with Brock about the way we wanted to approach this. We started really early in the game and made no promises, but said, let's go to work. Let's find a deal that works for both sides, and when we're comfortable with that, we'll finish it. And that's exactly what happened. So is it a lot of money? Of course it is. It's crazy, but you love to see a guy like Brock with his story, always kind of been the underdog and going to Iowa State, not being highly recruited, coming to us with the last pick in the draft. Unbelievable story, but more importantly is what he means to us now, and we're huge believers in what he provides to our team, the chance he gives us at no more important position. They're all important, but that's obviously a very critical one, and we're happy to have him with us for years to come.
John, you mentioned the quarterback market and how it usually constantly resets itself every single offseason. And with that AAV right now, I believe Brock has the 7th or 8th highest contract in the NFL. But when you are planning that roadmap with a salary cap 4, 5, 6 years down the road, there's a possibility that Brock could drop down to the 14th or 15th highest paid quarterback contract in the entire NFL. So do you guys look at it from a standpoint where you could be talking about the Brock Purdy contract potentially being of value by the time that this contract extension is up?
That's part of the deal. That as a player, deals are, that's what happens. I remember, I think I forget the year, but I became the highest paid safety in football for like 27 hours one time. And then Brian Dawkins had to Price is Right me and beat me by like $100,000. And I knew it was coming. I knew, he was out who wanted to go first. And at some point, it just doesn't matter. Let's get it done. Let's get on with the business. And so Brock was extremely mature as he's handled everything in an extremely mature way. His agent did a tremendous job. Our people did a great job. And we're happy to have it done behind us. And now you go back to work, and the work going on out here right now has been really quality work. We've had unbelievable attendance with our guys, 91 guys on our roster, and we had 91 here on day one, and we've had about that each and every day out here working. People here the first day of OTAs, we've been working for 6 weeks. Just OTAs just means you can work offense versus defense and do it kind of officially, but the guys have been really putting in the work, and excited for, when you have that shared sacrifice, you become really close as a team. And I felt like, the last few years we played deep into the season, so you kind of need a break. People need a mental break and need to get away. We had too long of a break this year, and so it was appropriate that everybody got back together. Kyle did a tremendous job of these are voluntary, but man, it would mean a lot to our team. And then the leaders fell through and followed through and with action and said, hey, I'm showing up. You guys all show up. And so the work's been good. And what that does, that gives you a chance. And we got a lot of new players, a lot of youth on this team, but they're out here working and they're getting better. And that gives us a chance.
One more on Brock and the salary cap, and then some other position questions. that is, everybody says, well, 49ers, they had to pay their quarterback. It's over now because now you're in salary cap hell. Are you guys in salary cap hell with the new contract?
No, not at all. I mean, I think we're now. I've seen some stuff in the last couple of days that say we have the second most room. We always look at cap over like a 3-year window. So I would tell people, some of the room we've created for 25 is because 26 and 27 is going to be extremely tight. So can you roll over some of that to help us out in what we're forecasting to be some tight cap spaces? Yes. And so, but in general, our salary cap health is in a good place. You always, Jed and the York family and, has committed to being an aggressive team. And, we're appreciative of that. We'll continue to be that, but also mindful of keeping, our roster, our cap situation in good health. And I think we've done that. We've managed to do that. And now we just got to go win games.
San Francisco 49ers GM and President of Football Operations, John Lynch, is the voice you hear this morning on the UMA Guest Line. And, John, one of the biggest changes since the last time we spoke to you back in January is your hiring of the defensive coordinator. What's it been like to have Robert Saleh back in the building with you guys?
It's awesome to have Saleh back. Saleh just he brings a certain amount of confidence. He's a really good dude. He stands for the right thing in life. He's a great storyteller. He uses storytelling to motivate our guys, to bring our guys close together. And then he's a really good football coach. I remember the first time when Kyle and I, decided to work together, and Kyle was coaching a Super Bowl with the Falcons, asking me if I could interview Robert Saleh because those two had worked together in Houston. And he said, John, people aren't going to know the name, but I'm telling you, he's got the goods, and I want you to confirm it. So I brought him down to our house in San Diego, went to Staples, Linda Lynch did, and bought a grease board. And Saleh showed up and sweated for 3 hours on my patio and interviewed and drew up defenses. And I said, man, after I was done, Kyle, you're right. This guy's unbelievable. And he's gone off, had experience as a head coach that I think we even have a better version of Saleh, but he's really excited to be back here. His family's excited, and our players are extremely excited. Entire organization is, because he's really good at what he does and a huge value add for us.
You guys gave him 5 Christmas presents in May. 5 straight defensive picks, John, for you too, right?
Yeah, we needed to. We saw kind of I'm not going to lie to you. I think we've talked about this already. It wasn't easy in free agency, seeing a lot of good players go out the door, but somewhat intentional that, we needed to infuse some youth. If you're going to have this highly compensated of a core and this quality of a core, with really good players, the Kittles, the Warners, the Trent Williams, the Christian McCaffreys, the Purdys, you have to supplement that. The draft is a way to go, balance that out. And we had 11 picks. We used every one of them, heavy on defense at the beginning, and really excited the way it stacked up. We think these guys all have a chance to really contribute, but now they have to go prove that. Once the draft's over, it's about the work, and those guys are doing a really nice job. Cool moment, yesterday I walk out there and Bosa and Michael. Michael's just a sponge, following Nick. Chris Kaceric's doing such a great job of hey, Michael, get behind Bosa. Watch how much, ground he's gaining with his first step. And the vets are really embracing these young guys. With young guys, it can take a little time. They're going to take their lumps, but young guys are important, and this league, it's a young man's game, and so we're excited with what the group, the 11 of them that we brought in, are going to provide to this team, and now those guys got to earn everything they get. That's what this league's all about.
Last year, you guys used your first overall pick, or your first round draft pick, I should say, on Ricky Pearsall. And Kyle Shanahan did give us an update yesterday that he is dealing with a hamstring injury. But what have you seen from his offseason development? What are your expectations for year 2? And overall, how are you feeling about the depth of the wide receiver room with the possibility of starting the season without Brandon Ayuk?
Yeah, so Ricky's had a really good offseason. And, I know a lot of people learned yesterday. Kudos to Kyle. A lot of coaches this time of year, you don't have to give injuries. there's no secrets. We're not trying to hide anything. Ricky's worked his tail off this offseason. He and Jake Cowing have really approached this offseason, and they've attacked it. It's a shame he kind of got tweaked, but like I said, we've been out here working hard, and you're always going to have a lot of caution this time of year, and I think it allows us to have a little more caution when we know the work Ricky's put in. He's in great shape. Ricky's going to be a really good football player in this league, I think, for a long time, so we're excited about that. I'm sure if it were regular season, we'd be pushing to get him back next week. It's not worth it right now. We want that thing to really heal up, and we'll get him healthy for training camp. But he's put in a lot of quality work. But the overall group, there's a lot of competition going on. We added Jordan Watkins in the 4th round. He's looking good. Junior Bergen, who we brought in as a returner, has shown some value as a receiver out here. Undrafted free agent Nair. We got DeMarcus Robinson, who we brought in. Hodgins. There's good competition going on. Jake Cowing, I think, is going to take a big step. He's got to go. He's showing that right now. It's OTAs, and now you got to carry that over to training camp and then onto the field. But a lot to be encouraged of. Obviously, when you're missing a player like Brandon Ayuk, there's going to be a hole. But, Brandon's tracking, in a good way with his knee, and you just got to kind of let that play out. We're not going to put him out there till he's ready, but we're excited with our receiver group and where we're at.
Do you have to add to it?
You never close the door on that. I don't think we have to. Like I said, I think there's a lot of quality and a lot of competition, and you kind of let that play out. And if an opportunity presents itself to get better, then we'll always be interested in that. But right now, we don't feel like we're in a situation where we have to.
Christian McCaffrey, we need your analysis. God, you want to talk about reporters and media? There's so much media hyperventilating over every cut, every move. What can you tell us? What's the John Lynch evaluation of his first workout?
Well, I stand back there where I used to stand, just about 30 yards deeper, and it looks really good to me. That's what I'll tell you. He looks bouncy. He looks explosive. Christian likes the work. He's as talented as he is. He's a field player, and he likes to work, and he's put in the work. Believe me, he's as intense a competitor as I've ever been around. He's maniacal in his approach. And you talk about intense. I played with his dad at Stanford. His dad was extremely intense, and his mom was a soccer player, and she was extremely intense. And so Christian is the byproduct of that, and not happy with what happened with our team, what happened with himself. And I can tell you this: he's put in the work. He's looking great out here. Kyle said it yesterday. The biggest thing with Christian, sometimes we have to pull back the reins. And that's what you want to have to do. My old coach, Mike Tomlin, used to say it's a lot easier and better to have to say whoa than it is to have to say sick 'em. And you never have to say sick 'em to Christian. He's raring and ready to go, and at times you have to say whoa. But he looks great out here, and he's extremely motivated to have a Christian McCaffrey type year.
And finally, Big Trent Williams has the excused absence from the principal, John Lynch, or you want to see him out there?
Well, I mean, this is all voluntary, and Trent showed up here. He's been here periodically. Trent knows how to get ready for a season, and I think Trent had a season, marred and inhibited by injuries last year, and Trent is very prideful about not just playing, but playing the type of quality football that he's accustomed to. He's always told me that. He's not going to come out here and just be a guy. And so I've got a good feeling that Trent's going to come out and have a really good season. Good Lord, provided he can stay healthy and all those things that every player has to go through. But Trent's putting in the work, and you're always happy when he's on your offensive line, when he's on your team.
Yeah. It's just great catching up with you. I know you got to go, all that. But do you own a bass fishing boat?
I grew up in San Diego. My parents we're not fishers, so no, I don't. I want to know what to do with a bass fishing boat. But,
Maybe Brock,
I understand Brock's in the market, so
yes.
if you're out there, you got a good one. You let us know.
But
We'll help him out.
we'll take him to a garage
You
sale.
don't need any help.
Take him to a garage sale. Well, listen, everybody's in the building. Everybody, it's we've been talking about it. Like we called it refreshed, refueled, and revenge in January. Then you went through the hemorrhaging and you lost all those guys in March, and now you're back adding guys, and you have Brock signed. So it feels like you guys are ready. We called it the bummer summer last year, John, with all the holdouts. We're going to call it the no bummer summer this year. How's that?
I like it.
All right, no bummer summer. We'll catch up down the road. Sure do appreciate you hopping on, and good catching up, and be well.
Yeah, thanks, John.
Thanks, fellas. All right.
John Lynch on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Due to technical difficulties, today's Aftershock contest will not run during our show. We do apologize for the inconvenience. We do have some Giants baseball today. It's going to come up at pregame. It's going to start at 3:10. First pitch is at 4:10. You got Kyle Harrison on the mound versus righty Cal Quantrill. John Miller and Dave Fleming will be calling the action in Miami, and you can hear it all on the Sports Leader app and also thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. Has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. You've worked hard during your career to save money, but is your money growing the way you want it, or should you invest it differently? Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. right here on KNBR for my show, Protect Your Assets, or call 1-866-PROTECT.
On the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Reggae Friday made its way to Daly City, just like we made our way to Daly City. Here we are between two ferns, between two ficuses, in the shadow of Marchbank Park, the legendary baseball diamond down here in Daly City, where John Madden and John Robinson used to play. Shout out Dave Gangona for that info. I found an NFL Films cut of Madden talking about this place like it's Fenway Park or Wrigley Field. He loves it. So we're here in our new digs, and I think it's pretty slick. It's like, to be honest, I think we've improved sort of the inner workings of the place. Like everything seems slicker and smoother. You feel that?
Yeah, we got to figure out what we're doing with the ficus plants, to be honest.
Yeah.
I told young Tony to bring my plants over to the new studios, but he brought the wrong plants.
By the way, shout out Plastic Plants. When I worked at the movie theater with the extremely politically incorrect, very 20th century Mr. Monty, who used to tell foul jokes to us, and we were high school kids. He would have been like, it would have been a scandal if you heard the things he used to say to us. Very politically incorrect. But one of the pranks was whenever we got a new employee, we would tell them at the end of the night, you got to water the plants. So they would have to get water, and there was plastic, and we would do it until they caught on. So go on for days.
I like that.
And finally, somebody would take pity, like, bro, you're watering a plastic plant.
Yeah.
Mr. Monty would be like, boy, an IQ test, and you failed it.
That's like the old baseball trick where you tell the freshman, yeah, go get me the bucket of left-handed curveballs. And they start looking, what do you mean? I can't find the left-handed curveballs anywhere.
There it is.
Yeah, you bozo. They're all baseballs.
And what's the, is it snipe hunting? Is that the one? Snipe hunting? You know about that, young Tone?
Snipe hunting?
You can fool people like, you're going to go snipe hunting. There's no such animal as a snipe. I believe there was a Cheers episode where Frasier got caught snipe hunting. We're hunting for snipe. There's no such thing.
I had no idea.
Yeah, and you're out in the woods. What are you hunting for? Snipe. I think. Any snipe hunters out there? Anyway. Okay, so John Lynch, first reaction. Just great having him back.
Well, first of all, how about the send-off from San Francisco with Buster Posey yesterday, the president of baseball operations? And then how about the welcome gift of having John Lynch, the president of football operations, to kick off the sports leader in Daly City?
The reports of KNBR's demise are greatly exaggerated. Buster Posey and John Lynch. Where else are you going to go? You ain't getting anywhere else.
Nope.
By the way, I just want to shout out the fact that Krug did a show here last night, Niners Nightly, and somebody said on the text line, Krug got it in, got some smack talk in. Said, I'm the first host to broadcast from all 3 locations. Somebody said they took it as a direct shot at me.
Oh.
And I think it was.
Wow.
I think it was.
Well, if he's taking shots at you, am I allowed to take shots back at him?
Please.
He's also the first one to do it in 3 different stints. Hey, don't come at my boy. Don't come at my boy Murph, all right?
That's my guy Marcus
all
right there.
I got your back,
I'm
Murph.
going to buy you a little Lucas Deli sandwich for that, buddy.
Let's go,
dude. Okay, so listen, the clock obviously went long with John Lynch. We can recap more of that coming up. But we do have some great guests coming your way. Mark Spears at 8:50. Got to take some hoops. What's going on with the Warriors and Giannis, et cetera, and what's going on with, of course, the NBA playoffs. That's fun to watch. And then JP Martinez, the Giants pitching coach, is going to join us at 9:30. He's good.
He's great.
He's very, very good. Kyle tonight, Robbie Ray Saturday, Hayden Birdsong Sunday. We're a long way from a John Brebbia Open.
Yes,
You
we
know what I
are,
mean?
Murph. We are indeed.
But great, cooler content. Were you able to roll that Madden in or no?
I have it live. I can play it over here live.
We'll do it in the cooler.
We'll do it live.
We'll do it live. All right, it's fun, man. Happy Friday, everybody. Reggae Friday in foggy Daly City. Oh, sun's coming through in the heat wave. Next on The Sports Leader.
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and...
All right, Daly City Reggae Friday. couple of hiccups along the way, but it's good, man. In general, we're loving it. We have neighbors, other FM stations are here from Bonneville, and they've been very welcoming. But to be honest, if I'm them, I'm like, who are these guys? Get these guys out of here. I'd be like, blank these guys. So we're going to rely on John Curley's gracious hospitality to save us.
It's the question that everybody is asking. We ask the same questions about Jimmy Butler and the Warriors. When is the honeymoon phase going to end? When are the golden vibes going to die off? When are the golden vibes of KNBR coming to Bonneville going to wear off?
Well, I think we're off for most all those other stations immediately, but I'm vibing off the Marchbank Park vibes we have going on just outside our window. I wish we could turn the cameras and show it. I guess I should just take pictures and post them on social. That's what I did, which I did yesterday with a lot of people enjoyed seeing the behind the scenes with Oppo from the parking garage, Cleo, our overnight security, and Ali, our morning security, who were really part of our journey there. God, I feel like it's been 100 years since we saw those guys, right?
I know.
I mean, it's like, so here, a whole new deal. But anyway, so when you post those things, you can see behind the scenes. So I'll post some pictures of Marchbank when we get out there.
And stay tuned because obviously we are workshopping stuff at the new studio. So during the commercial break, currently the camera is on young Tony in the producer studio.
I hope that's okay for everybody.
It sounds like there might be the possibility of maybe getting an outdoor camera out on the baseball field. So maybe our listeners and viewers will see it soon.
Sounds like a fluid situation.
Yeah, by the way, we had a call earlier talking about barbecuing with Boucher out on this porch that we have out here.
Yeah.
And I'm not even riffing, dude. Like, let's get Traeger as a sponsor or somebody because you know how much I've missed my smoker since moving to San Francisco. And I would love to go back down to San Jose.
Can't you do it on the roof?
So I have a grill, propane tank. Okay. Propane's a little different, doesn't taste as good in my opinion. I think most barbecue heads will tell you that also. But we have a big enough space out here where I'm not even joking. I'll show up, I'll throw a slab of ribs on at 5 a.m., and we'll have a post-show meeting licking our fingers of how good those ribs will be.
Damn.
Like, oh, yeah, do a tri-tip during the show. Be ready by the time Mike Krukow comes on.
The patio giveth.
Oh, I'm not joking, man. I'll smoke a brisket for the whole studio.
By the way, do we have a crawl now? Is that what we have here on our YouTube and our Twitch and our Twitter?
Yes, indeed, yeah.
Is that brand new?
It is, yeah. Shout out Connell. Connell was talking about getting like a traffic cam, too. Not only to the field, maybe a traffic cam. Sounds like we can't do it out in the bullpen because there's a lot of other people out here. You know, we got to make sure we're being courteous.
I got to be honest. It's right away. This thing is rife for bits. I mean, we got to start rolling taking shots at our colleagues. You know what I mean?
I got you. Okay.
So made 3 mistakes today.
Sneak it in.
Just as it tricks across, so-and-so is a D. As it just trickles across right there.
Yeah, there's got to be like Easter eggs in that little ticker.
Absolutely.
By the way, you notice the new logo above my head, too? The Sports Leader, and then it flips over to Murph and Marcus. Pretty cool.
Damn.
Pretty cool.
And by the way, a listener said that I looked less pacey when I wore the black jacket. So I'm going with the black jacket.
Murph's
See that
back
logo?
in black.
See that logo?
The
we are
Sports Leader.
sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. If you missed my rant on 19th Avenue and the Great Highway, you can go back on YouTube and watch it around 7-something. But my drive home is going to be different than my drive here.
How many guys in hammocks are going to be hanging out on your way home?
Don't even do it. Don't get me trying to poke me again, brother.
Yeah.
Justice De Los Santos, he's good. He'll join Papa and Silver at 12:50. Greg Silver's first visit here today. He's looking around like a kid in like Willy Wonka, like the kid, like Charlie in the Chocolate Factory.
You never forget your first, young Greg. You never forget.
So speaking of kids in awe, John Madden, and thanks to Dave Gingona for pointing out to me that John Madden and John Robinson played their youth sports right here at Marchbank Field, which is awesome. It's the field right outside our window. You can just see it right here. And we got a lot of Peninsula people checking in. Said, dude, Barry Bonds used to swat home runs over this fence because Sarah played here against either SI or SH. I think it's currently SH's freshman field, something like that. Anyway, we'll get the facts.
And what is that, about 320 down the line? Yeah.
Quite reachable for a young live Barry Bonds.
Barry's going deep.
But other great WCAL players, too. Any number of WCAL. WCAL is monster baseball league.
We play some ball in the WCAL.
And you didn't. You chose not to.
Yeah, I got recruited to go play over at St. Francis, but I told you I was not going to put on one of those uniforms.
You were like the outsiders. You were a greaser, not a soch.
That's exactly what it was. That's how I describe my people. Like, how do you dress? It's like, it's kind of half skater, half greaser.
Yeah, you were going to do it for Johnny.
Yeah, do it for Johnny.
Do it for Marcus, man.
Stay golden, Waterboy.
Do it for Waterboy.
Stay golden.
All right, so, okay, well, John Madden on NFL Films talking about growing up in Daly City.
And then right next to my house was an empty lot. And we used to play in that empty lot, and I thought it was ours. It was called Madden's Lot. You know, where we're going to play. Well, we can either play at Woodrow Wilson or we can play in Madden's Lot. And then when we went, really upscale, we went down to Marchbank Park. 90% of my great memories are of Marchbank Park. And because it was not only a baseball diamond, and a great baseball diamond, and it still is, I think, but it was a park where you could play everything. You could play football in the outfield, and they had a second level, and they had all other activities. Right in an area of a couple blocks, you had Madden's Lot, Woodrow Wilson, and Marchbank Park. So, and a kid, life is all about playing, and that's what we did. And it was the greatest place for a kid to play, I think, that there ever was, or ever will be.
Oh, yeah. First of all, shout out the music underneath there, too. Greatest place for a kid to play that there ever will be. Right outside our window.
Dude, I'm about to pick up one of those KNBR bats from off the wall and go take some batting practice.
He's right. You can play. If you're a kid, that outfield is ripe for a tackle football game. You know what I mean? If you're like 9, 10, 11, 12 years old.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, that's a big dime. That's a big field, man. You can lay out, and then when the seasons change, head to the dirt and start playing some ball.
Well, now, Murph, now I got questions, because if this field was so impactful on John Madden's life, are we going to see Nicolas Cage playing baseball and football out on this field in this new Madden movie?
Dude, what if we looked out and they were doing a scene out there with Cage?
We're extras.
Did Cage play the young Madden? I think he only played the older stranger Madden.
I'm with John Lynch, too. It's kind of weird that Nicolas Cage is playing John Madden.
Super bizarre, but Cage is a nut. He'll do anything. Yeah. He'll perform. And he talked about that second level. If you guys can see, there's a second level up there that looks like almost like maybe a dog park or a peewee field or something, and it's got concrete steps leading up to it, old school concrete steps. So we're definitely immersing ourselves in Daly City culture. It's like we discovered this place for the very first time. People are like, we've been here, a couple hundred years,
I know.
Where you guys been?
We're acting like we moved across the country.
I know. There's this place called Daly City. You guys ever heard of it? Yeah. And John Madden's here.
They got this great little local diner. It's called In-N-Out Burger. Ever heard of it?
707 was so inspired that by that cut, they said, I need to see this park. Well, maybe it's not as brilliant as it was. In fact, half the outfield fence is down. And the scoreboard, shall we say, might have last been on when Madden was playing.
Yeah, I don't think they've kept balls and strikes on that field for a while.
But you got to respect the history, man. Yeah. You got it. And this speaks to a larger sociological thing of when San Francisco and Daly City was young families, like families and thriving youth sports leagues. Dude, just up the street is Lincoln High School in San Francisco that produced not one but 2 U.S. Open golf champions. Young Tony. Lincoln High School, now we cross back into San Francisco. We leave Daly City, but not far from here. Lincoln High School, not 1, 2 U.S. Open golf champions. The only high school in America that's produced 2 U.S. Open golf champions.
All right. Who do we got?
Ken Venturi and Johnny Miller, who are 2 legends in the game. So, I mean, that's what I mean. There used to be, well, hell, you go back to DiMaggio and Joe Cronin and Bobby Brown and all the old school names. And then down here, John Madden and John Robinson. But things change. The city gets more expensive. Families move out, and now it's out in the burbs. Now it's De La Salle and Sarah and all that stuff going on. But back then, these guys lived here. They lived here in the city and like on the streets, and this was like their playing field. So,
real quick, what position do you think John Madden was playing?
Got to be catcher, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say I view him as a catcher with that body, with that build.
I'm gonna block it over here. I'm gonna block this ball in the dirt. And if you run, I'm gonna throw it to second. We're gonna tag you out. Boom, you're out.
And then the entire time, just talking the umpire's ear off.
John Robinson, I could see maybe as a pitcher. Okay. How's that? I got Robinson on the hill. I got Robinson on the hill and Madden in the crouch.
A hell of a battery.
Yeah. They're both gone now. We miss them. There. So, is that it for the cooler contest? Just one bite because of our new situation?
Let's just stay there. Yeah.
It was a good one. Well, let's go out with our playing fields of our youth. For you, young Tone, what was the Marchbank Park of your youth, buddy?
Ooh, probably go back to Kentucky. Some of the Little League fields. St. Matthews Little League is what I played in. There was a couple different fields. Brings back some old memories, some good memories. And again, you guys know this. I think I've told you this. I was always playing right field.
Yeah.
Not a lot of action in right field in Little League. I was throwing my glove in the air just trying to entertain myself.
Well, the right fielder.
That's probably why you were in right field.
First of all, shout out Coach Lou, the legendary Coach Lou.
Still throwing BP.
But yeah, still coaching, north of 80. And his take on in the first half of a Majors Little League season is we put our best fielders at second and right because the velo wins early in the season and kids are late.
Interesting.
Kids are late, and so most kids are right-handed hitters. So Lou's extra special spy tactic was in March and April. Put your best fielders in right and second.
This is why Lou's a legend.
That's right. So
that's why Lou's still out here coaching.
Which means
games.
that in the early season they put Tony in left field.
Come on now.
Flip
well,
him
you said
around.
your old man used to have his arms folded, and he was harumphing every time he struck out.
He would yell at the PA guy because they wouldn't pronounce my last name right. He'd say, "It's pronounced Farias, all right?"
What's your Marchbank Park, buddy?
Oh, so if I had to choose one, you've heard me talk about Washington Park in Santa Clara. I've mentioned Washington Park in Sunnyvale, also where Sunnyvale National played.
2 different Washington Parks.
2 different Washington Parks that I grew up playing at.
Shout out George Washington.
One was the home of Troy Tulowitzki and Sunnyvale National, but I played Sunnyvale Southern Little League, so I got to go De Anza Park, right around the corner from where I grew up. That was my Little League field that I grew up on.
So it was your Little League field, not just the neighborhood rec field?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was a bit of a neighborhood rec field. Also, like me and my buddies would go there. We'd play wiffle ball in the skate circle. We'd go play football. Like, it's a big old
De Anza Park.
De Anza Park down in Sunnyvale.
Sounds pretty good. Mm-hmm. So for me, it's 2. The hockey park, Hauke, named after, you know who was named after? The father, the guy who yelled, Do it, Murphy.
No
was
way.
Willie Hockey. His dad, though, was a big civic-minded guy.
Do it, Hockey.
And he took a marsh and made it into a park where we all played our tackle football and our summer baseball. Just pick up the kind of stuff kids do not do today. Do not do. We just went to the park and played either baseball or tackle football, and that was it. No parents ever. No chalk lines, no cones, no whistles, just us. So that was like truly our neighborhood playing field, but the magic was all at Boyle Park, which remains one of the great slices of real estate in the United States of America. Just go look at Brad Mansion's pictures when he comes out.
Dude, I've watched live streams.
You have watched live
Declan
streams.
and Rory
Yes,
playing
I
on
did.
those fields. It's a great looking field.
My brother too. We go all the way back to the '60s there too. So yeah. Shout out the Marchbank Park of your youth. What we never asked Curly. What's his? What's Curly's? Where did he used to strike at?
Parkside Park.
Parkside. Where is it? What streets?
What was Sunset?
Sunset. Well,
Sunset,
where about?
yeah,
Where about? You know the cross streets?
28th and Vincent.
Vicente.
Yeah. So it's hard to hear. He's speaking low.
Yeah, a lot going
28th
on.
and Vicente. Huh. Parkside. A lot of strikeouts there, buddy.
Ha.
Yeah.
Tons, he said, tons.
A lot of disappointed looks from Mr. Curly.
You know what his dad was saying? Why don't you just strike out and get back to work?
Yeah, I was just
Pick
gonna
up a
say,
hammer.
Yeah, get the hard hat.
Pick up a hammer. This baseball's stupid. Put some work in. All right. Mark Spears talking NBA basketball and Warriors. Giannis. And then JP Martinez at 9:30 on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Reggae Friday continues. I think we need some green. We need the green. It's been missing the green. What do we got here, buddy?
This is sun is shining because the sun is out. Bob Marley and the Wailers, of course.
People are saying too much sun on me. I'm looking too pasty.
That's what happens when you pick the window seat.
I did pick the window seat.
Yeah.
My bad. I have to wear shades.
You pulled
during the
rank
show.
to get that seat, Murph.
Well, I have a great view of you and Mac tonight over here.
I know.
What I mean?
I
Yeah.
wish I could see the face of Mac tonight.
Does Greg Silver and Walter know Mac tonight? No way.
Zero chance.
Do you remember Mac tonight? No. People asked if I could see Curly, and I looked through the monitors, and I could just see this pasty face, white face between the two monitors. I said he looked like Mac tonight.
Just a slice
Greg
of
Silver
John
said
Joe Curly.
he heard it this morning, so he knows about it. Walt did not know what it was.
All right. Are we connected? Are we connected with Mark?
We are
Yes?
good to go, fellas. Yep.
Mark Spears. Hey, it's all sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. Did you see Mark on social media post that United Airlines presented him with a 1,000,000-mile coin?
Wow.
1,000,000 miles.
1,000,000
to chase that orange basketball around and write stories. Mark, dude, congrats on 1,000,000. That's kind of profound, dude. That's like you're going into outer space, man. 1,000,000 miles, dude. Congratulations.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. I got an email from United kind of explaining how far it was, and it was like, tell me how many trips to the moon that would have been. And then so I'm on a plane yesterday, and plane from hell going back from OKC is just, OKC is just terrible, man. So I had to come back to San Jose, and we're about to land, and the flight attendant's like, hey, congratulations on getting 1,000,000 miles. And I'm like, oh, thank you. She said, well, the pilots want to meet you. I'm like, they do? They're like, yeah. So when I landed, and it was ironic that we landed in San Jose because that was actually the first place I ever went on a plane was in San Jose. So I went up to the front, and they presented me like this written United paper where everybody signed it, congratulated me, and gave me a 2-sided coin and allowed me to sit in the cockpit. And I was 6'6". I'm surprised that I could. There was actually a lot more leg room than I expected, man. So it was like, usually only people that get to go up there are little kids that get the wings, right? So it was cool, man. Hung out with them for about 10 minutes and, got my coin, man. So I don't know if it's a good or bad thing that I got 1,000,000 miles, but I did it.
So, hey, man.
It wasn't a goal.
Springfield, Mass first, and now 1,000,000 miles with United. You're starting to hit some milestones, dude. It means you're doing good. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. All right, man. Well, let's start with last night's game. The Knicks, you think about this. All they had to do was handle their business in a very reasonable way in game one, and they're up 3-2 right now, but they're down 3-2. Have you found that series to show the Pacers to be the better team, and that's who should be leading it? Or do you think about the Knicks, damn, they should be truly up 3-2 and blew it, that they actually should be winning this series?
I thought from the beginning that this series was a push, that either team was certainly capable of winning. But the one thing about the playoffs, man, you can't blow games. And the Knicks blew a game in game one in their building, and, now it allows, the Pacers have an opportunity to finish the series at home, and I just saw the Thunder do that. And when you're playing at home and you got that crowd behind you, it certainly gives you an extra boost, So I still expect the Pacers to finish it off back home. But I am poised to go to New York on Monday if I need to. It's just when you see that game one and you think back to that, I mean, the Knicks, like you said, could be ahead right now, but they're not. So that, there's a certain focus, professionalism, just readiness that you need to be successful in the postseason. And, Oklahoma City certainly had it in their last game, and, Minnesota wasn't ready to play. For whatever reason, they weren't ready to play, and they got drilled. And now, the Thunder are resting for the finals. And, let's see what the Pacers do tomorrow. But I'll tell you what, it goes 7, man. I told my editor, I said I have to go to that. He's like, you don't want the rest? You just rest before the finals? I'm like, Game 7 in the Garden, bro. I'm going to have to make that trip. I'll just go to Oklahoma City after that.
Yeah, in Game 7 in the Garden, anything could happen. But, Mark, I'll ask you this question. Between the Pacers and the Knicks, who do you think is a tougher matchup for OKC, and who do you think has a better possibility of actually taking down SJC and the Thunder?
Shoot, I don't think either can. I think they're really, really good. Their defense is phenomenal. They have an extremely talented superstar that we got to start giving more props to in SGA. Not only a great player, but a great leader. J-Dub from Santa Clara is finding his foot. He's looking amazing. And I just, they're going to be rested as well. The Thunder actually will not go on a road. Now, keep in mind, they played Tuesday, right, or Wednesday, right? They won't go on a road again until a week from Monday. So I just think at this point it's health. It's obviously talent, but, they're in their home environment for a long time. I think they're the better team regardless of who shows up.
Mark, one of the things that's jumping out at me when I watch the Thunder is, damn. And, I know it's recency bias and they're playing really well, but I was thinking – I was one of those guys who were like, man, the Warriors, if they get to that stage, they could take the Thunder because they're the veterans. They know what they're doing. They have experience. Steph Curry. Dude, I'm not so sure now. I'm like, man, I might have been wrong. Like had the Warriors made it to that stage, were they not ready for what the Thunder? Because the Thunder seemed to be putting it all – any doubts you might have had about them seemed to be evaporating. It's the real deal. Like, would it have been a bad matchup for the Warriors?
Yeah. The Warriors typically playing well, but again, and I always kind of mention this, the playoffs are about 3 things, right? It's about talent, it's about matchup, and it's about health. And so, we kind of keep beating this Warriors horse, but their 2 stars were hurt. And if that's what, going into the playing games, that's what, having long series kind of will do for you. There's just no way to recover from that. The Thunder are completely healthy and talented. And I think just because they're not the sexy name, the sexy team, we got to start giving them some love, man. They had the best record in the league from jump. They were 16 games ahead of the Houston Rockets, who were the 2nd seed. They had the best record in the entire league by 4 games. We got to start giving them their flowers, man. It's they're really, really good, but I will hesitate in saying they're going to be good for a long time. This is going to be a dynasty. The Warriors are a dynasty. The Spurs are a dynasty. You got to prove a dynasty. Remember 2 years ago, the Nuggets were going to be a dynasty, and weren't the Celtics supposed to be a dynasty? You got to, the NBA just changes too much. Injuries happen. They just got to win one and go from there.
Yeah, Mark, I'm with you. I think it's way too early before we start talking dynasties with OKC, but I think a lot of reason why people are looking towards that is because of the average age of the roster. They have the average age of 23 and a half years old. They were the youngest first seed ever in NBA history, the youngest team to win a playoff series in NBA history. My question would be, Mark, can they keep this nucleus together and pay all 3-4 of these guys?
Well, therein lies the problem. What's SGA's at poised to make about $70 million a year or something like that in his next contract. Then you're gonna have to pay J-Dub. Then you have to pay Chet. Then you know what I mean. At some point, you're gonna start to have to pay these guys, and they're not like the Warriors. They're not worth $8 billion. They're a small market team where even in a closeout game. They had tickets available for $175,
oh my gosh,
which is laughable to people living in. Yeah, exactly. They're starting to build a new arena. It's going to be across the street from where they are. I think their ticket prices are going to go up tremendously after that. But I don't think they're in a financial position to make it sustainable long term.
Talking to Mark Spears on the UMA guest line, and you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, and it's fun to talk about these playoffs and all that, but we got to bring it back to the Warriors, who aren't in the playoffs. There's one name and one name only, and need your take right now on May 30th. Giannis and the Warriors. Rate the odds right now.
Slim and none.
Okay.
I don't know.
Can't put together the package, or
I don't know, man. I'll take back Slim and none. I think it's a long shot. Slim and none is worse than a long shot, right? I mean, it's just, do you have the assets that Milwaukee will want? Does he truly want to leave? If I'm them, like, what package do the Warriors have that's beautiful? I think like teams like Houston and San Antonio, who could offer a number 2 pick, have better options than the Warriors. So I think I do think there are teams there that could throw together a better package than the Warriors can. So I don't see it happening.
Yeah, I know Giannis is going to be one of the names that everybody's going to be keeping an eye on this summer, but here in the Bay Area, I know Warriors fans are going to be keeping an eye out for Jonathan Kuminga updates, and we haven't had a chance to talk since Jonathan Kuminga was sitting courtside with Joe Lacob at the Valkyries game, and I did want to ask you about the Valkyries launching off their era here in San Francisco, but just your thoughts real quick on Jonathan Kuminga, what this summer is going to look like, his relationship with Joe Lacob, and his relationship with Steve Kerr.
I think the thing is this, it's a business now. And I think that was good, great for Joe Lacob to sit next to him at the game. I'm sure it puts on a great public face, but ultimately it's a business. And it all comes down to who thinks Kuminga out of other 29 teams is worth money. Because it all comes down to that. Like, what offer sheet is it? Is it one that's like too much for the Warriors to match? It just takes one team to do it. If I'm a team like that has some salary cap space, I might be inclined to offer it to him. But I think because he's so talented, but yet roller coaster as a player, like I already talked to one GM about him, he kind of seemed like he was on the fence about whether to make that commitment. Have other teams seen enough of him? Have they seen enough consistency from him to want to offer him $25 million, $30 million a year to get him away from the Warriors? So I do think the Warriors actually did play it smart, as they're going to make him a restricted free agent. Maybe his feelings is hurt a little bit, especially if he doesn't get a great offer sheet and he ends up coming back. But right now, I think the Warriors are actually probably in a better position to keep him or to sign and trade him than Kuminga is right now. I've been really confused to know what his value is. But again, it just takes one team to be like, yo, we love this guy. We're gonna take a chance on his potential and sign him to an offer sheet.
All right, Mark. Then and just kind of ending it on a non-Warriors note. Just one on Ant Edwards. God, he was a rocketing star, and then I don't want to say fizzled out. Oklahoma City has phenomenal defense. But just, 23 years old. I'm sure he's got many, many years to carve his legacy, but he ain't there yet. SGA's ahead of him. Your thoughts?
Yeah. No, I was the one that asked him the question about, does he feel, terrible about 2 years in a row knocking on the door to finals and not making it. And he's basically saying, like, nah, I'm good. I'm fine. This is exciting. This isn't a bad thing. And I talked to Mike Conley, and he's like, yeah, I just don't think he understands yet because of his age, like, how tough it is to get back. And, I talked to Kenyon Martin, who, went to the finals like 2 years into his career in 2001, I believe it was, and never got back. And he played until like about 2015 or 16. So I do think maybe there might be some naivete from Anthony Edwards to think that you're going to get this opportunity year after year after year after year. They're going to lose probably Nikhil Anderson-Walker. Who knows if they keep Nas and keep Julius. I mean, I do think that their team, talent-wise, unless the young guys step up, could take a step back. So, I just think that he certainly has Jordan-esque ability, but he has to play with more of a Jordan urgency. And even at the beginning of the series, he didn't play game one well in game one because he's trying to, figure out what the other team is doing. Playoffs don't have that kind of patience, not the regular season. I think he has all the talent in the world. I know he'll keep working hard, but I do think that he has to have more of a sense of urgency that comes with maturity.
Yeah, it is interesting. It's part of the journey, and I'm glad that you were the one to ask that question. That thing went viral. So, by the way, somebody leaves it says, Mark, you're starring as George Clooney in the movie Up in the Air. Did you ever see that or know about that?
Oh, he got me beat, man. He got like 10 million.
10 million. So you got a goal.
Yeah.
There's a goal out there, buddy. There's a goal.
No, if I get 10 million, then I'll be 150. I think it took me like 25 years to get to a million. So.
Well, another 25, baby, and then we'll keep going.
George Clooney will be safe.
Yeah, you're better looking though, so.
Well, shoot, then I'm fine. Then. I'm better looking at him.
All right, man. Hey, it was great checking in, man. Enjoy. Hey, if you get Game 7 at the Garden, have you had any Chalamet experiences yet, or Chalamet, New York?
No.
How about Spike? You down with Spike?
Yeah, I'm cool with Spike.
Yeah.
What about Ben Stiller?
Yeah. Never met him.
All right. You stay with.
Never met him. Last time I saw Tracy Morgan, he was being taken off on a stretcher at LA All-Star to the hospital. So
yeah, that was tough. All right, man. We'll enjoy. We'll enjoy. We'll enjoy your coverage. We appreciate it. Have a great weekend. Be good.
Thanks, Mark.
All right.
Mark Spears, 1,000,000 miles on United. Dude, let me tell you, as a sports writer, when I started, I got to a couple 100,000 or whatever. Dude, it's tough, especially, post 9/11. Let's talk about it. They flying now, taking off your shoes and going through the. You didn't have to. You used to meet people at the gate, Marcus. You used to your parents meet you at the gate. Not anymore. So it's a lot harder, and it's a grind, man. And he's 6'6", leg room. It's a tough situation.
Yeah, I would not want to be sitting in front of Mark Spears with those knees banging against the back of my head.
No, and then he puts it back, you know what I mean? Which violates the social conduct, social contract.
See, that's an issue.
You put your seat back, we got problems. If you put your seat back, you're the same kind of person who voted for the Great Highway to become a frickin' park.
Oh, you're telling me.
So some guy's in his hammock.
You're telling me Kerry Crowley puts his seat back.
Bro, give me that kerosene and a match. I'll tell you what to do with your hammock, bro. Anyway, I digress. JP Martinez, Giants pitching coach at 9:30. We got to recap what John Lynch had to say to us next on The Sports Leader.
O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
3-time World Series champion and friend of the morning show, Sergio Romo joins Papa and Silver at 1:30 this afternoon. You can hear it all live on the Sports Leader app and thesportsleader.com.
This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. While the economy is unpredictable, your retirement income doesn't have to be. A solid plan is the key to success and peace of mind. Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. for my show, Protect Your Assets. Or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Reggae Friday made its way to Daly City, our new studio. If you're looking on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, Murph and Marcus and Young Tony, although the Young Tony cam is gone, we have a new look. We're between two ferns, between two ficuses. We're right by Marchbank Park, where John Madden called it one of the great places ever to play as a kid in Daly City. It's pretty cool to have that history. We're sort of blessed by the spirit of John Madden here. And it's Reggae Friday, even though the big move, new commutes, we can tell those stories too. Everybody made it. We all survived. And Reggae Friday made it. And here's the green. That's your guy.
Yeah, I mean, these are the vibes I'm looking to bring down to Daly City. These are the vibes I'm talking about when we're talking about the next generation of the sports leader, Murph. And what a way to start off our first show in Daly City with Mike Krukow earlier this morning talking Giants ball. We had John Lynch, the president of football operations, on. You just heard Mark Spears. JP Martinez is right around the corner at 9:30. And then at 9:55, we'll be sitting down with Zach Galifianakis between two different ferns.
There you go, buddy. What's Zach G? Zach G hasn't done much lately, has he?
I don't think so.
Chilling out.
I mean, he could probably just live off those hangover checks.
He had a run. He definitely had a run. By the way, so Marcus has Young Tony has the camera up now. So that's his new studio. And you see Walter in there. What's up, Waleezy? And then you see John Joe Curley, Mac Tonight in there too.
Mac Tonight.
And then I saw, who else was in there? Was Greg Silver in there or Mike Holler?
I saw Greg.
Both of them, yeah.
I walked in there and I said, this definitely is getting a Marx Brothers Night at the Opera stateroom scene on the ship. Young Tony, that did not land with you, did it?
Who? We talking Karl Marx?
Yeah. That's what I actually said, do you know the Marx Brothers? And you said to me.
We talking Karl Marx,
you
right?
You literally said that. You literally said that.
I do apologize.
Yeah. Okay.
Who was Carl's brother, Tony?
One of the great comedy scenes in American movie history, the Marx Brothers are on a ship, and they have a little tiny room. You know, these rooms on a ship where you bunk down aren't that big. And they start having people come into their room, like maids and butlers and servers and friends, and the place gets freaking stacked to the gills. Like, it gets hilariously stacked. And they put, like, so many people in the room. People are crawling over heads and everything. And Groucho keeps opening the door and letting people in with these one-liners. He's like, oh, come on in. There's plenty of room, and whatever. And it becomes just a hilarious visual scene. Eventually, and they open the door, the entire room falls out. There's a little bit of that vibe in there. It's a little stacked in there.
It's like the Three Stooges type vibe with the show you're talking about?
Marx Brothers. Yeah, they're like that. Go look up the Marx Brothers Night at the Opera stateroom scene and thank me, by the way.
Well, you think that studio is filling up quick now. You should have seen the camera yesterday during Dirty Work with the amount of engineers that were in the studio. I mean, I thought I was tripping out. I looked at the regular stream and I saw Derek Papa talking to Adam Copeland, and then I looked in the studio and there was Tim Webb standing next to a doppelganger who looked just like Derek Papa. I was like, how is Derek Papa in two places at once? There's like 5 Derek Papas all around.
It's a hell of a look, too, to walk around with the Papa look. You know what I mean? Derek's very sensitive, though. I can't say that. He gets upset. I saw him recently, and he was like barely giving me any love. I was like, God, did I hurt his feelings somewhere along the way? They're the ones who started it all, right?
Start what? I thought we were all friends here.
I don't know about that. But anyway, point is truly is, I wish them the best.
Nothing
Marcus.
but the best.
And they're the ones who started here.
Yeah.
And then Kruger came on bragging that he was the first host to do 3 different locations. Yeah. It's like, bro.
Marcus?
You want to talk about a scoreboard with an asterisk.
Yeah.
I mean, the Barry Bonds asterisk doesn't fit that Kruger. The fact that he's done 3 different locations. Now, he does have scoreboard. He's right.
Yeah.
But it does come with an asterisk.
Yeah, well, LeBron James won a few different championships, but he did it with 3 different teams, Murph.
Very good.
3 different stints, some would say.
Very good. All right, John Lynch. It was great to have him. We thank him for his time. We talked a lot about the Brock Purdy contract. I mean, he talked about the fact that he doesn't think it's not salary cap hell for them. We'll see. I mean, these things, the way they move this money around, the salary cap drives me crazy. Mike Silver believes salary cap doesn't really exist. Like, you can always find a way around it.
I think I agree with Mike Silver.
Yeah.
I mean, the 49ers, as an example, are constantly moving money and just restructuring deals. And here's a bonus over here. Here's a bonus over there. Like, is any of it real? Because it does seem like you can manipulate it. Just kind of like we saw with the contract details of Brock Purdy, how he's not really getting any money this year. What is it, a $9 million cap hit? But then 3-4 years down the road, it's going to get up to like 60, 70. But I'm sure 3-4 years down the road, they're going to restructure it again, and they're going to move some of that money.
Yeah. So, I mean, the theory was once you pay your quarterback, you're dead. You can't compete anymore. And the Niners are like, no, we're going to try. We're going to try and compete. One of the other things we talked about was Christian McCaffrey. And, the beat writers yesterday, I heard Kruger a little bit in his third stint here, doing his third location, talking about how all the beat writers are like, oh, what do you see? And he said it all depends on your perspective. If you're a negative Nelly, you'd say, well, he didn't look like he had bounce. If you're a what do you call it, a pleasant Pollyanna, you say, oh, he looks great. I would say he's 28 years old. He'll be 29 next month. He's coming off a serious injury. You have to factor that in. We've talked about that. Guys coming off injuries like that aren't always the same. I can't imagine he's going to be the same as he was in 2023 when he won Offensive Player of the Year. But I still imagine he's going to be extremely effective. So, I mean, are you your worry meter on Christian McCaffrey?
That's a good question. Yeah. What would my worry meter be? To be honest with you, right now, 2.5, 3? Yeah. Like, I'm not that worried. Now, that sounds maybe like a hot take, since this guy did come off a season where he missed the majority of it with those Achilles issues, then comes back and gets hurt again with that knee injury. But from all the reports that I'm hearing straight from the source, John Lynch, he's showing up, he's healthy, he's ready to go. I don't care that beat writers are arguing back and forth about whether or not he's lost a step or whether or not he's gained a step. I mean, I made the riff earlier this morning. It's like trying to figure out news on Christian McCaffrey and the 49ers during OTAs is like watching Fox News and CNN during a presidential election. Like, there's just 2 different stories and 2 different ways people are covering the stories when they're all watching the same thing.
It's a really good call. I mean, that's hilarious.
It's insane.
You can assign. There are beat writers that you can follow, and it's MSNBC and it's Fox. It's hilarious, man.
The media said what?
It's true. It's true.
It's like everybody's at practice, but everybody's got a different opinion. Who are you going to believe, me or your own lying eyes?
Everybody's got to have a take now. You know what I mean? And then it doesn't. And the thing that affects my generation the most is like you used to be held responsible for a bad take. Now, if you have a terrible ice cold take, it doesn't matter. New day, new take. And so it's like, so for me, like the old days, as a beat writer, you had to get it right. You had to check your sources, double check your sources, triple check your sources, then you write it. And if it's wrong, oh, bro, it's hell to pay. Nowadays, to throw out a take, it's wrong. I'm moving on. Nothing to see here.
It's kind of the issue.
McCaffrey is washed. McCaffrey's done. McCaffrey goes for 120 on opening day with 7 catches for 85 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Nobody cares.
I know, and we see this all the time. There's people who are like, oh, Brock Purdy's overrated. You shouldn't pay him. The 49ers would be dumb to pay him. And then the contract details come out, and they're like, oh, this is actually a really good deal for Brock Purdy and the 49ers.
So many people have opinions now on this thing. I saw TJ Hushmanzada had a take where he was like, oh, Brock Purdy got the wrong. That's a terrible contract. He's overpaid. He said, but once he wins a Super Bowl, he'll be fine. I was like, wait a minute. Literally every single guy on the top 10 list has not won a Super Bowl. It was, Jalen Hurts got one finally now, but Dak Prescott, no. Mm-hmm. Joe Burrow, no. Josh Allen, no. Tua Tagovailoa, no. Jared Goff, no. I mean, we could go on and on and on, right?
Yeah, it's kind of a ridiculous argument to give. And even in the TJ Hushmanzada clip, he's like, yeah, he's overpaid. I would not have paid him more than $48 million per year. Well, he got 53. So now we're talking about a difference of $5 million. And if we really want to poke the bear and kind of pick apart his argument, if you throw in that extension year, then that number would drop down to $45 million per year, which would be less than what TJ Hushmanzada is complaining about, because he said he would give him 48 per year.
I mean, listen, I'm going to be very interested to see how he performs this year. So, but the point is that it didn't cripple him. None of those other guys have won a Super Bowl. He's had a lot of success on the NFL level. Did he have some games last year? I mean, I wrote a jock blog about it last week saying, okay, it's fun and it's great and it's cool. He's going to have to be better this year. Breaking news, right? Do-do-do. You know, there were several games last year where he did not perform. And was it because he had no McCaffrey? Was it because he had no, Ayuk, et cetera, et cetera? Maybe. And every quarterback needs their guys. Although some would say Tom Brady did it without guys.
Yeah, I would say Gronk definitely helped out. I'd say Wes Welker and Edelman, even though they're not kind of painted as the top-tier elite wide receivers. I mean, he was out here breaking records with Randy Moss also, but Tom's done it with different groups. We'll see if Brock Purdy can get the job done with a different group, because you talked about all the players that he was missing last year. Guess what? He's going to start the season taking snaps week 1 without Brandon Ayuk out there and without Deebo Samuel, because he's now in Washington,
And you got to keep Ricky Pearsall healthy, so it would be Jennings and Pearsall would be his 1 and his 2, but Pearsall has a hamstring right now. So, by the way, look at this. We got a guy calling in from our new neighborhood, Daly City. Al in Daly City. So hopefully he's welcoming us to the hood. Al, good morning.
Yeah, what's up, Al?
Good morning, Merv. Marcus, welcome to Daly City.
There you go. That's what we're looking for, man.
Hey,
are you local?
I'm a garbage man there. I was actually picking up Marchbank Park this morning up on the second level. They got the garbage cans up there.
How was it this morning?
It was a little foggy. I'm off right now. I'm getting off work.
Al, man, that's awesome. You got to come by one time and wave at us. If you stand in the outfield,
I will.
If you stand in the outfield, we can see you.
It looks a little yellow out there. They got to water that field.
They do. We were talking. Did you hear the John Madden sound we played, where he was like, "That's like 90% of his." Yeah.
I'm a Jefferson grad myself, like John.
Dude, when I was growing up in my high school years, there was a guy at Jefferson who was super famous. I think his name was Tyrese Knox. Do you remember him?
Yes. I know him. I knew him well. He passed away a couple years ago.
Oh, no, I didn't know that. Darn it.
He was the top rusher in the state. He went to Nebraska.
He did go to Nebraska. He was a phenom. Yeah, he was a phenom.
I was a teacher's aide with him in a wood shop at Jeff, and Tom Osborne walked in the wood shop.
Okay, wow.
That was when he was recruiting them.
Tom Osborne came to Jefferson High in Daly City?
Yeah, he went to go get Tyrese, and he got him.
Yeah, he did. Oh, man, that's a good story, Al.
Anyways, I want to tell you a good watering hole to go.
Yeah,
but you're going to have to go just a little south to the town of Colma, where it's great to be alive. You got to go to Malloy's. You must have been there, Murph. Irish Bar, Malloy's Tavern.
You know what, though, Al? It sounds like I should have been, but I got to be honest. I'm a city North Bay guy. I have my Peninsula Irish pub. I've been to Beans and Burlingame, but Malloy's and Colma sounds like a freaking must. It sounds like a must.
You got to, man. You got to. You're Irish, too.
Yeah, and I got all my family's from around that area, too. So my mom and dad, my Italian grandpa had a farm in Colma back in the 30s. So.
Oh, he must, because I'm Italian, too. My last name's Bononi.
My mom, Benedetti, and they lived in Westlake, Daly City, and he had the farm in Colma, and then they lost it in the Depression, and he went down to Sunnyvale and became a garbage man.
No kidding.
There it is, buddy.
Yeah.
There it is.
Al, it sounds like show up, man. We go there after work.
Okay.
A couple of the other garbage men, we have a pop. Come in, I'll get your first round.
Okay, Malloy's and Colma. Dude, it's not going to happen today because I'm playing golf with my buddies, but it's going to happen.
Yeah, no, come in, man. I was telling the guys, actually the owner, Owen, he's the manager there. I told him I'm going to give these guys a call.
No, we're going to
come down.
I'm going, buddy.
Go, dude.
Al, I'm going. Call back and tell me when you're going again.
Yeah,
all right?
Thanks, Al.
Hi, Murph.
Yeah.
Hi, Marcus.
Yeah.
Al in Daly City.
I like Al. We got Al in the outfield giving us a new location for our post-show meeting.
Malloy's and Colma, where it's great to be alive because there's a big a big graveyard down there.
Great to be alive.
JP Martinez, Giants pitching coach, next on the Sports Leader. Credit Union. What a place to go to do smart and safe and secure things with your money. Trust me. It's crazy out there. You want something smart, safe, and secure? Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term Certificate is what we're talking about. You can earn up to 4% annual percentage yield and grow your savings safely. So building an emergency fund or planning ahead for college costs, home projects, or just looking for financial peace of mind, choose a term that fits 3, 6, 9, or 12 months and lock in a great rate risk-free, because where you put your money matters. This 4% offer is only available for a limited time. Visit providencecu.org or stop by your local branch to open your account. Newsweek just named Provident one of America's best regional credit unions in 2025, so great stuff. You can trust it. This rate is effective as of May 1st, 2025. Minimum balance required of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providencecu.org.
On KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, great way to end our first day in the new studio is Giants baseball. JP Martinez, the Giants pitching coach. We last talked to him in Scottsdale, Marcus. So a great chance to check in. They're down in Miami. Kyle Harrison on the mound today at 4:10 our time, going against Cal Quantrill, and then Robbie Ray Saturday, Hayden Birdsong Sunday, new closer. Lot to get to. JP, great to have you back. Thanks for taking time. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. How you doing, man?
Hey, morning, JP.
Hey, guys. How's it going? I'm doing great.
How's Miami on a Friday, let's see, afternoon? They're 12:30 down there.
Miami's nice. It's muggy here. I'm sitting in the stands at Lone Depot drinking a little Cuban coffee and getting ready for our full slate of meetings on the first day of the series here.
I love it. I love it. Always like starting small picture before we go big picture. Tonight's start, Kyle Harrison. What's without giving the Marlins all the secrets on the air, just give us the mindset of what you're gonna what are you gonna coach into him mentally tonight? What's his mindset tonight?
Yeah, I think Kyle's going to be in attack mode. You know, this team is young and they're getting things going here. I think that they're probably playing a little bit better than some people thought they would coming into the season. So it's definitely not a lineup that we want to underestimate. I think the four-seam fastball for Kyle has been his main weapon. I think it plays well against this team. I think we'll probably we'll use the slider and use the changeup in certain spots, but I think for the most part, Kyle's going to be on the attack. He got to, I think, 65 pitches his last outing, so we'll look to bump him up slightly, but we don't want to ramp him up too quickly after having been in the bullpen for a couple of weeks. Even though he'd gotten up into the 80s with Sacramento, we'll be a little bit smarter on pitch count.
Kyle Harrison and Hayden Birdsong are two of your younger pitchers who are now currently back in the rotation. But as you mentioned, they have both bounced back and forth between the bullpen and that starting rotation. So what have you seen out of them lately being back in that starting rotation? And what do you think has been the biggest difference between their bullpen roles and then being in the starting rotation?
Yeah, a little unorthodox for us to start them out of the bullpen after having started so much and seeing both as long-term starters. I think one thing we felt strongly about was that we wanted the best 13 pitchers on the team. That's how Birdie made the team out of camp. Roll aside, and then Harry was pitching so well in Sacramento. He kind of forced his way onto the roster. It definitely helped that we needed some length out of the bullpen, and we needed another left-handed option behind Eric Miller. I think for both of them, as they move into the rotation, they're going to have to both mix a little bit more. Both guys have electric fastballs, but really good off-speed stuff that we're going to have them throw a little bit more out of the rotation. And then I just think the routine around having gotten into a good groove for Harrison in Sacramento, and then maybe having a little bit less routine out of the bullpen, and then getting back into a routine now. I think that'll be helpful for both guys. And then, I think the challenge for both over time has been, Kyle's always been a pretty good strike thrower, but he's had little lapses in there. And then Birdie is really the challenges for him to get the ball in the box. He has such loud stuff. If he can just throw, 5 to 10% more strikes here and there, I think he's going to be really tough and a really big piece of the rotation moving forward.
Great to talk to JP Martinez, Giants pitching coach, and man, oh man, JP, big picture here. You know, everybody here at KNBR, we live and die Giants baseball every day, and everybody's dying with the offense. They're killing the offense. You know, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Nobody's worried about the pitching. Like, congrats to you and your staff. Everything's going great. I know, knock on wood, and you're only as good as your next start. I'm sure you guys are saying that. But, I mean, can you just speak overall? You guys have the number one bullpen in baseball in terms of ERA and WHIP. Your starters are top 5. I mean, can you speak to the success? How's this unit staying so cohesive and successful?
Yeah, thanks a lot. I mean, I think we have, we started out the gate in camp really, really preaching the importance of attacking the zone and being, pretty heavy on the strike end of things. We really wanted to have the highest strike rate in the league was our goal, was to just be ahead in the count, be 0-1, be 0-2 as much as possible. We call it move the chains. We use the football analogy of like the teams that get in the red zone and score the most are the teams that end up in the playoffs. And I think for us, those are gathering first downs and getting in the red zone by first pitch strikes and getting into a head count. So that's been kind of our foundational mantra, is just getting ahead all the time and moving the chains. I do think, we've got some really good veteran leadership. Obviously, Webby has been our guy for the last few years here, but Robbie Ray is back with a vengeance, and Justin Verlander, although he's, has a short stint on the IL here, he's been really, really fundamental for me for not only leadership of the young guys, but leadership of Webby and Robbie a little bit, right? We're pretty inexperienced on the back end of the rotation and then in the bullpen. I mean, I think our longest tenured guys in the pen are Ty Rogers and now Jordan Hicks. But everybody else in that group has probably less than 3 years service time. So the fact that these guys are already, high-level major league players at such a young age, I think bodes well for the future. And, yeah, we're feeling really good about the pitching performance. I think we're all keeping the faith that the offense is coming, that the runs will come in waves and bunches here. And so I've been joking with the guys, like, hey, guys, like, we can't get beat if we throw shutouts. So let's just keep rolling like that.
JP, to me, it really seems like you guys have at least 3 or 4 different guys in your bullpen who can close out the game, which is a great problem to have. But we also know that Bob Melvin announced on Wednesday that Camilo Doval will rejoin his role, or reclaim his role, I should say, as a closer. So talk to us about the decision of putting Camilo back in that spot and what the future role of Ryan Walker will be.
Yeah, I think he's earned it. I feel like it's been much talked about, the struggles he had last year. And I think Walker pitched so well last year that he forced his way into that role at the end of the year. I think out the gate, we wanted Walk to hold on to it. And we knew that Duvey, if he was the best version of himself, would kind of wiggle his way back into some leverage innings, which he did. We had him closing a few games when Walker was down, or we'd kind of had that two-headed dragon approach going. Walker really got going last year when he was throwing kind of 6th, 7th inning guys on base and leverage. And we felt like that might be a way to jumpstart his performance, is to get him back into that kind of like really frequent leverage role that he got so used to the last couple of years. Doval has just been so good out the gate and lately this year, and especially his performance against lefties has been really, really good. And so having a guy that, not only crushes righties but can handle lefties well is important to have at the back end. And so we just felt like Camilo, is the best version of himself right now, and the best version of him is the version that's closing out games for us. So we were excited to give him the news. We were obviously, had to walk Walker through it and the reasoning behind it, but I think we're better for it. And I think, like you said, Ty Rogers has been electric in the 8th inning for 5 years now. Randy Rodriguez is really coming on. Eric Miller has done well. Like all these guys, I feel like we're comfortable those last 4 innings of the game rolling out there.
Yeah, in fact, you took the words out, JP. I was just going to say to you, here's the question. Randy Rodriguez. That's the question. I mean, dude, just go. Empty your brain on this guy. It's electric. And you guys put him in these really tough situations. And he throws absolute gas, creative stuff, competitive stuff. Tell us about Randy Rodriguez.
Yeah, I think, Randy, like you said, has been absolutely electric. I mean, we always knew he had incredible stuff from the time he was starting in Eugene and high A for us. And then, first couple of years on the 40-man, the strike throwing was a little bit light. He had a tough camp for us last year in 24 where the strike throwing just wasn't there. He went down to minor league camp. work with a couple of our pitching coaches down there. I think, honestly, just decided or made up his mind that he wasn't going to nibble anymore and was going to attack the zone. And that's carried over all the way through last year and probably even amplified this year, just like his fearlessness in the strike zone with his two main offerings, the four-seam and the slider. So, yeah, we love having Randy available every day, every other day, just so that we can make sure that we have that fireman role in the 6th or 7th inning nailed down. Eric Miller will handle the lefties for us in that patch, and then, Walker now a little bit more, but Tyraj, Ty's been the guy in the 8th inning for the last 5 years, and I'd love to be able to get him an all-star nod this year. And then obviously Doobie back in there in the 9th for us.
Jordan Hicks is a name for the bullpen that we haven't mentioned yet, and obviously he's a guy that started off the season in the starting rotation. So, JP, talk to us about how he has handled that transition back to the bullpen now.
I think there was some initial disappointment from Jordan. He got a fair shake in the rotation last year and this season. Obviously, his velocity and his delivery were a little bit more were kind of like ticked up this season, and when we saw that in the rotation, he was having, early on it was a lot of two-seam aggression, and we started to mix more in his last few starts. I do think some of the peripherals might have said that even if we just left him in the rotation, he would have been okay. So I think he was a little bit disappointed to move back to the bullpen initially. But after those first couple of days, and getting a couple outings out of the pen, you started to see the confidence, knowing that he spent 6 years there for St. Louis and Toronto, coming back. And especially his last 2 or 3 outings, I think have been really, really good. I think we're getting him used to kind of the frequent usage, a little different from the starter routine. He's figuring out how to get his arm hot quickly again. And I think in short order here, we'll add him to the list of guys that we feel like we can deploy and leverage at any point.
Yeah, for sure. It's been a transition thing for him. And you're not the first to mention to us he was disappointed. Buster told us that yesterday, too. So it's going to be a mental thing for him, too. JP Martinez, the voice you hear, we'll let him go get ready for this game against Miami tonight, 4:10, Kyle Harrison on the hill. But do want to ask sort of a big picture baseball question before I let you go, and that's the strike zone. My partner here, Marcus, pitched in college, and he's a defense pitchers at all takes. He's wondering what's going on with the strike zone and the umps. Are they not giving the top edge of the strike? I don't want to get you fined. I don't want to get you in trouble, JP. But
what's up with this buffer zone, JP?
Is there a change? I guess the question would be: is there a change?
In my understanding, just based on some of the maps that we're looking at and some of the feedback that we're getting, even in game, when balls that maybe used to get called off the edges or at the top are getting balled, basically. I think. I don't know if there's a conscious effort on their end to make the zone a little bit smaller, so I'm not alleging that. But I do think that, the zone has shifted a little bit, right? And the irony for me is I've heard a lot as a pitching coach about how guys just don't have command anymore and, guys just don't have the same control that they used to. I don't buy that. I mean, guys threw the most strikes and the most pitches in zone last season with the smallest strike zone that ever existed, and now that strike zone's gotten a little bit smaller. I think part of it is probably psychological with the challenge system during spring training.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure how it went in Florida, but I know in Arizona, a lot of the time pitches that were getting challenged were getting turned into balls after being called strikes. So I think there's this psychological effect where maybe you don't want a ball to be called a strike. But if an edgy strike is called a ball, well, that might be a little bit better. So, yeah, I think that there's some changes, whether intentional or unintentional, at least during the first, 4 to 6 weeks of the season there were. And so maybe that's just setting a precedent for what the strike zone looks like. I feel like our guys have done a really good job adjusting and continuing to kind of plug away. So I don't think there's any big action step on our end. I just feel like they're trying to get it as close to a textbook, rule book strike zone with less wiggle room at the top and the sides than there used to be.
JP, jumping off that topic of the strike zone, I did want to end the interview by asking you a question about Patrick Bailey. And we talked to Buster yesterday about the balance between him offensively and defensively. But as a pitching coach, can you explain to our audience and Giants fans out there listening how important and valuable that he is to your staff defensively?
Oh, he's huge. The framing is the thing that everybody points to, but one thing that I think that Pat's really good with that's really tough to quantify is game calling. He knows our pitchers very, very well. He knows the other team like the back of his hand. He knows how to kind of overlap those strengths from our guys and the weaknesses of the other team. He can tell what's working back there. He can see where the weak spots are for the hitters. I just think he does a lot of homework, and he had a good education around that with Craig Albernaz, who left, and Andrew Bailey, who went to Boston. And I've kind of picked up where they left off with our game planning together the last couple of years. So he and I have a really good relationship. Alex Berg, our catching coach, is also fundamental for helping him out. I think he's an incredible framer. I think he's an incredible thrower. He's actually done really, really well blocking this year, which, as I know, was a criticism of him in the past. And then on the game calling front, there's no complaints here. I think he does an excellent job.
Well, JP, it's always fun talking. You guys are just rolling, and keep it rolling for sure. Is there anything to the humidity in the air that affects anything about pitching down there?
I think the ball moves a little bit more with the humidity, which is exciting for us. It's kind of the opposite of Colorado, if you think about it. A little bit thinner air. The ball doesn't move as much because it doesn't have anything to grab onto. A little bit thicker air, a little bit more humidity. Stuff moves a little bit more. Fastballs have a little bit more vert. Breaking stuff will be a little bigger amplitude. And so, yeah, we're looking forward to this series. We had a nice off day in Miami yesterday. It's always really difficult to take the third road series, especially on an East Coast swing. We've kind of jumped around from Washington to Detroit to down here. But I think our guys are mentally ready to go, and I would love to beat this team up and hopefully sweep the weekend.
Great talking ball with you, JP. Love it. We'll do it again sometime later this summer, and go have a great meeting, and thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks, JP.
Yeah, great. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, enjoyed it. JP Martinez, well, they got the unit. Nobody's got any problems with the pitching.
Yeah, we haven't spent one segment complaining about the bullpen all week long.
We're like, JP, here's another thing you're doing wrong. No, you're not doing anything wrong. Yeah, you guys are rolling, man.
I do love the advice he's giving his pitchers, though. We can't lose if we throw shutouts.
I know, it's true. And attack, he talks about Kyle, attack. And what's interesting about Randy Rodriguez, he said, he's so confident to attack. And sometimes Justin Henry Malloy is going to lace a little base hit off you. Now, he inherited a tough situation, and he got those 2 outs, and then Malloy gets that single. But that's freaking,
Yeah.
I'm glad he attacked. I'll walk the world.
Hitters are driving Cadillacs too, Murph.
Exactly, dude. And the Giants had second and third, nobody out.
Yep.
Could have gotten it back.
Yep. And that's the difference between the Tigers having the best record in baseball and the Giants being on the skid.
JP's like, that's not my department.
Yeah, exactly. I'm throwing up O's up there.
All right, well, we did it, dude. First show at Daly City. Blessed by John Madden, the ghost of John Madden. I love it. It's been fun. Al in Daly City, I think, was probably what turned the corner for me. Is like, we're in.
Al in the outfield.
I wish I could go to Malloy's and get a pint today. I could. I'd have to blow off my buddies, though. But Al would respect. These are my childhood friends. I got to go play with these guys.
Out of respect.
Right, so, yeah. We'll go to our Malloy's. The 2 a.m. club.
There it is.
All right. What did young Tony learn today? Could be anything. He's been drowning back there, but he's doing good. Stanley, he looks tallest we've ever seen him look.
Are we sure that he's not on a booster chair?
He's doing something.
He's so high
Greg
up.
Papa's here in person. My God. Daly City bringing out all the stars on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's been really fun, like a whole lot of energy here at our Daly City digs. And it all started with the vibe of the John Madden audio. And then we have all our welcoming new neighbors. And it's a lot of fun. But we had a really funny incident just now. There was a bing bong.
Somebody got an email.
Is that bing bong for the Knicks?
Bing bong.
You guys told me that one of the engineers helping us out looks like Derek Papa.
Yes.
Okay, we filed that away. Then during the break, I went outside and I saw Derek Papa sitting at a workstation.
Oh!
So I said, D-Pops, what's up, dude? And I went up with my knuckles. Guy turns around. It was the engineer who looks like Derek Papa.
I told you. There are Derek Papa doppelgangers out there. I saw it yesterday on the stream with Derek Papa being in two places at once. Murph, we ran into a Derek Papa doppelganger on Radio Row at like 2 a.m. in the middle of the casino. There was an EMT that looked just like Derek Papa walking through the lobby and riffing. We just yell, "Hey, Derek!" And he stops and turns around. You can check out his name tag. It actually says Derek on it. So there is a Derek Papa type.
Showed me hold that up to the camera, dude. You showed me that picture, and that's like, so it's a look. It's a look. It's like it's kind of a pit bull thing, isn't it? Kind of a pit bull thing.
Yeah, you know how like they have a bit on Scott Van Pelt where they just find a random bald white guy with glasses and like there's an SVP silhouette. It's kind of like that with Derek Papa.
Well, when the internet first began, and I know we got to get to Young Terry, there was when people just started developing websites back in the late 90s, early 00s, there was one called menwholooklikeKennyRogers.com. Bro, it laid I had a laughing jag. I had like tears coming out of my eyes because like hundreds and hundreds of pictures of guys who looked like the country star Kenny Rogers. It's a look. Like there's so many Kenny Rogers eyes out there, just like there's a lot of Derek Papas out there, dude.
Don't be fooled.
All right, young Tony, for the first time from Daly City, here we go. Yes.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right, it's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly for the very first day, young Tone. What do we got?
Yeah, what do we got? We got this early before the show. Murph sent us a clip about John Madden growing up around these here parts. So I want to play that audio for you. I'm playing the
specifically, that right outside our window is a baseball diamond called Marchbank Park. And Dave Gingona said, dude, John Madden and John Robinson played their baseball there growing up. I was like, you got to be kidding me. It was even more than that. Then we found an NFL Films interview where Madden talked about how much this place means to him and how growing up in Daly City he'd play here.
A lot of stuff there, and then right next to my house was an empty lot. And we used to play in that empty lot, and I thought it was ours. It was called Madden's Lot. Where we're going to play? Well, we can either play at Woodrow Wilson or we can play in Madden's Lot. And then when we went, really upscale, we went down to Marchbank Park. 90% of my great memories are of Marchbank Park. And because it was not only a baseball diamond, and a great baseball diamond, and it still is, I think, but it was a park where you could play everything. You could play football in the outfield, and they had a second level, and they had all other activities. Right in an area of a couple blocks, you had Madden's Lot, Woodrow Wilson, and Marchbank Park. So, and a kid, life was all about playing, and that's what we did. It was the greatest place for a kid to play, I think, that there ever was, or ever will be.
So freaking great, dude. We are blessed, truly. John Madden declares this the greatest place for a kid to play that there ever will be, dude. Right outside our window.
It's such a cool experience, too, like hearing John Madden break down this field while literally staring out the window and looking at the field.
And here's a guy who knew John Madden, Greg Papa. He can take the ghost of Madden and John Robinson from playing tackle football in the outfield and then baseball on the dirt and doing their thing. There you go. And yep, there you go. See, Papa's ready to go. He's ready to roll. Welcome to Daly City, Greg Papa. Yeah, Malloy's and Colma is the spot, they say, for a pop. I'll see you down there. All right, Marcus, we did it. See you Monday.
First one in the books.
Full commute report on Monday when I don't miss an exit. Young Tony, good job back there. And Mac tonight, John Curley. Good job, buddy. Hey, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Oh, that's right. No show open. Had to do a little bit of looking around. Figure out, what do I plug in these headphones? Everything is so new. We got Marchbank Park right over to the left, and you just heard all about that with What Did Young Tony Learn Today? What's happening, everybody? Papa and Silver, we shut it down yesterday at 750 Battery in San Francisco. I guess we're the last ones to really open it up here at Daly City. And I know that everyone's probably tired about hearing about the move right now, but for us, it's like a first day of school. You look around, everything's new. We got some bright lights. I mean, you just said moments ago, we got to do some makeup or something.
I think I could have triple bypass open heart surgery in the studio. It is so bright, but it's beautiful. I actually drive down here from Marin during 49ers season, like 4 days a week, right down beautiful Highway 1 and Sarah Boulevard. And so the commute wasn't bad today, and it does begin a new chapter of KNBR, as we detailed yesterday, all the different spots they've been here. But Sarah Boulevard is going to be our home. Highway 1 moving forward, as Murph and Marcus have been talking here. I'm presented towards John Madden Field. I do want to bring Clay Wood over, or maybe McVicker as well, Elliott from the Giants, and maybe fertilize and mow the lawn a little bit on the baseball field. But there's a lot of history here in Daly City. Stonestown Gallery has been good to me over the years. So it'll be a new hood for us, but it begins a brand new chapter. And obviously, as we say during the football season, I come down on this Highway 1 a lot, 4 days a week. And it'll be made the ride the other day when I went to OTAs and they opened it up to the media yesterday. And as we thought, I didn't see Ricky Pearsall on the field the day before. I'm like, he wearing 14? Is he wearing 1? And then a little bit of a hamstring injury. He'll be fine. He'll be ready for training camp. And Nick Bosa was not there the day before, so it was good to hear that he was out there yesterday with Michael and repping him. So we'll get into it. Kyle spoke yesterday, and the guys that got the contract adjustments, the extensions, Fred and George, the leaders on offense and defense spoke as well. So immaculate vibes in our new studio and what's going on at 4949.
I got to say, with this new light setup, I'm kind of thinking I got to start putting a little bit more effort into my morning routine. There's a little bit more focus on my physical traits, and I'm thinking, maybe I got to try a little harder. It's kind of bringing it all to light, so to speak.
You want makeup? I got Lancome 35 or 30, depending on the pigmentation of the time of year. You want it in my bag?
Absolutely, yeah. Well, I'll be hitting you up in about 5 minutes here for the break. We got some ficuses in the studio, as Derek and Copes alluded to.
Are those going to eat me? Are those man-eaters?
They could be. It's possible.
It's a great spot. We're in the Bonneville studios, Greg and Benny, from the #1 rated show in all of the Bay Area, 99.7. Visited with them, so... they do a Big Money Minute, which we play every morning at 7:10 and 8:10. I think I'm going to appear on that one week. I may need your help. I need some phone a friends. But we're going to invite Greg on and do a Big Money Minute sports related, sassy sports related. And he used to be a Cowboy fan, but he's telling me now he gave it up. So anyway, we'll visit with our new friends here at Bonneville. And so now we go Greg three-way. It is truly Gregcellent. With Sherelle, Silver, and Papa.
Is that borderline Greg overload? Because that's kind of what I'm wondering. It's a lot of Gregs at this point.
That's like all the popes lined up. Gregorio 13, 14, and 15. No, Greg Sherelle is no pope.
Does Sherelle spell it the good way, the normal way? G-R-E-G?
I think so. I don't know.
Good.
I'm not exactly sure.
We focus on talking. We're not worried about spelling.
I think so. It is Gregcellent. So anyway, fun visiting with the people here and making new friends. And parking here is easy. So far, it's in and out, egress and ingress. Everything's working. So one day in, and we have our phone lines work. You didn't get a show open going. I don't know if we were going to have any guests at all today. Last night, you're texting me. I was actually at a music show. Dave Parrott invited me over. Great. You know who it was? It was a Lebo and friends, and they were playing a lot of Bob Dylan. But they did it in a very folksy way, so I was thinking of you all night, and Lebo on the guitar, the acoustic electric guitar was killing. Anyway, so I'm at the show, and you're texting me, no phone lines, no guests. I'm like, we're going to talk to each other for 4 hours? Which we could obviously do, but the phone lines are working, so we have a full guest list today.
Phone lines are working. We got that nice piece of news here this morning. You heard the guests, of course, and the phone lines on Murph and Marcus. Young Tony, John Joe Curley grinding out here. They got up extra early today because this is a whole nuts and bolts operation right now, but we're here. We're living well. And as Bob Dylan did say, the times they are a-changing.
Yeah, you nailed it. I actually like this studio better than the old one right away. We have 3 screens that are on different sporting events across the top and a banner, which we love to watch. First thing I did was get my Wi-Fi working on my iPads to watch everything.
It's a necessity.
I don't think I need it. I got everything. I got East Carolina and Florida playing college baseball. We got it all right here. We got the McAfee show. We are plugged in here. I love the studio.
Yeah, it's going to be a full weekend of sports. And as far as last night, not a lot happened locally. The Giants had an off day. Buster Posey was on. We'll recap some of those cuts. And this morning, got a little John Lynch in addition to the Kyle Shanahan yesterday. So that's kind of where we're starting off the show. And at the end of the hour, 10:50, we will talk to our good friend Matt Mayoko, because when all else fails, even if the phone lines were going to be down, we were going to find a way to get Matt Mayoko on. Of course, the Giants play the Miami Marlins. And as we've said about teams in the baseball season, it's not always about the opponent's record or who you're facing or even where you're facing them. It's about when you're facing them. And the Giants have an opportunity to get out of this offensive rut that has just been really plaguing their week. And ever since the Wilmer 3 home run game, it's been 4 runs maximum, but usually 3 or less. Craig Minervini is going to be joining us at 11:50. How about a rematch of the Stanley Cup Finals? So he does a lot of Marlins, but also the Florida Panthers. It's going back. Edmonton. Does Connor McDavid get his revenge?
Did we get the bowl of oranges we left in the studio from the WAER when Tirico called in? Craig is a Syracuse guy, and we actually go back. Craig is he does hockey, he does everything. He worked on the WWE with Mean Gene Okerlund, and Syracuse put him in the Hall of Fame years ago, in the Newhouse School Hall of Fame for that, but he didn't want to go in with Mean Gene and Vince McMahon, so he'll get in. But anyway, Craig does everything. Killer Marv Albert imitation. He actually won a competition. We go back to Syracuse, and when I was a sports director at AER, the student station, I hired Craig and Sean McDonough, Gary Mendelow, the second year to do the Chiefs with me, the AAA baseball team. And Craig, he does everything. He does pre and post on Marlins TV. He's doing 15 radio games, 80 games on TV, play-by-play. And he was on, I listened to him a lot this week because they were playing the Padres. And those are the 2 giant opponents, Marlins this weekend, then come home to play San Diego. They had some wild games. The Marlins are really young. We're going to have to get the intel on them a lot. The one thing watching yesterday, Sandy Alcantara, and the Giants are not going to be in a position to trade for a starting pitcher, but I think the Dodgers might. When are those guys coming back? When is Glasnow coming back? When is Blake Snell coming back? I mean, Sandy Alcantara won a Cy Young in 2022. Would the Padres make a trade? Musgrove is down. Yu Darvish is down. I actually got a lot of rumblings in San Diego. They would trade Dylan Cease because Cease and Michael King's contracts are both up. And with the death of Peter Seidler and a little bit of an adjustment in ownership, they're still selling out almost every game. Would they trade one? Would they decide to keep him? I mean, Sandy Alcantara, I thought heading into this season would be the number 1 guy on the market as far as training for pitching. You always want pitching, but he is having a miserable year. I keep asking, what's wrong with Zach Gallen? What is wrong with... Now, he's had severe Tommy John twice, I think. At least once, maybe twice. Anyway, Sandy's not throwing his slider as much. Craig will break it down, but this lineup with the Marlins is... who are these guys? But they can whack. They went into San Diego and scored 3 in the top of the first, 6 in the top of the first. Yesterday, well, actually 2 days ago, they were off yesterday, Greg. What, they went like 10-8? They're just going off. So Craig, who I've known for years and years, great friend, will give us a little intel on the Gabe Kapler's team, the Miami Marlins.
Yeah, I just thought we might just want to go beat the Giants for a little revenge.
Is that your cap?
Yeah, I could do better. I could do better on a cap.
Little deep
on a cap. Yeah. I know. Maybe if I'm talking about hamburgers and, kind of going.
You got to do your burger review.
Got to do the burger. We got In-N-Out. Not that far away from here.
I haven't actually seen it. Where is In-N-Out in proximity to? Can we order it in studio? Do they deliver?
It's like a 2-minute drive away. Yeah.
Can we get that delivered?
It's got to be easier than the burger dogs, which we were trying last week.
Hey, Sherelle and Benny, bring us In-N-Out. You guys are off. I thought their show went to 10. They're off at 9:40. You see their studio in the lobby? I'm going to make a trade. I want that studio in the lobby.
You don't want to be looking at Marchbank Park?
Well, actually, Greg said, I'll give you the studio because you feel like you're a fish in an aquarium because you're right in front. Everybody walks in. How many people are coming through here now? No, we got John Madden Field right here.
It's incredible.
Great spot.
Yeah. Also, to round out the guest list, after that nice little aside there on Craig Minervini, we are going to have Justice De Los Santos of the San Jose Mercury News join us at 12:50. He just spent some time in Richmond, Virginia.
Why is he in Richmond, Greg?
To see one Bryce Eldridge.
Oh.
Yeah. The Giants' first base position's been struggling. I don't know if we knew that. Yeah.
I haven't noticed.
I don't know if we've talked much about that. So he'll be joining us. And then if all goes well, 1:30 to close out the guest list for a week will be, we talked about closers. It's not Camilo Doval. It's not Ryan Walker. It is Sergio Romo closing down the 2012 World Series. So we should be able to get his perspective on all of that and should be a lot of fun. So we're going to have fun. We're going to be making it work. We got Walter, got his hair all nicely done up in the
Walter?
bun.
I can't even see him through the glass. Can you see him? There he is. He's hiding behind all the technology in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do we have a camera on you on the stream, Walter? The stream looks good. It's almost like television camera.
Yeah, I'm on there. I'll be front and center in a second.
You're up there in the small box. Is that I see you? Gotcha.
So as we kind of begin the show and
does In-N-Out do breakfast, by the way?
I think they open at 10, so...
They should do breakfast.
They open at 10?
You're on to
I think they only open at 10.
I'm just wondering.
So on your sleep schedule, no, they don't.
I do breakfast at 4 a.m.
I was going to say. You're on East Coast time perpetually. It is 1:11 East Coast time. It is Poppin' Silver. We are having a good time here at the new studio. Walter, am I good to go ahead and take this first time out? I know he's been getting situated, and we got a lot of nuts and bolts to put together.
In there? You able to play the accordion in there, Walter? You all good?
Walter is doing fantastic. Possibly, we'll do a little whipping it out
on a Friday.
We might do a whip out for the first time in Daly City.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. He's never whipped it out in Daly City before, although
Don't whip it out around Greg Sherrill. That's all I got to say. He loves sports. As long as they're playing with balls, Greg's in. So, Sassy Sports. Make sure he's gone when you do that.
I actually learned that Walter's roots of his childhood go very close to where this studio is at, so it probably is not the first time he's going to whip it out in Daly City.
Here?
Yeah.
Oh, so he's going to take us out after for a happy hour on a Friday?
Back when he was learning the happy hour spots at like age 6, I'm sure he's got it all down. So.
On the Papa tab, for sure. Yeah, 100%.
I figured.
It is Poppin' Silver. Maybe some In-N-Out, maybe some happy hour happening. Whatever it is, we're going to have a lot of fun here from 10 to 2. And if you want to christen the phone lines on our show in Daly City, guess what? The number hasn't changed. 415-808-5627. Only here on the Sports Leader. It's a whole lot of new here at the studios in Daly City, but also some newness for the 49ers in this offseason. And we're going to play some cuts from Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, who was on with the morning show, coming up in a bit. We'll focus on Kyle first. And if you want to join the conversation and give us a call at our new home, it's the same number, 415-808-5627. Just dial us up.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's happening, everybody? Papa and Silver. Happy Friday. This week has flown by between all the chaos of the move. We hardly even had a show on Wednesday due to the Giants playing the Tigers.
And it was a holiday on Monday.
And it was a holiday on Monday.
I love these 3.5-day weeks. I need that schedule.
Yeah, they're beautiful. And part of the reason why we weren't able to catch up with you on Wednesday was the very important fact of 49ers OTAs. Organized team activities are underway, and the attendance is high. Matt Mayoko is going to be joining us at 10:50, and Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media yesterday. We thought about possibly carrying that, and then we thought, we're about to switch operations on a little teleportation style, and on top of that, I don't think it was carried live anyway, so.
He's always fashionably late, so it's perfect. We didn't want to do it when we dropped the mic at 750 Battery, but here on Sarah Boulevard, we can open with Kyle, and, it is organized team activities is the way they do it. George Kittle has the clever line, always, George. Optional team activities is what he's called, and this is all voluntary. So everybody's freaking out about, not freaking out, but everybody was there for the very first day, including Trent. But Trent Williams doesn't really come around this time. He makes show up. He knows. He gets way more work at the gym he owns in Houston. So I was glad Nick Bosa was there. He wasn't there the day before when I was there and just coaching up the young guys. So a completely different offseason. And Kyle spoke. They have had good representation in previous OTAs and on-field activities, really. And when you get on the field, it's a lot of new. You got a new, mainly special teams is just starting from new and bringing Saleh back in. But it just felt good, being around him the other day on Wednesday. We'll go out there next week. Giants have a day game, so we'll see what the schedule is next week as far as Thursday. They're basically on the field. And George loves the football schedule this time of the year because you're there for 4 days. You get a 3-day weekend. You have no game to get ready for. I prefer a 3.5-day work week, right down the half. The Europeans have it right. But they don't. Kyle does not have them on the field. Even during their training camp, he won't put them out there more than 3 consecutive days. The CBA mandates you can't do more than 4, but Kyle won't go there. He protects his players. So we'll see what the schedule is next week, but we'll be out there maybe during the Thursday afternoon after the Giants show in the morning and go out there and watch that. Or maybe we'll stick around and watch the San Diego Padres. And one thing when we bring Craig Minervini in, he knows a lot about the Marlins, obviously. He just saw San Diego.
Yeah.
And we saw San Diego take 2 from the Giants early in the year. This is going to be a 4-game series starting on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday night, Thursday day games. So these are huge games.
And then you got Atlanta coming in for the weekend after that. And Atlanta, kind of the opposite of the Giants in that they've played a lot of 500 balls since their really bad start. The difference is that the Giants started 8-1. The Braves had that disastrous 0-7 and Jerkson Profar in the suspension and all of that. But I got a couple of Braves there on the fantasy team. So been kind of keeping an eye on those guys.
Who do you have?
I got Grant Holmes and Michael Harris.
Michael Harris, remember the grand slam he hit last year off of Robbie Ray?
That's why I drafted him. It's burned in my brain.
Game back. How about Ronald Acuna Jr.?
Oh, man.
First pitch back after being out a year.
For the second time.
He hit a home run on the first pitch, and then he goes yard the next day. So you're always lurking to figure out where the Atlanta Braves are. But anyway, these sports are overlapping. We'll talk about Jonathan Kuminga and his contract coming up later on. The Knicks stayed alive last night. Bully ball with Jalen Brunson. So over the weekend, we'll watch it all, but we'll certainly pay attention to Boom Baby and see if the Pacers can move on to the NBA Finals.
Pacers got a chance to do it at home. The Knicks took care of business, 111-94 last night. 808 KNBR, the number. And Ryan, all the way out in Atlanta, is going to be
our leadoff hitter.
Our leadoff hitter.
Is it a christening? Is he a virgin? How are we calling this? Ryan, you are number 1 in the new studios, my friend. Don't screw it up.
What's going on, Ryan? How are you?
Oh, man, all is well, guys. How's it going?
You're the guy. You are christening us, our first caller in the brand new studios, Ryan. Big honor.
How about it, man? Awesome, man. I it was pretty good. Just recently moved out here to Atlanta, and I had to call in and try to be a part of it, man. That's pretty awesome.
Welcome, brother. What's on your mind?
Thank you. Man, just wanted to talk kind of Niners football, man. I was kind of tired of hearing all the national media with the doom and gloom. The Super Bowl window is closed, and I think quite the opposite, man. I'm really excited for the new season. It seemed like the draft was kind of focused around Saleh and getting his defense back together and getting his hand back in it. and got the core players locked in. So I think, man, the sky's the ceiling this year, and I'm looking forward to it.
So let me ask you this, Ryan, because I think it was fair to have a lot of the doom and gloom given the heartbreak of the Super Bowl, the way it ended, to try to run it back. The Brandon Ayuk contract goes deep into the offseason. It all doesn't work out. Christian McCaffrey misses the first 10 weeks. You know the drill. They go 6-11. It's not good. The offseason has certainly been a reset. What about the way it's gone in the last month after all the free agency departures and everything has you feeling optimistic and rejuvenated? Is it just seeing teams like the LA Rams and how they got a little bit of influx in their youth kind of get back into a playoff form still with their core? Is it the fact that the contract negotiations were not that dramatic, and we're not going to be talking about that going into training camp? I mean, is it the fact that you think this is a very winnable division and the schedule on paper is a little bit easier? I just kind of want to hear what about all of this and the recent developments has you feeling like the sky is that limit?
I think it's all of the above, man. There's no worry about, like you said, the contracts. There's no holdouts. There's no worry about that. They kind of got that out of the way early, so the focus is on football. I think the draft went amazingly well. I might be a little optimistic on that, but I think it's great. I think we got Saleh coming back, and it seemed like that was the focus on the draft, is rebuild the defense. Let's get a lot of young guys going. Let's kind of hit the reset on that, and I think he gets his hands on that, man, and I think it's going. I think the division is going to be a little tougher than what everybody's kind of believing, but I think it's winnable. And the schedule's kind of in our favor. I hate to be that guy to kind of put everything on the schedule, but I think everything's going in our favor for a deep run.
Hey, appreciate the call, Ryan. Really good thoughts, really good energy.
Call us every show, promptly at 10:15.
Absolutely.
You nailed it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, brother.
Absolutely.
You know, Pat Riley wrote a book. He's written several books, but he had one, really kind of chronicling the Laker dynasty. And, he calls the early run, the chapter was Innocent Climb. And it's when you're young and dumb. And, they had Magic Johnson as a rookie right away after his success, and they had Kareem, how innocent it was. But I go back to that 2019 team, and it was the innocent climb. That was my first year with the Niners, and Nick was a rookie, and Debo was a rookie, and they brought in D Ford. And, they weren't very good the year before. Jimmy Garoppolo tore his ACL, and the early years with John and Kyle, it was the innocent climb out of nowhere. 8-0, bro, all the way against Seattle. They lost 3 games. Every game they lost was in the last play of the game, and then obviously the heartbreak of the Super Bowl. And then Riley's next chapter was the greed of more. After you achieve the innocent climb, now you want yours. You want your bag. Debo wants to get paid. Brandon Ayuk wants to get paid. You brought in Trent Williams here for a reason. George Kittle wants to get it's what they do. It is professional football. They all would probably do it and not get paid, but they're not idiots. They're getting paid a lot of money. So the greed of more also coincided with the ultimate heartbreak. And, we've seen franchises, Buffalo lost 4 straight Super Bowls. The Niners had to get the monkey off the back, all the heartbreak to the Cowboys in the early 70s. So they kind of get out into the woe is me. And it was, and even, all last year, all we ever said, damn, we lost the Super Bowl in overtime and we scored first in the overtime. Only one team has ever lost a Super Bowl in overtime. It was Kyle's team when they blew the 28-3 lead. Nobody's lost the Super Bowl after you scored first and said overtime. And you lost the championship game before because the quarterback had his elbow torn off his body. And you lost the championship game the year before that because you couldn't convert a 2nd and 1 and the 3rd and 2, and you dropped a pick and you blew a 10-point lead. And before that, 2-3 chip Jet Watts. But you got to get over that. It happened. So this year has been a reset. They watched. George was talking. They watched all these teams play playoff football. They know how good the Rams are. They almost beat Philadelphia. They know how good Philadelphia is. They know how good Washington is. You heard Ryan talk about it. This is one of the best divisions in football. Arizona was 8-9 last year, and they loaded up on their D-line. Seattle, would they win 10 games last year? The Rams came back, won the division. You got to win the West. But to me, it's not the innocent climb, but it's brick by brick.
Yeah.
The video, they got to get back to blocking and shedding blocks and tackling and just playing bully ball. When the Niners were steamrolling everybody, the Rams in particular, they just blew them off the ball on both sides of the line. They'd run for 200 and hold the Rams to 50. That's how you beat Sean McVay's teams. Now, the Rams have rebuilt their team mainly on their D-line. So the sense that I'm getting is this was kind of a needed reset, physically, spiritually, emotionally, financially. I knew you were going there because you're a Silver and you're worried about everybody's contract. Jeez, you're going to get paid. Just play well. Anyway, and win, But so I think this is and they had a month off earlier. Watch January football. Usually we're done around Valentine's Day. So to me, I do feel that vibe. Now they got to go out and play. And you can say the schedule is easy. This is not college football.
No.
You still got to beat professional football teams that have a lot on the line. You got to reclaim home field. You got to reclaim your division. They won one damn NFC West game last year. So they know. There's also that they have the swag of we're good and we know we're good. And then they have the humility of last year was humbling. We got it handed to us. What'd they lose? 7 of their last 8? And they weren't that close. They got blown off the field in a lot of games. That stings them. So they know they're good, but in order to get back to being at the standard, they got to get back to the fundamentals of football, and that's what this offseason is about.
No question about it. And when you talk about games that weren't that close, I mean, the one that sticks to me that was close was the Thursday night game against the Rams when you had the Debo drop pass, the Devondre Campbell incident, and that one effectively ended your season right there. So it was a mix of the confidence, but also the reality check. On the other side, let's hear from Kyle Shanahan on one important player that didn't really get to make an impact last year. I'm talking about a guy that looked like himself for one quarter in the snow in Buffalo. And then we'll get to Matt Mayoko with us at 10:50. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the sports leader.
Did they change up the music too? I feel like I'm getting some new tunes and beats in my ear. I'm liking it though. Happy Friday, everybody. Papa and Silver, Matt Mayoko going to be joining us coming up at 10:50. Still getting a sense of where everything is. One thing I got to say that's a plus, and there's some things in life where depending on the situation you get yourself in, you start noticing things that you never think you would notice. For example, the apartment building I live in, love the location, love the building, but a little bit of an older building. So I had to get a little creative with creating outlets in the room. A lot of outlets in this building. I'm liking
power
it.
strips. You got to go power strips.
Big power strips, big extension cords.
You don't want to overload.
So
we have AC outlets everywhere. The other building, I had to use an extension cord just to charge my iPad. We got a 6-pack right in front of us here.
It's beautiful.
I love this studio. This is the best studio I've ever been in my life. Slight hyperbole, but it's pretty damn good.
No, I was going to say, I'm pleasantly surprised between the ficus, the lighting, the decorations that will soon to be added if you're watching us on YouTube
is that
and
ficus
Twitch.
Real?
We even got a Papa and Silver logo below your head.
Is that a fake ficus? Is that real?
It's got to be real. If it's not real, I'm bringing one in.
Can I pack that into a bowl and light it? How would that work?
That's a good question. This maybe
where's the smoke detector in this building?
We could ask the Derek Papa lookalike engineer.
I'm not asking anybody. I'm not asking for permission. I ask for forgiveness. I'm a Catholic. Kinda, when it works for me.
Good
Bless
man.
me, Father, I'm about to sin.
Let's play a little clip from Kyle Shanahan yesterday talking about one Christian McCaffrey. Obviously, got to let Walter get situated. He's manning it big time back there because young Tony and John Joe Curley, they had the 2-person operation going, and they were still
How big is that room?
crazy.
Is that a tight room there?
It's a little bit of a tight room. I mean, it's long and rectangular, but either way, we're good
I
to
got
go.
enough space in here. Yeah,
Is it as big as Buster Posey's new suite to bring all the brain trust in? It's about that size.
No, Buster Posey would break down this barrier between
right, the
us
wall.
and Walter right there.
Yeah, but one's a control room and one's a studio. We can't do that, Buster.
No, we can't do the Buster Posey style
Just
here in Daly City.
worry about catching first base, Buster. We'll take care of radio.
I like how we're 35 minutes into this new property and we're talking about kind of pushing the limits on the smoke detector with the ficus, maybe breaking down a wall already. I mean,
I'm going to break rules initially right away so they know we've arrived. And as far as making the trade with Sherelle, I love the studio, although his studio is killer.
I'm surprised, by the way, you didn't bust one out yesterday at the farewell at the studio.
Are you assuming I didn't?
No, that's a fair point.
Yeah,
I wasn't there.
yeah.
see, that's a conversation for the next break here when we got
I
a
had
few
to rush
minutes.
over to Sweetwater for an event, so that was later. The Johnny Cola from Huey Lewis in the News.
Dino and Pacheco out on the phone lines. We'll get to you in just a moment. Let's hear from Kyle Shanahan speaking on the team MVP candidate from a couple of years ago, second in votes, Christian McCaffrey. He didn't play a lot last year. He looked like himself for a quarter in Buffalo. How's he looking at OTAs, Kyle?
Christian is pretty he's as ready as any player I've ever been around. When he gets hurt, he's got to rehab and get better. Right now, he's healthy as can be. We got to kind of protect him from himself. But Christian has a good idea of what he needs to do right now. He's doing a lot less than he normally would do, but I know he's excited on how healthy he feels and the fact that he can get out there.
All right, look, so it's May 30th, right? Any kind of injury or non-injury isn't going to warrant an insane reaction. Ricky Pearsall tweaked his hamstring. He's going to be fine by the time training camp comes around. What you just hope is that this doesn't turn into a lingering issue that lasts into camp and into the season. And obviously, for Ricky's sake and everything he went through last year, you'd like to have a normal offseason. Christian McCaffrey did not have the most normal offseason, as we discussed during the break. He also did not have a very normal season at all. It was like, he's questionable week 1. Then there was the talk during the preseason. If it was week 1, I would play today. Then it didn't happen. Then week 1 turned into after the bye. Week 10, he came back. He was decent, but not the Christian McCaffrey that was leading the league in touchdowns the year before. And then that Buffalo game, when the season was starting to spiral out of control a little bit, he was running wild until the PCL gave out and he was done for the season.
So, the media saw him for the first time. I saw him the day before, and Cam Inman in particular. We'll talk to Matt Mayoko. They were all fawning over Christian McCaffrey. He's just kind of a given. To me, is what he is. He's the hardest working guy. Honestly, even before the practice on Wednesday, we chatted a little bit, but you kind of just stay away from him. He is so locked into his process. He works harder to get ready for an off-season organized team activity practice than guys do in games. He is just relentless. And Nick's like that on offense. George does it with a talkative, jovial manner. McCaffrey is just all business. But we saw it in glimpses last year. And he was around. After he got his contract done, he was around. But you would see it on one day, and then the next day he would work like 10 snaps, and then he'd disappear. So his body last year allowed him to do some of the stuff, and I know the miles per hour in games and everything weren't as high. He's a different runner. He's not a jump cutter like LT, LaDainian Tomlinson or Adrian Peterson, but he does find holes. He glides through holes. It's the knee injury. And, when he took the shot, it was a Tyler Rapp, the safety in Buffalo, got him on the ankle to save the touchdown, and that was an ice rink. When he banged his knee, that was bad. He came back in for one play, ran 18 toss, and went down. He's fully over that now, and that's a good sign. It's hard, McCaffrey's just McCaffrey. When you're around him originally, you're like, whoa, he's just different. Yeah. But then when you're around him every day, you just expect it. And I saw it a little bit in glimpses last year, but then again, the next day, it's where's Christian? He's back in the performance staff. Something happened. So it'll be more, and I think he's stacking up days. It's hard to judge the run game. They're really not doing that. It's 7-on-7. When they did 11-on-11 the day I was there and reading the reports, it was the same. They took their helmets off, and they're clear. The CBA is clear. You got to take your helmet off. You got to put it behind this line. So how do you fit the run? How do you play? They don't have shoulder pads on. But for a run, it's just, and McCaffrey puts his baseball cap back and he just comes gliding through. But it's a little hard to judge because they're not really fitting the run. The linemen aren't sticking blocks. But you watch the cuts. You watch the vision. You watch the acceleration. He's back. There's no doubt. Now you got to keep him back. And Kyle said keep him fresh. Isaac Arendo certainly is a guy they can mix on. The guy that I stood next to a lot Wednesday and just looked at his body and the way he runs. Jordan James is a player. 5'9", 208 from Oregon. He is a classic zone runner. And Christian was not. When he got here at Stanford in the pros early, a little bit with Ben McAdoo in Carolina when he was the OC, they ran a little bit of the outside zone, but Christian ran power. They pulled guards, and it took Christian, he's so brilliant, it took him like a short period of time, but you've got to come down with the surf, the dance step, the 1, 2, 3 step. Do you keep it play side? Do you cut it back? Where's your vision on the backside? Christian had to figure that out, and he's just brilliant. It's like Tim Duncan. They had to teach him how to handle a double team. One practice, he figured it out. Now you can't double that guy. McCaffrey learned it, but there's subtleties to it. Jordan James is just a natural in the zone scheme. A lot like J.P. Mason, a lot like Elijah Mitchell. They grew up in this in college, so a lot of it, Christian's going to be Christian. You'll have to drag him off the field. But what can you get from Isaac Arendo? What can you get from Jordan James, Abanaconda? And Saleh knew him from New York. I watched him run last year and thought, this guy needs to play. He's the fastest on the team without McCaffrey. Give him the ball. Much faster than Patrick Taylor, but he just didn't know the scheme now a year down the line. The undrafted guy, Corey Kiner. So McCaffrey's McCaffrey. CMC is back. He's CMC dynamite. But how can you mix in the other guy? And I think the other guys, and I think Jordan James is going to be really intriguing.
I think Jordan James is probably, outside of Michael Williams, the draft pick that I'm most intrigued about. And when we had Larry Kruger on, he compared him to Elijah Mitchell and said he wasn't a fumbler and everything. But actually, to shift from the offensive side and running backs to the defensive side, we have some breaking news for our 49ers. So John Lynch was on with Murph and Marcus, and then he got off the phone and must have been calling up Howie Roseman because the 49ers and Eagles are working to finalize a trade that will send edge rusher Bryce Huff to San Francisco for a mid-round pick.
Whoa.
The trade cannot and would not be processed until after June 1st, but both sides are working to make it happen, and Huff has already reworked his contract to help facilitate the trade. So Huff will be reunited with Robert Saleh, his former head coach with the Jets. The Jets-Niners crossover continues one step forward. Again, that's edge rusher Bryce Huff allegedly heading to San Francisco, which cannot be official until June 1st.
Wow, where's our breaking news sounder, Walter? Do we not have that? You don't have that at all in the system at all? They're very good.
Oh, that was even better than the old one.
It sounds like Ted Koppel, and it's time for Nightline. I'm not sure we're going there. We know Bryce Huff well, and obviously Robert Saleh. They also brought in Surratt as a Mike linebacker, and he was running with the ones a little bit. Along with Luke Gifford, the linebacker. But, Keegan Driver was talking to him. He's a former New York Jet. But Bryce Huff is a guy, a couple of years ago had 10 sacks in the NFL. Last year it was down to 2.5. He only played 12 games. So they got him for a mid-round draft pick. What are you talking, 5th-round pick, somewhere in there?
Yeah, that was just the latest. It just said mid-round. So I'm thinking 4 or 5.
Yeah, we got to get our guy Rich Cimini on the blower from the Jets and talk to him. So the one thing I would say about him is, and we opened the season against the Jets last year, so I watched him a lot. He does not play every single snap he was kind of a situational, pass rusher. Last year, I think he played 39% of defensive snaps. So where would he fit in on the defensive line? You have to look at his body a little bit, and we'll watch tape of him over the weekend. Is he a run player? He goes 255 pounds. By comparison, the first-round draft pick, Michael Williams, goes 260. So he would, mix in, obviously. And he played with, Philadelphia. He was a Jet 2 years ago, but we watched a lot of Jet tape to get ready for the opener. Then they wound up trading him to Philadelphia. His numbers last year were way down. He had 2.5 sacks, but the big year was 2023, and the Eagles just did not use him a lot. But in 2023, when he had the 10.5 sacks for Robert Saleh, he played 42.2% of the snaps. So is he strictly a situational edge rusher? What down would he be in what they call the turbo, what I call the gold rush package, where he would come in to heat up the quarterback on 2nd and 3rd down? That would be an obvious role for him. And with Saleh, they ran the wide 9. They ran the GTFO, get the F off. So it's the same scheme with Kasarik. So big year a couple of years ago. And he was kind of like Aldon Smith. When Aldon Smith first came from Missouri, his first year in the NFL, he had like a Javon Curse freakazoid type year, and he played like 33% of the snaps. They used him just as a situational edge rusher. That's the way Bryce Huff has been used throughout his career. Do they think he can do more? That'll be just get him in camp and see. But they do need that twitchy edge guy. Watching Michael, he's got room to grow. They didn't use him that way at Georgia. It was more of a 2-gap. He's a great run player. Gross Matos did not work out yesterday when the media was there. He's going to be a new daddy. He looked explosive. When I was there, he was by far had the best get off, the best bend. We didn't see the best of Yetur Gross Matos last year because he got hurt in that preseason game against the Raiders in Vegas and never materialized. But that is a good, economical, interesting that they would make a trade. Is Big Dom coming this way as well? Between Howie Roseman and John, they're such different people. But Bryce Huff is a situational pass rusher, 10.5 sacks a couple of years ago. We got to see if he's big enough to play in the earlier downs. But mainly, I think he would be a situational turbo gold rush edge rusher here.
Yeah, going back to some of the free agent possibilities and departures, not to say that Bryce Huff is the same kind of player as a Joey Bosa or a Leonard Floyd, but these were guys we're thinking, hey, it doesn't hurt to bring in an extra lineup because those two type of players weren't every snap kind of guys anyway. So we'll see what happens with Bryce Huff. And 808 KNBR, the number. Dino and Pacheco, I'm sorry we didn't get to you this segment. If you want to give us a call back around 11:15, we will happily take you because we like Dino here on the show. But Matt Mayoko is going to join us next, fresh off of this breaking news. And, of course, everything he saw at OTAs, Kyle Shanahan's media availability, and much more. Mayoko, Papa, Silver on the other side on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Silver, hanging out with you. Daly City edition. Just had the breaking news about the 49ers working to finalize a trade with Jets defensive end Bryce Huff. It actually worked out pretty well timing-wise. We've had some off guest timings before where we have a nice conversation, then something big happens not too long after the fact. But it is perfect to have our friend Matt Mayoko on, our first guest here in the new studio. Obviously, a lot to get into with 49ers OTAs, Kyle Shanahan's media availability, John Lynch's comments with Murph and Marcus. Matt joins us on the UMA guest line. What's happening, my friend? How's it going?
It's going well. How's everything there?
Pretty good here. You know, we're just kind of getting the lay of the land here. We've got some new plants. We've got Marchbank Field outside. Did I say that wrong? It was March something Field. I'm all
John Madden Field.
John Madden Field in Daly City here. We're looking at John Madden's old childhood baseball diamond.
Studio is pristine, kind of like the 49ers offseason, immaculate and very well lit. And we already had a trade. John Lynch accommodated us in the first hour in the new building. And the word that Adam Schefter is saying before Howie Roseman traded Bryce Huff, they redid his contract. He had a $17 million deal. The Eagles are going to take on 9.5, so the Niners are going to be responsible for 7.95. So, Matt, what do you know about the and this will be official next week, physicals and everything else, but the word is the Niners, for a mid-round draft pick, have gotten edge rusher Bryce Huff from the Eagles.
Yeah, I figured that they would be making some sort of trade after June 1 because they do have so many compensatory picks lined up for 2026. I just didn't know what position they'd be going after, but certainly got the word or the indication that they had something in the works back at the NFL owners meetings. And so this kind of lines up. You know, you think about the guys that Brant Boyer has brought in as special teams coordinator that he's had ties with, and Robert Saleh, having Bryce Huff, who he had 10 sacks in 2023 with the Jets. So Robert Saleh certainly has an idea of how to use them and how to get something out of them. And even though the 49ers did devote a lot of resources to improving their defensive line, they're still thin there. And so Bryce Huff steps in and is somebody who can take some rotational snaps and be a guy that sees some action. So certainly not a surprise that the 49ers would be active on the trade market and find a deal where, kind of surprising, I guess, a little bit that they'd make a deal with the Eagles because of the NFC connection and how, I guess, each team kind of thinks of the other team as kind of a hurdle to get over. But definitely a trade that makes sense for both sides.
Matt, I want to ask you about Ricky Pearsall because I was reading your 5 OTA storylines to follow heading into the week, and the first one was that Purdy to Pearsall connection, obviously between Demarcus Robinson's possible suspension and Brandon Ayuk. Injury recovery, maybe missing some time to start the season. Purdy to Pearsall is a big deal, and we saw the 141-yard connection in Detroit on Monday Night Football, even after they were mathematically eliminated. But Pearsall, it was said yesterday by Shanahan, tweaked his hamstring and is probably not going to be back until the start of training camp. Now, this isn't necessarily catastrophic by any means, and obviously, if it's May 30th, the goal is to get the proper treatment, rest up to the maximum amount before it comes to being able to play games and get some preseason reps. That being said, Ricky Pearsall is someone that if I could pick a player to have a normal offseason after what happened last year between the shoulder subluxation, the hamstring, and then the tragedy of getting shot, and thankfully it wasn't anything worse than that. But Ricky, I'm thinking this is kind of tough. I mean, how brutal is it if you're Brock Purdy or this receiving core when you're trying to reset in this year, a little bit of a longer offseason coming off 6 wins, to now have this bump in the road with the hamstring tweak?
Yeah, I think it's a big deal. And, yeah, I mean, when I looked at the offseason program and what the players could look to accomplish, that was number one, the Purdy-Pearsall connection. And so to have him not out there when it is offense versus defense, kind of running the routes and making the adjustments on the fly and working on the chemistry and everything else. I recalled when I saw him on the sideline and not practicing yesterday, I just recalled what he said to John Lynch after he got shot, which was, "I promise I'm not injury prone." He'd never had any issues with injuries really coming into his rookie season with the 49ers, and it's just been one thing after another with him. So, I would agree with you. It's not catastrophic, but it is concerning because it's been one thing after another, and really focusing in on the shoulder subluxation, the plural subluxations, as well as the hamstring injury that prevented him from getting on the field for the first days of practice last year for training camp. So 49ers aren't particularly depth. They don't have a whole lot of deep depth there at wide receiver position. So they need him to step up. They need him to perform because there are some question marks with Ayuk and with Demarcus Robinson. So, I'd say it's concerning, but certainly not, something that just changes the complexion of the season. But he has to get healthy and stay healthy. That's the key going into this year.
Yeah, and he had a problem with the hamstring, last year, and the dislocations, and that fancy word you're throwing around there means partial dislocation. And once you dislocate a shoulder, it pops out more readily. That was the one, and the only good thing about getting shot was I thought it would strengthen that shoulder where maybe it wouldn't pop out as much. But now it's back to the hamstring, so he's got to be careful when he's working away from the building. Outside of Ricky not being able to take part of that, obviously Brandon Ayuk is not out there. Just what are you seeing from the wide receiver room? The one thing obviously is Juwan Jennings clearly has taken over as number one. He's jumping in the head of line, the wide receiver drills. He's the clear X wide receiver. I think Demarcus Robinson has the build to be an X wide receiver, and with the Rams, they played him all over the formation, XZ and F. But he may be looking at a suspension to start the year, and we don't know the timeline on Ayuk right yet. Like they just did with Bryce Huff, Matt, do you think the Niners may be in the market to add a wide receiver when the calendar turns to June 1 on Sunday?
I would think my thought would be that they might wait to just kind of see, or once they have an indication of where Brandon Ayuk is, I would say that would definitely be a possibility. There's yesterday watching practice, I think it was very clear that Juwan Jennings is head and shoulders above everybody else in that wide receiver room, and Demarcus Robinson does look polished, as he should. He's a veteran player, and then after that, there's some promise out there, but that's all it is at this point, promise. Jordan Watkins looked good. It looked like Jacob Cowing was making more plays, but that's a huge leap of faith to go into the season with that lineup there at the wide receiver spot. So, down the road, it might not even be a trade. They could look to add somebody. There's some wide receivers who remain out there.
Amari Cooper.
Amari Cooper comes to mind. I know how much they were, they were looking to get him last year. If that trade with Cleveland and to send Brandon Ayuk there would have gone through. So, he remains a possibility, but I would think that would be something at this stage of the offseason where they would just kind of look and see where they are, maybe get an indication from the NFL about Demarcus Robinson, get an indication on some checkups with Brandon Ayuk about what the time frame is for him. But if things are looking like they could carry over into the regular season and for a good swath of the regular season, I would think that they would very much be in the market to add a veteran player such as Amari Cooper.
Talking to Matt Mayoko here on the UMA guest line. And while we focus on the wide receiver position, yesterday, even before the Pearsall injury news came out from Kyle Shanahan, we had Tracy Sandler on, and she said the player she is most intrigued to watch at OTAs is Jacob Cowing, someone you just mentioned in your previous answer. Last year, primarily a special team kind of guy, was wearing Deebo Samuel's number 19. Now Ricky Pearsall going to be wearing that number 1. But as far as Jacob Cowing and his possible jump from year 1 to year 2, does he remind you of any receivers in the Shanahan era that have worked within this offense? Like, what's the realistic expectation for this second-year player if they got to start the year with no Demarcus Robinson, maybe no Brandon Ayuk?
Yeah, I guess maybe the comp would be Richie James. When you look at at him, that would probably be the player that I would think of. Think of a slot receiver and somebody who has return capabilities. I don't know that he will be a big factor on this team, but he does have the ability, I think, to make his mark. I mean, things just never clicked really for him as a rookie. He didn't earn his way onto the field. When he got on the field on offense, there wasn't a whole lot of contributions there. He showed flashes a little bit. I think there was a bubble screen, might have been his first reception in the NFL kind of late in the year, where he did get up the field and he did look good. He had some bursts, but it's one thing that the 49ers haven't really had on their roster, and I'm going to use both sides of the ball. They really haven't had a true slot receiver, and they haven't had a true nickelback. And last year, potentially with Jacob Cowing, they got a true slot receiver, and with Upton Stout, the draft pick from Western Kentucky, maybe they have a true nickelback. So, those are two guys certainly to keep an eye on. But up to this point, Cowing's he's got to earn it. He's got to take that step. And, now he's going to also have competition with Jordan Watkins. 49ers went after him. And Watkins, I thought, looked pretty good yesterday when I saw him in practice. Certainly looked to be ahead of where James was a year ago.
Now, he looks polished, and he had big plays at Ole Miss. He was there for 3 years, 2 years at Louisville. Great speed, 4.37, but he's played so much football. He had 58 games played in 5 years of college football, Matt. He just looks so polished. So you were out there yesterday. I was there the day before, and it's like you don't have enough eyes in your skull to see everything. There's so many new guys. Your head's spinning. I know you asked and wrote about McCaffrey, and he did look like Christian again. We saw glimpses of it like that last year, and then the next day, he'd work out for like 10 minutes and duck back into the performance room and work with the staff. But just overall, you can talk about McCaffrey. Just there's so much to see in a little over an hour's time when they're on the field. So what are some of your takeaways from what you saw yesterday? Maddie?
May have lost a little connection here in our new studios. We'll have Walter work on that one. I don't know if...
I blame it on my
I was going to say, I kind of feel like everything's been good here. Everything's been good here.
Walter, this new studio is pristine. It's perfect. It's immaculate, George Kittle. There's nothing wrong with the studio. I blame it on the telecommunications from the Mayoko side of it.
Yeah, no question about it. So, it looks like we have got him back.
Maddie, did you hear my question? I went on and on. It was one of my better ones.
Yeah, I'm going over the Altamont Pass. From what I understand, there's a dead spot right here.
Are you going to pass on the Altamont? You're going to run? You're going to punt? What are you going to do there?
I think I'm going to find out if the Rolling Stones are playing. And I'll head over there for the concert.
Yeah, we were blaming you and your connection, and now I'm glad we have it confirmed because everything in our day one of the studios, it's been so good. We love our new home. We thought it cannot possibly be our fault.
Perfect.
You want to answer my question, my elaborate, pristine, perfect question?
Give me the Cliff Notes.
I don't know. What did you see yesterday? What did you see? McCaffrey's great. We know he's great. He's got his bounce back. He runs through with no helmet on and his baseball cap backwards. Whatever you want to talk about, there's so much to see. What did you see?
Well, yeah, I mean, to me, that was kind of the fourth play of their 7-on-7. And McCaffrey ran a choice route out of the backfield, and it looked like Christian McCaffrey circa 2023. And so that's certainly a welcome sign. And to hear Kyle Shanahan say he's as healthy as can be, but they're also kind of limiting his pitch count. He's not working in that maniacal fashion that he's worked out as in the past. I mean, I remember Bill Walsh talking about this with Jerry Rice. Later in Jerry Rice's career, Bill talked about how Jerry can't work like he used to. He's got to conserve his body more. Now, Jerry, I think, continued to work that way because he's just a freak of nature and, the best conditioned athlete probably in the history of the NFL. But with Christian McCaffrey, he needs to kind of be more selective in how he goes about his work. But I thought that was the number one thing that stood out. Trent Williams not being there, obviously not a big deal because I don't think Trent Williams needs a whole lot of work, but he was there at the start of the offseason program. He's been away for a couple of weeks, and he'll return either next week or the week after to conclude the offseason program with the mandatory minicamp. But, when you look at that team, they have gotten younger, and there are a lot of new faces out there, but the nucleus of the team kind of remains the same. It's the guys that they're looking at to keep this team afloat and get it back to where it was. The names are all the same. It's Purdy, it's McCaffrey, it's Kittle, it's Warner, it's Trent Williams, it's Bosa. I think a new guy that we can put up on that list is Diamador Lenore. I thought he looked really good yesterday. He looked just so much more confident and just really on point with what he brings to the table. And so I think he's the next guy that will be talked about in that breadth of players who are kind of seen as among the very top at their position groups in the NFL.
Few more minutes here with Matt Mayoko. Obviously, Michael Williams has impressed just as a physical specimen. I see a lot of videos circulating around online. I've been reading a lot as well about the type of player he can be. I think there's the attributes we understand why he was drafted number 11 overall, the ability to set the edge, the physical specimen that he is. I think some of the other question marks come with, can he be an effective NFL pass rusher? In college at the level, he was just using his brute force and physicality a lot to get to the quarterback. In the NFL, it's not that easy. Maybe the question I'm about to ask is something that's going to have a much more refined answer as you get to some joint practices and preseason games. But just between the 49ers first-round pick and everything that he could be and the possible expectations, what is going to be his biggest rookie challenge playing in an NFL defense for Robert Saleh?
I think it's the adjustment that has to be made in order to just not rely solely on the physical tools. Yes, he played in the SEC and he's going up against big-time offensive tackles every week. But, probably during the course of a season, maybe he's going up against 3 or 4 guys who are going to be starters, if that, I guess, starters in the NFL. So it's making that adjustment in the mindset that you just can't do what you've done through your entire life and get away with it. And he seems to be somebody who's really latched on to that. Fred Warner talked yesterday about some of the rookies and how attentive they are and how they're asking questions. And he kind of made it known that the 2 rookies who have been talking to him the most and he seems excited are Michael Williams and Nick Martin, the linebacker from Oklahoma State. So I think, it's a different position totally, but I found it interesting that Kyle Shanahan talked about, the addition of Mac Jones and how the first couple of weeks of the offseason program, all they worked with him was the technique of how they teach it with the 49ers. And so completely different position, but the 49ers are spending these first weeks, and it'll carry over to teaching players at every position, their techniques. This is how we do it. I don't care how you've done it in the past. That was the past, and now this is the way, the 49er way. It's the way that Chris Kocurek wants. It's the way that Robert Saleh wants. So, that lends to a steep learning curve as far as what he's being asked to do, and then you take into consideration learning his own defense, and then when it gets to the regular season, learning the opposition's offense and learning the habits and the tells that opposing offensive tackles have. So there's a lot of learning that takes place through the course of a rookie's season, and the first part is just kind of getting his own house in order and learning how the 49ers, what their expectations are for him. And that's taking place right now in the film room and on the practice field.
That's why you got that attendance of 91 out there at 49ers OTAs here after a 6-11 season. It's all about refining, resetting, refueling the attention to detail. And Matt, we always appreciate when you come by with us on Pop and Silver.
All right, gentlemen. Always my pleasure. I'll talk to you next
Have you
week.
passed the Altamont Pass? Are you through there now?
Yeah, we are cruising through Tracy right now.
Where are you going?
Meeting a friend who's kind of had a rough time. Meeting him for lunch in Lodi.
Nice.
So making the trek out to see a buddy.
You know, I don't know if you're planning to go to Lodi Brewing Company at all, but when I was doing travel basketball tournaments as a wee little fifth grader, I loved that spot because they had root beer that tasted like a little tinge of cotton candy in it.
Wow. Is there a plaque out there for the big 6-point performance you had in that one third-place game?
You know, that was my first ever buzzer beater. And actually, we forced overtime and lost, so kind of a sad little plaque that it would be if it was up there.
And Dad took you out for an A&W root beer after? So great.
If anybody ever, Greg Silver, questions your sporting credentials, you can just throw that right back at them.
And you are a good Samaritan, my friend. You're always visiting people in need, Mayoko. You're going right to heaven if there is one.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you, Greg.
I'm serious. You're a good man. You're a good man.
Well, thanks.
Thank you, Maddie. And send our best regards to your friend. Hope he heals up.
Absolutely.
Thank you, brother.
I really will. Okay, thanks, guys. Bye.
Better man than the phone connection. I feel like that can be said about a lot of people out there, though.
He's on the move. Things happen.
Yeah, he's fantastic.
Going to Lodi.
Yeah, we love talking about Mayoko. Coming up on the other side, if you still want to get some thoughts in, some calls in, it's 415-808-5627. We can talk a little Niners, and if not, we also will do a little pivot to Buster Posey yesterday on with Murph and Marcus and what he said about Willie Adames, the slow start, preaching some patience, and he may have even used the S word. Well, we'll break that all down coming up next. It's Pop on Silver on the Sports Leader.
Perfect. The Niners for
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers and Eagles are working to finalize a trade that will send edge rusher Bryce Huff to San Francisco. The Super Bowl champion with the Eagles last year had a career-high 10 sacks in 2023 with the New York Jets, with one Robert Saleh at the helm. That trade cannot be processed until after June 1st, but both sides are working to make it happen. So if all things go to plan, Bryce Huff, welcome to the Bay.
Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for hanging out with us. Appreciate everybody chiming in today and being with us on our first Daly City show here at Pop and Silver. We shut the place down yesterday in San Francisco, and now we are the last of the shows to get a crack at it here. Dirty Work did the dirty work yesterday. They were operating no phones. You know, we thought we might have to do that for a little bit.
Commando style.
Commando. And that would have been tough, too. We had the breaking news. Great timing for Matt Mayoko. But it all worked out. And a big thank you, and a very honest thank you to our engineers who have worked tirelessly, because as much as the move has been a bit of a rattler for a lot of us in the studio right now, and we're all kind of getting our feet wet with this new stuff, the engineers have been working night and day, weekends to make this happen.
Especially Josh, even Andrew Stern. So it's hard for me to thank him for anything, but he did a nice job. He worked
Thank you to Josh and Andrew Stern.
Although, real quick, I mean, if we did have to go commando today, that's no stranger to us, right? I mean,
not at all.
Yeah,
not at all.
No, our show would have been fine. Yeah.
When I'm home in the stream, I am commando from the bottom down. Before the stream, right off the treadmill, right on the show with dripping hair. Nobody knew.
It's true. I've seen it.
Now
before.
we have prying. No, you never saw. Well, maybe one time you FaceTime me.
I had the privilege of the pandemic occurring during my college days. So one of the party
Was that
themes,
a privilege? That would kill. That would kill.
It was
you.
beautiful. Yeah, I loved it so much. And yeah, it was. I mean, then again, to be going
Was it
to
all
school
online? Did you actually interact at all?
Yeah, a lot of it was online, but you did get to kind of hang out in this weird little beach town known as Isla Vista. So like life could have been a lot worse. But yeah, I would say COVID college, not recommended out there. And you guys had COVID radio, so that was probably a lot of fun too. The reason I bring that up is
Thanks
because
to Rudy Gobert. It's all your fault, Gobert.
Yeah, big old touching all the mics in here. We got like 3 extra mics in the studio. Gobert probably already got his greasy hands all over those, tweeting about RFK, kicking his partner and Kate out of the house in the playoffs. I don't want to talk about that guy. Shout out to the Thunder, knocking out the T-Wolves. Going back to the going commando, a much more, PG subject here, is the theme when we started coming out of the pandemic for parties was Zoom interviews. So you'd have to dress all nice or like you were going to class or something. And then on the bottom, you could just show up in pajama pants, or if you kind of wanted to feel a little bit risky, just go in the full tighty whities, a jockstrap, something like that.
Or do what Jeffrey Toobin did on CNN. Go the Toobin Steak Boogie.
There you go.
He has resurfaced. I do love Jeffrey Toobin. What a story that was.
Long was a way of saying we've got the phones up and functioning.
Friedel, leadoff home run at Wrigley. We're rooting for the Reds today. 1-0 Reds over the Cubs.
Yeah, hey, go Reds. And I was going to say go Hunter Green, but he just pitched a couple of days ago. Didn't do me any good on my prize picks. Reason I say we got the phones working is because I wanted to talk to Mike in San Francisco, who has some comments on the 49ers and the Giants as we kind of bridge from one to the other. Mike, thank you for enduring whatever that conversation was. Good to have you on The Sports Leader.
You guys are killing me. Commando, and I'm sitting here on hold.
It's a Mike Krukow line. We stole it from Krukow. Krukow gave us the genius
GCP,
of Commando, so we use it whenever we can.
GCP, you are absolutely classic, sir. And Mr. Silver, you're well, we got to come up with a nickname for you, and of course, we need your approval.
Excellent.
But anyway, so the new digs are cool. You guys get me.
We love them. Feel like an operating room. I'm going to have triple bypass here on Wednesday morning.
Pop, you got to stop. My God, Jesus Lord.
It is so damn bright. Anyway, I don't want to come in here hanging. Good thing I was a good boy last night. You don't want to come in here. Imagine doing the morning show when you get home at like 4 in the morning and you're on at 5:36. Boy, I'd turn these lights down. I want the club setting. But anyway, we love them. We love them. The studio's great.
You're like butter on a roll today. Anyway, so real quick, so the 49ers, and I'll take this answer off air, and then I have one quick comment on the Giants. But, futurically speaking, I expect them to have a great year. I mean, let's look at their schedule here. It's, very, very, very accommodating. I'm sure someone will come up with some kind of excuse, most likely the national reporters, saying that, I expect them to at least win 12 or 13 games. I guess that's what I'm saying, but which they should. And then also, you guys had mentioned Willie Adonis, and small sample size. What are we at? 50 some odd games. He could go. What if he goes 10 for his next 25? and then he's going to be, the savior, But I don't know, man. I think he'll come around. I didn't know much about him before he came to the Giants, but I just, I'm a diehard Brandon Crawford fan, but his lifetime career batting average wasn't the greatest either. But I'm not. Sounds like I'm calling him out. But anyway, guys, thank you for your time. Happy Friday.
Thank you, bro.
And keep it rolling, you guys. Thanks.
Go Commando
I was
1 point this weekend.
That's right. Let it hang, Mike. Let it hang.
Has Willie Adames had a stretch at all as a Giant where he was 10 for 25? I mean, he is streaky, but I'm waiting for him to streak Commando style back in the 70s like we did streak good. He's had some, the walk-off in the home opener. He's had some timely hits here and there.
Yeah, I mean, the first half of this month was probably his best stretch.
But has he had a 10 for 25? I mean, he's capable of getting on a heater, but you're going to have to live with that. I wonder when the lineup does come out, and we'll talk to Craig Minervini. Quantrill's going for Clayton McCullough. Did you even know he's the manager of the Miami Marlins? We got to, when Craig Minervini comes on 11:50, our friend and one of the voices of the Marlins, on TV, he's got to give us the intel on their whole lineup. I mean, it's changed so much, and we're not going to see Sandy Alcantara. But where does Adames hit in the order? Probably towards the bottom. Although one thing we talked about with Susan Slusser the other day was giving Adames a day off. And the plan was Bob Melvin was going to give him Wednesday afternoon off in Detroit, but he had a couple of hits on Tuesday. And he said, keep me in the lineup. I think I figured it out. And you can see the at-bats, just the tracking of the ball, drawing walks. It's obvious what they're trying to do to him. They're trying to get him out with sliders away as a right-handed pitcher. He's got to lay off that pitch or foul that pitch off or take that pitch, whatever, to spit on that pitch, whatever it is. And then he is going to be susceptible because of the extreme uppercut to striking out a lot. I mean, that's his baseball card. He strikes out a lot. He may strike out 200 damn times this year, 180 times. I mean, if he's in there every day, he's going to be close to that. But you got to strike back. Where are the 32 homers, the 33 doubles last year? And Milwaukee's home ballpark is completely different than obviously the Giants' home ballpark, but not as unfavorable to right-handed hitters. When the lineup does come out, I'd like to see the Giants lead off Elliot Ramos, even against a righty today. Just lead him off. He right now is your best hitter.
100%.
Mike Yastrzemski was a very solid hitter. He was among the group most of the year that was doing well. He is not right now, so we'll see. And one thing with Bob Melvin, he'll move the lineup around. For a long time, he was very consistent, gave him a chance, and then he, will drop Adames down. Lamont, you're going down. Jung-Hoo, you're, all over the place and clean up even or two. I'm hoping that Elliot Ramos is in the leadoff hole today, even against the righty.
No, 100%. And one thing that I said during the middle of the Tigers game, before it even went south, was the Giants are not going to be a team that is going to be some kind of offensive powerhouse. They're not going to be winning games 8-7 routinely. But with their lineup, you still do need your top half. You still need your best players to carry that load, and Elliot Ramos has been that guy. Willie Adames, I think everyone's hoping, can be that guy with the contract he got, with the power he showed in Milwaukee last year. Hasn't happened yet. I got to tell you, career high in strikeouts for Willie Adames, 173. That was last year. He currently has 64, so he's on pace to get a little bit above that. And then I know a lot of it has to do with the amount of games played, but the previous 2 years before that, he played 149 games, 165 strikeouts, then played 139 games and went 166. So this is kind of who he's been. Now he's not doing it so much at a hitter's ballpark. 808 KNBR, the number. Dino in Pacheco, appreciate you calling back. I'm glad you returned to our show because we did want to have you, but then the breaking news of Bryce Huff and everything gave us a little wrinkle in the show, and not a bad one on a Friday. Regardless, appreciate you calling back. How's it going, man?
Hey, it's good to talk to you guys. First of all, I'm glad that you guys, sounds like Greg really, the other Greg, and probably you too, obviously, like the new place where you're at, so that's good. And obviously, Greg, Mr. Silver, you're just a breath of fresh air, man. And Mr. Papa, you're the best. You're the best voice. You and Kevin Harlan got the best voice in the country. Always have been. And I'm a 67-year-old former high-level athlete. I've told you before, but so I got two takes real quick. So I'll just make them short. One on the 49ers is I just don't get this. I mean, obviously the people on the station, you guys are the station, or the Niners and the Giants, so maybe you can't speak out a lot like I do, like I can. I just don't get. They signed it sounds like everything's hunky dory because they signed a couple players before the football season started or whatever, and this and that, and it was good to see that they just got this little possible trade, but they're missing half their team, and they had a great draft. I mean, that's been the narrative, and people are acting like they're going to go to the playoffs and win the Super Bowl. I mean, they got a lot of pieces to fill, man, and they got a lot of hopes to. I mean, it's just so anyway, that's my take on the 49ers.
I got you, Dino.
I mean, so anyway, on the Giants, I want to talk about. I'll just think. I don't want to be negative about. I hate being negative about it. I want people to succeed, but let's get real about the Giants. And I'll use just one man. I mean, there's multiple, but I'll just use one man. I've been hearing a lot about what a great defensive player Patrick Bailey is. What a fantastic. Well, even if he doesn't even hit, I mean, we'll take this and he'll go whatever. You're batting what? It doesn't matter who you are. If you're Johnny Bench or anybody, if you're batting 175 after
Johnny Bench never hit 175, Dino. Let's keep it real.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
I'm with you.
If you're batting 175, no matter what position you're playing, you don't deserve. You're not good. And he batted 230 the last couple of years. I mean, but once he's in the mid 100s now. He doesn't need. I mean, you got to find somebody else, or you got to let somebody else get a chance. I mean, it doesn't matter how much good he can catch. Justin Verlander would have 5-6 more wins if those guys could hit.
Well, Dino, I appreciate both your takes. I appreciate you keeping it real as always, and you're giving us a lot to process here. So 808 KNBR, if you want to join the conversation. Scarecrow, I see you. We'll get to you coming up in a bit. He's been pretty honest about the 49ers and the Giants. As far as the Niners go, I don't know if I'm necessarily in the point of everything is hunky-dory, but things were looking very sour for quite some time leading up to the Ayuk contentious contract negotiation. Was he going to get traded? It finally happened. Then he missed training camp, had a slow start to the year. McCaffrey injury. We could go on and on. You lived it every single day, and then I partnered with you in November.
You know what? Yeah. This spring is better right now than, damn, we lost the Super Bowl in overtime. When do we go to the Super Bowl in New Orleans like it's our rite of passage?
Right.
It's not the way professional sports works. Then you got hurt. So as I told you, this is a necessary off season, physically, spiritually, emotionally, financially. March was hard with the exodus out of the building. And then filling the draft, drafting 11 guys, all the undrafted players coming in. And the spring fling, it was Brock's contract. What they did was extend and move money around to make it more, cap compliant and friendly this year on the cap with George and Fred. And these are guys you want to proceed forward. So we'll see. And Dino mentioned the trade. So it's all, it's going to be a post-June 1 designation, so it won't happen until sometime next week. But Bryce Huff is coming to the 49ers from a one-year stopover with the Philadelphia Eagles, before that with the New York Jets. We are reaching out to my friend Rich Cimini from the Daily Orange. Has been covering the Jets ever since he left Syracuse. He had a great tweet this morning. And we were talking about Bryce Huff and how he just, he's basically a situational pass rusher, limited snaps, high production, 10.5 sacks. People want to say that all he does is rush the passer, but all Mariano Rivera did was close the ninth inning, except that one time in 2001 against the Arizona Diamondbacks. I hear you. Is he comparing Bryce Huff? Is he a closer like the great Mo Rivera? Is that where Cimini's going?
Yeah, that's we got to ask him about that. Cimini also took part in our Greg-Excellent mock draft back then with the Jets.
And he got it right with the selection of the big lineman, right?
Yes,
Membu?
Armand Membu.
He got Membu.
So,
I mean, that's what, at the end, how do you close out wins? How do the Niners win when they were winning? A punishing run game, clock suckers, take that clock from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, give it to McCaffrey, and then close the game with Nick Bosa up in the quarterback's grill when it's time to tee off. And who's that other edge rusher? Maybe we should call this guy Mariano Rivera. Should we give him number 42, Bryce Huff?
Number 42, yeah, I don't know about that one. But, and look, as far as the Niners, I'm not putting them in the bubble of Super Bowl contention. The goal is to get into the playoffs. The goal is to see if you can win your division. And if anything right now, it's not so much, everything's great and you got the full great roster and everybody's getting paid premium. No. That was a couple of years ago. This is different. But after everything that transpired over the last calendar year and then some, going back to the heartbreak of losing the Super Bowl, this is just a breath of fresh air. It's a little bit of rest. It's a little bit of rejuvenation. And it's a chance to get back on track and give yourself a shot, because that's really what it's all about. We've seen the Niners get into the playoffs and make a little bit of a push to the NFC Championship, winning some tough road games. The goal, get into the postseason and worry about it when you get there.
Did Dino drop a hunky-dory?
Shout out to David
on
Bowie.
A 67-year-old man. You're showing your age there. And he was hard on Patrick Bailey. And I got a text from my friend Jeff Tamalier, who listens every day. What a great high school basketball player he was. And again, one of the great guitarists in all around Bay Area. His name came up a lot last night at the Sweetwater. He actually compared Patrick Bailey, and this is probably more for Dino, to Andy Etchebarren, who was a catcher for the Baltimore Orioles. Earl Weaver platooned everybody. Hendricks was the offensive player. He dropped a, is he that good defensively and not great in my opinion? He's an Andy Etchebarren. So, boy, are people turning on Bales? What is going on with Patty Bales?
I will say the offensive production is quite rough to watch, and I'm not discounting what he brings to the table as a defender, but given that pitchers don't really hit
said about him today?
Yeah.
Should play that, Walter.
Yeah.
I talk about like he's swinging, like he's bad as underwater. He talked about bad head and snap and looked like a hitter, bro. When you get in the box, he looks like he's just trying to take it easy. It's like he's playing Pepper, and he just doesn't, and he strikes out a third of the time anyway, but he's just not snapping the bat. Mike Krukow was pretty clear. Get in the box like you're a major league hitter. Don't have a defeatist attitude and just swing out your ass. Just don't give it that, the lazy fly ball on the changeup, against Canley the other day. You got to pull that pitch. Second and third, nobody out. We need to score 2 there. Score the runner from third and a deep drive to right and move Adames to third base. That's the way you play winning baseball.
That was like right when I walked into the studio and saw Walter on Wednesday, and I was just like, dude, what's happening? We were in terrible moods at that point. But let's continue this quick segment on the other side before we get to Craig Minervini. Scarecrow will take your call. Talk a little Adames, Bailey, Chapman, and others of the orange and black. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Hey everybody, Greg Silver here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area, some not even based in the state of California? Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area, and they have been for more than 25 years. This is award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who are fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children, Waymos, Marcus loves those self-driving cars. Either way, they are all around us. So please, let's be careful and work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. We feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year if you need the help, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, and you know by now, the best part of it all, they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver, happy Friday. Craig Minervini going to be joining us coming up at 11:50. Going to talk a little Miami Marlins and Florida Panthers. Stanley Cup final rematch, Oilers-Panthers. That one last year was almost the reverse sweep. Florida went up 3-0, and then they had to win the Stanley Cup in the most agonizing fashion possible, losing the next three before coming home for a Game 7 and getting it done. We'll see if Connor McDavid, Leon Draisaitl, and those other Canadians can make it happen out in Edmonton. So that's coming up your way. But before we get into that, also want to continue this conversation on Dino and Pacheco's take on Patrick Bailey, and also go back out to the phones. Let's hear from Scarecrow out in Sacramento. Wants to see a change to the line with Willy Adames and Matt Chapman. What's happening, Scarecrow? You're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, I just wonder about the value of having two really streaky hitters back-to-back. It's either feast or famine, and right now it seems to be more famine than anything else. Possibly putting, Matos or somebody in between them. I know they did that at the bottom of the lineup when they put Casey Schmidt in there for Wade, and it seemed to sort of plug up that particular hole in there. I'm just thinking, is it a really good idea to have that big a potential hole in the 4 or 5 spot in your lineup?
Well, I mean, your point, they're going to face a righty tonight in Quantrill against Jackson Jobe the other day. Matt Chapman and Willy Adames did hit back-to-back. Yaz led off, Ramos, Flores, Lee. So Jung-Hoo Lee's your cleanup hitter now. And he's doing okay. Then you got Chapman 5 and Adames 6. So his point is they're not only streaky, and when they're streaking the wrong direction, they're OUTs. And a lot of times they're Ks. And a lot of times they're backward Ks. These guys are taking a lot of pitches right down the gut. Like, what are you doing here? Yeah. You can blame it on the umpire all you want, but you need, and they're chasing sliders away and they're taking pitches right down the gut. So the other part of it is not just streaky. When they get streaky good, you want them, back to back. The fact that they're both right-handed hitters, you want to break them up a little bit. My thing, obviously, you make a good point about them being streaky, Scarecrow, but they also strike out a lot, and you just got to put the ball in play. You have back-to-back strikeouts. You don't know how to make a proper out. That's where you get into, and they weren't involved in the second and third, nobody out. That was Patrick Bailey, and later asking Costa Bond, a tough situation, and then Yaz Weekly grounded out. I mean, the Giants do strike out a lot. They can't hit extreme fastballs. I mean, the bottom line is they got two of the biggest contracts in the history of the franchise, and they got it. Buster went in the clubhouse and got Chapman signed to a 6-year deal. And then in the offseason, he's the driving force to get Adames signed. I mean, Adames is the number 1 contract in the history of the franchise. Buster's is 2, and Chapman's 3rd. And they signed for 7 and 6 years. So they're not going away. I think the bottom line is here, if you want to improve the offense, you got to get better offensive players. We know who Willie Adames and Matt Chapman are. They are streaky. They will strike back, but they strike out a lot. And again, since we've gone to a universal DH, Greg, and I think I still hear Scarecrow in, so jump in as well. These lineups, they just don't stop. The Padres lineup, the Diamondbacks can't pitch right now. The bullpen, Zach Gallen, but their lineup is top to bottom, and you probably can't name half of the guys, besides Corbin Carroll and Lourdes Gurriel and a few. I mean, but they just whack.
Sal Marte, who had a couple
there's
homers,
just so many. I'm watching the Cubs, and they're down 2-0 to the Reds. Cubs lineup is the best in baseball. You don't have a lineup like that.
No.
So how are you going to get it? Where are you going to get it? Is Bryce Eldridge going to be that? If you put Bryce Eldridge as a humongous 6'7" power-hitting first baseman from the left side, and you stick him right between Matt Chapman and Willie Adames, maybe you got something. I mean, honestly, Ramos to me is a better right-handed hitter, and Flores is as well. So maybe when Eldridge is ready to go, and we will talk to Justice De Los Santos later after his trip to Richmond to watch him. But I hear you. They are streaky. Have they really been? Chapman got on a heater where he was doing pretty well. And I think they're going to come out of it, honestly. The adjustments they made in Detroit, Chapman had a 3-hit game the other day. He's moved his hands up a little bit to be a little quicker inside. Adames is spreading out more. I think they're going to come out of it a little bit this weekend. But your point is they're streaky, and they strike out a lot. Do you want them back-to-back in the order?
I appreciate the call from Scarecrow, and I think it's a good point that he brings up. My honest take on this one is that you just need your best hitters to hit more so then actually changing it. With this current team and this roster, you just got to have Matt Chapman and Willie Adames with the money they're making give you better production, plain and simple. Now, if you add another bat, maybe we're doing some tweaks to the lineup. If you bring up a Bryce Eldridge, maybe you think about tweaking it and putting him in the middle. As far as this current roster goes, pre-moves, pre-trade deadline, any of that stuff, I think you just got to fight through it. And Matt Chapman and Willie Adames are two players that I think will come out of it, especially not struggle to this degree. But Scarecrow has a fair point there in that it can be feast or famine. And when it's famine and the degree to which these two guys strike outs, and by the way, it seems like Matt Chapman has popped the ball up about 75 times over the past week. It's rough.
He's hitting the bottom of the ball. So you got to swing. I mean, they do tee work. They do soft toss before they get in the cage. If you're popping the ball up, you're hitting the bottom half of the baseball. And FP was talking about, FP adds so much to the broadcast, and a lot of it is Felipe Alou driven. When he was popping the ball out, Felipe would just say, hit the top half of the ball, or, hit the middle of the ball and drive the ball on a line. So he's under the ball a little bit with his bat pad. Matt Chapman is susceptible to high fastballs. He just cannot get on top of them. I think there was a time earlier this year, he and Yastrzemski really impressed me. They've kind of closed that up. I don't know if they're, the higher tee or the mechanical mic is being set higher, but last year it was like you just throw them a high top rail fastball. It's a swing and a miss, go sit down. And they've closed that up degree. But you're right. They are popping the ball up a lot.
We're going to talk
Chapman is. Really, the whole team has been.
Team has been popping it up a lot as well.
Better than a strikeout, though. Sometimes they drop pop-ups.
Yeah, although I got to say, Matt Chapman's pop-ups, it felt like a lot of them have been in foul territory, too. I'm like, man, there's no hope for even a little bit of an error.
Can he throw the bat down and then go make the catch? Is that legal?
Yeah, I feel like
that should be allowed in baseball.
Yeah.
There should be more defense in baseball where if Matt Chapman pops the ball up, throw the bat down, and go beat the third baseman of the ball. And take him out, tackle him, and catch the ball, and you're still alive.
Doesn't that feel like a Savannah Bananas-like rule, Walter?
I love the Savannah Bananas.
Yeah, is there pass interference involved in that, or is it just straight up
legal?
tackle?
As long as it's in foul ground, it's good.
I should have worn my Savannah Bananas hat. I do have one at home.
They're not coming to the Bay Area this year. I wanted to see the Savannah Bananas.
I know. My girlfriend's mother sent me one when they came to Phoenix, and I was like, man, I got
locked on them for about 8 hours on the Ocho one day and watched these guys are fun.
It's amazing.
And they are skilled as hell. How about when they catch the ball in the outfield and do a backflip?
How about
Lee could do that.
pitching on stilts? What about that?
That is incredible.
Insane.
That is incredible.
Yeah, I think fans also get involved too. Like if the's a foul ball into the stands and the fans catch it, it can be an out or something like that. I got to really brush up on my
Why are they not coming to the Bay Area this year?
It's a shame.
They came last year. I think they're going to L.A., but they're not coming to the Bay Area this year.
Can we swap NBA All-Star Weekend with Savannah Bananas appearance? Because I'll take that deal on a snap of a fingers.
The Globetrotters. All the Globetrotters appearances gone. And they always come during the NFL playoffs. Like, who's going to watch them in mid-January during the championship game?
Yeah, no question. Craig Minervini going to be joining us on the other side. We'll talk
Speaking
a little Marlins.
Of the Ocho, he is working a little Florida Panther hockey, but mainly Marlins. He was in the WWE. Remember Mean Gene Okerlund?
Yeah.
And Andre the Giant. Craig was the voice of the WWE for a long, long time. Syracuse wanted to. Yes, he's done a lot. But now he does everything on Marlins, radio and TV pregame, does radio play-by-play, just finished up a great series at Petco Park as the lead play-by-play announcer, and like all of our guests, he is from Syracuse.
You know, I was going to have all these Marlins questions ready to go. I'm totally going to scrap that and ask him about everything else in the break. So it is Papa and Silver.
You got to have him do his Marv Albert imitation.
Oh, and that's a no-brainer.
You want
the
a contest.
Syracuse leader, by the way.
The SU leader.
Yeah, Kyle
Orange, you glad we have all these SU guests now?
Kyle McCord probably joining us sometime in the 12 o'clock hour at this rate.
He's a damn Eagle.
Yeah.
They got the best QB room outside of the starting quarterback. They got the best second and third stringer in the league.
Craig Minervini joins us next. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. KNBR, the sports leader.
What's happening, everybody? Papa and Silver talking a little 49er football, talking a little Giants baseball, talking a little going commando, talking a little Daly City. It's just been a full-on grab bag here on a Friday, and we are having a great time. Got a good conversation in with Matt Mayoko about an hour ago, and it is time to bring in, as a qualifier to be a guest on the show, you got to be a Syracuse Orange, as we're going no orange men, no orange woman, just the Syracuse Orange. It's not Otto the Orange, although he'll probably be joining us later in the show today. It is a studio host from Marlins Live and Florida Panthers Live, and a guy who calls Marlins games on TV and the radio. And essentially, I've learned just pretty much does it all in the state of Florida. It is Craig Minervini who joins us on the UMA guest line. Greg Papa, who you know very well, of course. And I'm Greg Silver out here in San Francisco. Great to be catching up with you. And how's it going?
How are you doing? I'm not going commando, though, right now.
Were you eavesdropping on our show earlier?
Well, I have some sources.
He preps. We ever go commando at WAER Minervini back in the day doing Syracuse Chiefs games?
You wouldn't want to see Sean McDonald.
I remember one hot day at Watt Powell Park in Charleston, West Virginia with Go-Go Charbonneau. Yeah. So Craig and I go back, and it was Sean, it was me, it was Gary Mendelow, and it was Craig. We did Syracuse Chiefs baseball. It was so invaluable. We were kids at WAER, and Craig has gone on, and we won't get into Mean Gene Okerlund and all that, but I listened to you all the while this whole week because you were playing San Diego. The Giants are going to see him next week, and you jumped in and did a lot of TV. The broadcasts were just great. Just overall, can you go through your lineup a little bit with me? Jazz Chisholm is no longer a Miami Marlin, right, Craig? We established that. Giancarlo's really gone. Who is Augustine Ramirez? Tell me about that guy.
Augustine Ramirez is a guy that is a catcher. It's still probably the jury is out whether he could be a major league catcher. The team would like him to do that, but he's got a bat that he could be the rookie of the year. He's that good of a bat. We'll see. But he's only had 100 plus at bats. He's already had, I think he has maybe 18 extra base hits. The slug, which has been a factor missing for the Marlins, as you guys probably know over the years, this guy has it. He is a rifle quick bat. And again, we'll see about the catching. One thing the Marlins haven't done